Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. Gao Wu. I incarnate as Yama in the Underworld to judge life and death. Chapter 161. What is the concept of the fog receding? That means humans can have more land resources. This is tantamount to strengthening their foundation in disguise. Why is it that for fallen star humans, the fifth level is enough to be called the realm of saints? Lack of resources is definitely a big factor. Is this true? This has never happened in the past 200 years. A good thing, a great thing. Ha 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 ha, God bless me. But why do these fogs suddenly pour into the Devil's Canyon? Wait a minute, didn't Qin Sheng go to Demon Canyon just now? There must be a connection between the two. While the people present were excited, they also explored the reason. And he quickly thought of Qin Yi. This is not a difficult question to think about. After all, the scope of the mist has not changed in 200 years, and no fallen star has dared to challenge the evil canyon in 200 years. In other words, even if there was one, it would die at the entrance. Not really a challenge at all. These two things happened at the same time, and the direction in which the mist poured in was the Devil's Canyon. Only a fool would think it was a coincidence. The scholar nodded. Yes, the two events happened at exactly the same time. Our research institute believes that there is a 99.99% probability that there is a connection. Hear this analysis. Most of the people present were speechless for a while. Aren't you talking nonsense? You still need to talk about it. But the people at the institute are like this, to put it mildly, they are more rigorous, so no one complained out loud. Lu Yan frowned. There are two key issues now. One is whether it will be filled back after the fog subsides. The other is whether these fogs have any impact on Qin Sheng's situation. If the fog will fill back, then the temporary subsidence will be useless. Maybe the crops are not mature yet and the fog will erode again. There is also the issue of Qin Yi's safety. It's also something everyone cares about. Now, Luoxing Base basically regards Qin Yi as one of its own. With such a powerful fighting force, to be realistic, life safety is more guaranteed. But the mist poured into the canyon. This is equivalent to adding variables to the already dangerous forbidden area. It's hard not to worry. The scholar nodded, flipped through 2 pages of documents, and continued. The army commander was right. So regarding this issue, our institute also conducted data analysis and discussion as soon as possible. First of all, before we find out whether the fog will be filled back, we need to determine one thing, and that is whether the fog has been consumed. According to our research, the volume of fog that has disappeared so far exceeds the scope of the demonic Grand Canyon. The fog is a fixed quality and a non-superimposable prerequisite characteristic. So it can be concluded that a large amount of fog was consumed. To put it simply, the conclusion is that it will not be filled back. The Devil's Grand Canyon covers a large area. But you must know that the fog is wrapped dozens of kilometers away from the entire falling star base. The circumference radius of the fog is also an astronomical figure. It is enough to fill several demonic canyons even if it goes back several thousand meters. I heard this inference. Everyone was in high spirits. This is indeed great news. More land means more food can be grown, which means more places for people to live. The base is large. The probability of a strong person appearing will also increase. This is a virtuous circle. However, although they were excited, the people present tried to control their voices to avoid interrupting the scholar's conversation. After all, there is still a key question. Wow. The page of the document was turned and the scholar continued to speak. As for whether the influx of fog will have any impact on Qin Sheng's situation, the answer is yes. Not only does it have an impact, it's definitely a very bad impact. There are 2 possibilities for why these fogs filled up the demonic canyon. The first one is that the internal structure of the canyon was completely destroyed by Qin Sheng, and the hotbed of these evil spirits suffered heavy damage. In this case, maybe the mist is the fixer. The second one is that the demons in the canyon are awakened in large numbers, and the medium that activates them is the mist. Everyone, please take a look. The scholar pointed to the large electronic screen behind Wei Tianxing. At this moment, a data indication chart appeared. There are many curves on it. There are also some small print marks. This picture shows the detection status of the fog whenever evil spirits invade. You can see that whenever the evil spirits are active, the mist will fluctuate. Usually, these fogs may just be an inducement, and a small amount can awaken some evil spirits. But now it's a forced awakening, so it requires such a huge amount. To sum up, we can infer that there are already a large number of evil spirits active in the canyon at this moment. Of course, my personal preference is for both possibilities to happen at the same time, which is why so much confusion arises. Shock. Everyone was speechless for a moment. If the first one is great news, the second one is bad news comparable to that. How dangerous is the situation Qin Sheng is facing at this moment? Just thinking of the line, the sky is filled with evil spirits besieging one person. The falling stars present felt their scalps numb. What to do? What can we do now? Yes, is it possible to just wait and wait like this? Why don't we come to a decisive battle with those beasts? It's inappropriate. This is equivalent to a duel on the territory of those beasts. It's very disadvantageous. At this moment, the conference hall was in chaos. Suggestions kept coming. Was rejected again. Snapped. Quiet. At this moment, Wei Tianxing slammed the table hard, stood up and shouted in a low voice. Only then did the conference hall temporarily calm down. Afterwards, Wei Tianxing looked solemn. The fog is still surging, which shows that Qin Sheng is still alive and still fighting. Those evil spirits can only rely on constant numbers to fight against them. Qin Sheng is right. With our strength, we will die if we go. Working together will only distract him and hinder him. Pray, it's the only thing we can do now. Wei Tianxing's words caused everyone to fall into despairing silence. Can I just pray? It's still too weak after all. I hope Qin Sheng can return safely. Now, everyone's admiration for Qin Yi, who dared to face the demonic canyon, became even stronger. This is also the reason why Qin Yi's contribution ratio is still rising. If at this moment, Qin Yi came back and asked them to open the protective shield without any hesitation. As for Gongsun Qing and other Demon Sea students, it must still be rejected. There is a huge difference in the right to speak. Inside the Devil's Canyon, boom 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 boom. The sound of explosions was endless. At this moment, the situation here is indeed what Wei Tianxing and the others guessed. A large number of monsters of various types are besieging Qin Yi. Qin Yi's figure was ghostly and kept passing through these attacks. The light of the sword was sharp. Monsters were constantly being killed. There were corpses and blood everywhere. But there are too many monsters. Poison arrows, fire, strong wind. There are endless weird methods. Even Qin Yi's physical skills and perception ability are already at the heaven-defying level in the same realm. But he still got a solid blow from time to time. Fortunately, there is 6 layers of Shira body to protect the body. Many of the weaker ones didn't even have a red dot. And some even damaged the skin. Under the repair of the power of the Netherworld, it quickly recovered. Only a few of the wounds were serious. Not possible to fix. It can be said that in such a fierce battle, a warrior who had the same combat power as Qin Yi in other aspects, but different defense power, would have died 10 or 8 times. This is also the reason why Gao Ziyuan and others are not optimistic about Qin Yi's ability to survive the demonic canyon. In the melee, enemies are everywhere. If you don't have a partner to lean on, the pressure can be said to increase suddenly, and mistakes are inevitable. But faced with this situation, Qin Yi became more and more excited as he fought. The fighting spirit in his eyes was burning. Today's battle. It can be said that this is the most enjoyable experience since I officially entered martial arts. Before that, even when facing Lu Qianan, the original number 1 prodigy of Donghua, or the thousand-faced devil, he didn't suffer any injuries. It turns out, this is what it feels like to be hurt. This makes the battle feel more real. Happy. What a pleasure. The pain from these wounds will not scare the Shira and gods from hell. But it will bring more bloodthirsty fighting spirit. What's more, there are massive real rewards for killing these monsters. Destroy all ghosts. Boom. Qin Yi slashed out with his sword. A large number of fierce ghosts roared out, helped resist and contain many monsters. Then, Qin Yi took the opportunity to jump up and kill the monsters who were hiding behind and only knew how to sneak attack from a distance. Dark light slashes. Swish 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 swish. The scarlet sword waved. Several dark crescent-shaped sword energy waves shot out. These sword energies slashed across. The long-range monsters with weak defenses were instantly separated from their heads, and the sky was stained with blood. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster fire-breathing night owl and gaining 284 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster fire-breathing night owl and gaining 155 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster golden eyes and gaining 202 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster golden eyes and gaining 114 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing the poisonous bee demon and gaining 204 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the poisonous bee demon and gaining 116 experience points. Listen to the beeps that keep ringing in your head. Qin only felt extremely comfortable. This feeling of being able to fight and gain at the same time is so wonderful. And that's not all. Based on your current performance, it is foreseeable that in this round of simulated battle, you will also receive a huge amount of star value rewards from the Demon Sea. If Gongsun Qing and others knew about Qin Yi's current income, that would make you crazy with envy. Are you kidding me? We worked our butts off just for the star points. But in the end, you not only surpassed us in obtaining the star points, and there are additional benefits. Unfair. Snapped. Qin Yi flipped the long knife over, landed from the air, and returned to the ground again. And those ghosts killed some monsters. They were also defeated and dispersed by more monsters that came up. After such a long time of fighting, the number of these beasts in the canyon shows no sign of decreasing. Until now, there is still a steady stream of replenishment. That's a lot. Qin Yi couldn't help but murmured. Just the number of monsters killed right now. Can falling star base be blocked? What a joke. No wonder in the background setting of this world, no one has ever entered this canyon and obtained information. Ordinary warriors would have been killed without the ability to fight back against the stone demons at the door. And the saint among Luoxing's people, a 5th-grade martial artist, didn't dare to come at all. Because each of them is the only pillar of humanity left. Once he died due to exploration. Who will resist the next evil invasion? Not to mention these natives. Among the 70 Demon Sea classes, apart from Class 7, it is estimated that only the elite Class 1 is qualified to challenge the Demon Canyon. Swish, swish, swish. Sudden, several laser beams penetrated. Qin Yi raised his eyebrows, his feet were wrapped in ghost mist, and he drifted away. I almost got hit. So fast. Several humanoid monsters stepped out from behind the rocks in the distance. They have one thing in common, that is, they extend their palms full of dark purple cracks, and in the palm of their hands, a ball glows dimly. Explore. Monster. Palm Light Demon Energy Body. Demon Level. 3 stars. Evaluation. Species eroded by demonic energy have extremely strong body defenses, agile movements, and the light beads in their palms can emit extremely penetrating lasers. Has anyone with a 3-star demon level appeared? It seems that the monsters appearing now are getting stronger. It is better to use Shira form as late as possible. Just hold on a little longer. Qin Yi watched another round of monsters coming and made a plan in his mind. The monsters are so continuous, wave after wave. Although the combat power of Shira form is tyrannical. But there is a time limit. If you run out of energy later and are surrounded by monsters from behind, it will be the end of the world. Think of this. Boom. Qin Yi dodged and continued to charge forward. The Sea of Demons is supreme. Monitor the hull. Seeing Qin Yi fighting in the demonic canyon, these powerful people from the academy were already numb. What kind of heaven-defying body-refining method is this? It's not an exaggeration to say that he is a humanoid monster, right? No. It's really inappropriate to call it a humanoid monster, because the defense power Qin Yi has shown now is much stronger than those monsters that rely on their powerful physical bodies to fight. Okay. Although Yan Yongganian and I don't get along very well, I have to admit this time that what he said makes sense. This Qin Yi is destined to shine and suppress Daxia Kingdom for an era. To be honest, after entering the Devil's Canyon, even with the foundation of the previous battle, people have psychological expectations. But Qin Yi's performance still shocked everyone. The offensive and physical skills are based on mastering the simplified Taoist rhyme. This is certainly undeniably terrifying. But there is a saying that goes well, there can be no perfect way in this world. For example, the vitality of wood is extremely strong and can quickly regenerate even a broken limb. But in contrast, the offense is weak. Another example is the flame of fire, whose attack is extremely domineering. But he is not good at defense at all. Under normal circumstances, you can only use offense instead of defense. However, what Qin Yi showed now once again broke his perception. So comprehensive. The attack method has a Taoist charm, and its power is beyond the heavens. At the same time, it can also use mysterious sword techniques such as 10,000 ghosts and soul slash. In terms of defense, it's almost like a demon. I can only use 2 words to describe it: perfect. It seems that the number 1 in combat power this term is undoubtedly Qin Yi. Indeed, although his blood base is average, if you include this extremely strong defense, even the guys from elite class 1 cannot compete with him one-on-one. I didn't expect that such combat power would be randomly assigned to an ordinary class. The students in class 7 have made a big mistake. Logically speaking, with such combat power, it shouldn't be difficult to get into the top 13 in admission points in the Demon's Cave college entrance examination. Unexpectedly, there was an invasion of liquid demons. Gao Ziyuan on the side was amazed and also excited. No matter what, Qin Yi is a student of Mahai. Naturally, the stronger, the better. At that time, when Yan Yongganian said that this guy was the number 1 genius in Donghua and would definitely become famous in the world of demons, Gao Ziyuan still didn't take it to heart. After all, where is the highest place in the demonic sea? It is a holy place for spiritual practice, gathering elites from across the country. Let alone a small city-level top genius, even the enrollment of a provincial-level top genius is nothing new. But now look at the battle scene in front of you. After thinking about it, Gao Ziyuan took out his mobile phone and edited the information. They are killing all around, don't think about it. The recipient of the letter is none other than Yan Yongganian. Drop. Sent successfully. Suddenly, Lin Ming in the crowd shouted, "Here comes the heavyweight monster in the canyon." ... At this moment, Class 7 is in the demonic Grand Canyon in the simulated world. Just repelled another wave of monster attacks. Qin Yi, who had retreated to a cramped corridor, was standing on top of the ruins piled with corpses and rubble. His body was covered with nearly 100 wounds, large and small. It looks extremely scary. There is no way, under such a dense siege, no matter how elegant your body is, there will be times when you cannot avoid it. Fortunately, it was such a fierce battle. The harvest is also very amazing. Name: Qin Yi. Position: Judge of the Punishment Department, 280,771 600,000. Progress of Heart of Netherworld, 48.5 100. Control of Authority, Chain of Life and Death. Current number of demons suppressed, 2020. Currently, the ghost points that can be obtained every hour 531 points. Number of ghost points, 111,532. Acquisition methods: 6-layer Shira body, destroy all ghosts, blood dark eyes, suppressing evil tower. Evaluation: there are already certain means to compete with the darkness, a rising star in the underworld. ... Position experience is approaching the 300,000 mark. The number of ghost points has reached a huge 110,000. It can be said that I made a lot of money. If Qin Yi turns on the real-time contribution ratio at this moment, he can also find that his personal contribution value has exceeded 95%. The students from the other 69 classes who are also fighting in the simulated world at this moment would never expect it. Some people can actually perform to this extent. Qin Yi's expression changed. What a raging demonic energy. A quick glance at this will tell you that it is not on the same level as the previous monsters. Explore. Monster. Primary Darkened Demon, Energy Body. Demon Level, 3 stars. Evaluation: demons born in demonic energy. Killing is their destiny. They have the ability to simply command other monsters. They move extremely quickly, and tyrannical power surges in the Dark Descendants' bodies. Darkened Demon. Qin Yi was stunned. What surprised me the most was the evaluation column. This thing actually has the ability to simply command other monsters. Rumble. Rumble. Suddenly, in the narrow corridor, the rock wall on Qin Yi's right began to shake, and gravel continued to fall, making a roaring sound. Boom. Immediately afterwards, the rock wall on the right exploded directly. A huge, heavy dark weapon that looked like a long mace, nearly 30 centimeters wide and long, struck hard. This speed is too fast. It hit Qinyi without any fancy. The terrifying power is delivered. Qinyi flew backwards, punched through the left rock wall next to him, and fell into it. The whole hill began to shake. It quickly cracked and collapsed. Dust filled the air. At this time, a dark demon with spiral horns and dark gray skin covered with thick scab-like material strode out. Looking at the pile of collapsed rocks in front of him. There is a long mace in the hand. Buzz buzz. Received instructions from the darkened demon. A group of imp-like creatures with transparent wings on their backs flew out. Roll the fiery red balls with your hands. He suddenly threw it towards the rubble ruins. Bang 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 bang. A violent explosion burst into flames. Let the temperature rise sharply. The rock burned red and cracked. Even space looks distorted. This darkened demon was very satisfied. He licked his lips excitedly. In its opinion, this human being had been so seriously injured just now, and with this combo, he would definitely not be able to survive. However, boom, a dark figure rose into the sky from the ruins. Standing on the red stone. The delicate dark skin is engraved with flowing scarlet evil spirit in Sanskrit. Behind him, a huge dark purple cross aperture shines. The muscle lines on the forearms look full of majestic strength. Four-armed Shira form, activated. When Qinyi's indifferent eyes looked at the flying ghosts and monsters in the sky and the dark demon. These dark creatures didn't even dare to look directly at them. But Qinyi doesn't have time to play with them slowly. Now that the Shira form has been activated, it must be done quickly. Immediately afterwards, Qinyi's forearms simultaneously stretched toward the rear aperture to blend in. 4 energy magic swords were drawn out. The deep dark purple light seemed to swallow up everything around it. The dark-born demon finally reacted at this moment. His legs kicked hard. Holding a long mace, he charged straight towards him. Swish swish swish. The flying imps in the sky also needed the flame balls again and smashed them out. Boom. However, after Qinyi transformed into Shira form, his speed was too fast. He left the place in a flash. The flame balls were thrown into the air, and the raging flames could only continue to burn the rubble. The dark-born demon was shocked. Not good. With just a blink of an eye, Qinyi was already in front of it. Lift the sword and chop it down. The dark demon held up his long mace to block. The moment when the magic sword collided with the long mace, the dark demon's feet were smashed into the ground. What a terrifying force. It was confused. Originally, strength was a point of pride for their dark descendants. But it was crushed unilaterally. Are you the devil or am I the devil? Before it could figure this out. Boom. The sword moves in Qinyi's hand changed, and his long mace flew away. Subsequently, swish swish swish, the magic sword is in chaos. The blood of the dark demon that was killed splattered in the sky. The demonic sea is at the highest level, the school monitors the hall. Gao Ziyuan's eyes twitched when he saw the battle in the Devil's Canyon on the Class 7 number screen. Good guy, is this a battle between humans and monsters? It is clearly a duel between 2 demons. Even, Qinyi seemed to be more bloodthirsty than the first-level Dark Descendant demon. I didn't expect Qinyi to have such a level of trump card. It's really unexpected. Lin Ming was still a little unbelievable. I originally thought that the battle would be over as soon as the first-level Darkened Demon appeared. To know, calculated as a junior Dark Descendant demon, he has the combat power of a 6th-grade great martial artist. A monster of this level would be equivalent to a world-class boss in the simulated world where Falling Star Base is located. It belongs to the kind that destroys the world as soon as it is born, and no matter how many brave men come, it will not work. Even if they are outsider Demon Sea students, their individual combat capabilities should not exceed this level in terms of settings. After all, the purpose of a school is to train students. You can kill the world boss by yourself. What does that mean? What's the difference between cheating and cheating? In the face of such combat power, some hidden points and plots can almost be ignored. Just move on. Transformed into a Shira-like existence. Does anyone know what Qinyi's superpower is? Don't ask, I've already checked Qinyi's student information. His superpower is a brand new superpower that has not yet been officially designated by the Research Institute, but one thing is certain, that is, it can definitely be classified into the level 3 category. It can be classified into level 3. I don't need you to tell me this. With this Shira's current form, any other freshman would be crushed. All the powerful people in the school were numb. Originally, the first round of simulated world tests should involve the coexistence of human choices and battles. But now, Qin directly explained what it means to conquer 10 societies with one force. What else is there to test? Chun probably regards this world as a place for training and fighting. Gao Ziyuan looked at Qin Yi's fighting posture. Suddenly something occurred to me, and I couldn't help but murmur with emotion. In turbulent times, there will always be those who take control. For his age, he has been through a lot. He also knows many unknown secrets. Today, those beings standing at the pinnacle of Blue Star. Every deed that has been handed down since childhood basically sounds like a processed legend now. Many people often don't believe it and think it is an exaggeration. But actually, in the hundreds of years since the arrival of mysterious powers, humanity has also experienced several crises. One of the very important factors why they still hold the dominant position on Blue Star is the frequent emergence of monsters who turn the impossible into the possible. They can always help the building to collapse in times of crisis. And now, the heavenly cave is in turmoil, the number of cracks in the demon cave skyrockets, and incredible things like liquid demons appear. Everything has traces to follow. A terrible storm is about to sweep across the world. Throughout human history, the more turbulent the situation, the easier it is for dazzling figures to suppress the times emerge. Now in Gao Ziyuan's eyes, Qin Yi has the potential to influence the tide of the times. The other strong men from the academy were also thoughtful when they heard Gao Ziyuan's words. A controller in the Great Era. If he is such a person, then indeed, even the top freshmen in the same class will have a hard time comparing him to him. Even if you can compete with him for a while, you will be pulled far away without realizing it. HMPH, no matter what, it is my great fortune to have such an amazing and talented student appear. That's right, I really didn't expect that there would be geniuses like Qin Yi in the Lighthouse Country and the Sakura Country. Ha 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 ha, if those guys in Imperial Capital knew that such talents were coaxed and tricked by us, their faces would probably turn green. Class 7 Simulated World, Luoxing Base Administrative Building, Large Conference Hall. The sound of rapid footsteps came. Boom. The door was pushed open immediately. A researcher and scholar in a white coat ran out of breath. No way, as the fog is now turbulent. The equipment signals in the entire base are not affected by what is known, and they are intermittent. At this critical moment, we can only use the most primitive tool of mankind, the number 11 bus, to convey information. The latest information, the fog has retreated more than 20,000 meters. Hear this. All Luoxing executives present were extremely excited. Okay, it seems that Qin Sheng has killed countless evil spirits in the Grand Canyon. It's really helpful. The dilemma that has existed for 200 years has now changed. Qin Sheng is like a devil descending from the sky, he is really the Tai Sui god on earth. The fog receded and the Devil's Canyon was cleared. These star-falling people have been looking forward to this day in their dreams. And in the crowd, Lu Yan's eyes turned red. He had also expected to be rescued from the outside world, to help them, a scattered star, return and break this shackle's cage. But in the invasions of evil spirits and the turmoil in the fog, too many people died in front of them. Falling Star Man can only rely on himself. Lost. Despair. Then, Lu Yan's mind changed. Since the scattered stars are the only ones, let the falling star himself turn into the hottest blazing sun. Shine and dispel all darkness. That's why he was so resistant when faced with the arrival of the Demon Sea students. But now, Lu Yan was very upset. It was my wrong judgment that killed 2 of Qin Sheng's men. Fortunately Qin Sheng is generous. Otherwise, I, Lu Yan, will be the eternal sinner of Luoxing Base. Wei Tianxing saw this. He also sighed. Then he walked up to Lu Yan and patted his shoulder. We can't change the past. It is better to face the future better than to dwell on the mistakes you have made. Although Liu Yan made a big mistake. But essentially, he was also thinking about Falling Star Base. It's just a little impulsive. Naturally, Wei Tianxing didn't want this man who could face death to be so depressed when faced with evil spirits. Make up, right, we must treat Qin Sheng and his men with the highest standards from now on. Achieve the best in terms of food, clothing, housing and transportation. I can give up my residence, Liu Yan said quickly. The rest heard. In an instant, I found what I could do now besides praying. They all spoke out. I can too. To be honest, I still have a bottle of aged spirit wine at home, and I usually can't bear to take a sip. It shouldn't be a shame to take it out to entertain Qin Sheng and the others. By the way, is Qin Sheng still single? My sister has a daughter who is pretty. She is of marriageable age and can be betrothed to Qin Sheng. You're trying to have a relationship, aren't you? What kind of person is Qin Sheng? Can he like ordinary women? So I would say that there must be enough base numbers. My daughter happens to be in her teens, which is just right. Quote. Good guy, so scheming. ... Faced with the scene in front of them that was almost a fight, Wei Tianxing fell into deep thought. From the current point of view, regarding opening the protective shield, one should indeed obey Qin Sheng's command unconditionally. Devil's Grand Canyon. 4 magic swords stirred. Faced with such an attack, this elementary dark descendant demon was unable to resist at all and could only be beaten passively. No way. In terms of skills, Qin Yi has the martial arts skills attached to 6 layers of Shira, and combined with the power of the Netherworld, he can be rated as platinum level. In terms of strength, it is even more oppressive. Even for the dark descendant demon, there is a kind of fear originating from the depths of the blood, which affects it all the time. How to fight this? Swish swish swish. The sword light circulates. After another slash, the dark demon, already covered in blood, froze on the spot. The breath on his body slowly dissipated. Subsequently, boom, he fell straight to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Congratulations to the host for killing the primary dark descendant demon and obtaining 3,135 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the primary dark descendant demon and gaining 1563 experience points. ... He still has some strength. He actually persisted for a while after he activated his Shira form. Whirring. After the death of the primary dark descendant demon, those flying ghosts in the sky started rubbing the flaming balls again. Mainly when Qin Yi fought with the dark descendant demon. It's so fast between the two. These guys have no confidence that they can attack Qin Yi accurately. Certainly, if Qin Yi is fighting other monsters, then they will attack indiscriminately without hesitation. Darkborn demons are still suppressed by some superiors against these monsters. So I don't dare to take action. Face these roaring fireballs. Qin Yi disappeared in a flash. Boom boom boom. The fireball hit the ground, burning hot. Qin Yi has already appeared in front of these flying ghosts. 2 words came out lightly from his mouth. Devil kill. Call out. The sharp sword light swept across. In an instant, the bodies of these flying ghosts were divided into 2 together with the transparent wings on their backs. These stumps fell downwards. Gain a lot of experience and ghost points instantly. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster flying fireball ghost and gaining 468 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster flying fireball ghost and gaining 245 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster flying fireball ghost and gaining 455 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster flying fireball ghost and gaining 239 experience points. ... Monster detected in nearby range. Monster detected in nearby range. The monster is approaching, you can check the information. ... Qin Yi raised his eyebrows. Here we go again. This really means something endless. That's fine. Take advantage of Shira form to be activated. Kill more of these monsters and earn enough at once. Boom. Soon, Qin Yi's whole body was filled with the power of the Netherworld. He plunged into the battle again. ... About 5 more minutes of fighting passed. Qin Yi finally found an opening. Got a chance to breathe. It's so annoying. I'm a little tired. In Shira form, the body is operating in an overload mode. After a long time, it was naturally a bit overwhelming. Name: Qin Yi. Position: Judge of the Punishment Department, 305,781 600,000. Progress of Heart of Netherworld, 48.5 100. Control of Authority, Chain of Life and Death. Current number of demons suppressed, 2020. Currently, the ghost points that can be obtained every hour 531 points. Number of ghost points, 150,012. Acquisition methods: 6-layer Shira body, destroy all ghosts, blood dark eyes, suppressing evil tower. Evaluation: there are already certain means to compete with the darkness, a rising star in the underworld. Of course, facing dense monsters, the rewards from such a fierce battle are also huge. The position experience is over half. The number of ghost points exceeded 150,000. Looking at the mountain of corpses and sea of blood in front of him, Qin Yi was also a little helpless. Although I really want to catch these guys all at once. But if he doesn't leave, his Shira form will be released later, and the injuries on his body will explode. It is estimated that he may really fall into this evil canyon. Anyway, it's still a few days before the cracks come. Let's retreat first. Come again when you have time. Thinking of this, Qin Yi didn't even think about it. The whole person turned around, burst out with strength, and sped towards the entrance of the demonic Grand Canyon. When approaching the entrance, the lines on the dense spider silk are clearly visible. Originally, this was a barrier released by the Spider Demon King to prevent him from escaping. It can also be said to be a prison. Unexpectedly, it turned into a Shira field for these monsters. Qin Yi faced this tough spider silk barrier. There was no pause in his footsteps at all. 4 energy magic swords slashed past. The sword light bloomed above the barrier. The two feed off each other. There was a sizzling sound. Even though this spider web barrier has the function of quickly transmitting energy and converging all defensive power to the point of attack. But Qin Yi is currently in Shira form. The combat power is too strong. The energy of the sword light cutout is even more majestic and surging. It took less than a breath for the sword light and the spider silk to collide. Hiss. With a crisp tearing sound, the spider web covering hundreds of miles in radius began to split and collapse. Qin Yi broke open instantly and rushed out. The wilderness outside Falling Star Base. At this moment, Qin Yi, who has been released from Shira form and is covered in blood, is still running fast. He felt the beep sound coming from behind him, and those monsters were still chasing him. I couldn't help but uttered a curse word. I'm so tired. These were the last batch of monsters that he woke up in the demonic Grand Canyon. And there aren't many. But the battle just now was too extreme. No way. Although suppressed by the evil suppressing tower, the pleasure of killing monsters and gaining ghost points experience is still a bit addictive. As a result, the Shira form is now released, and the wound has occurred. His combat power was greatly reduced. Now facing those beasts, it is estimated that they might really die. Since we are in a simulated world, our low-level horse face summoning order and black and white impermanence summoning order are not with us. As a magistrate of the underworld, he has no subordinates available for a while, and he is bullied by dogs when he is in peace. By the way, reinforcements. Qin Yi immediately thought about it and opened the chat box for the student medal. I'm being chased by monsters. There aren't many of them. Come quickly. One word stirred up 1,000 waves. Other students opened their positioning one after another and discovered that Qin Yi had indeed left the demonic Grand Canyon and was running towards the base. Hu Xiaofeng quickly replied, "It's over. Brother Qin must be injured. Brothers, hurry up and provide support." More messages came back immediately. Brother Qin Yi, hold on, come right away. The eagle receives it, the eagle receives it, let's go. What the hell are you trying to do in this critical moment? Hurry up and do it. All students in Class 7, rush to our aid urgently. What a joke. You must know that Qin Yi's contribution ratio now exceeds 95%. If Qin Yi dies, the good situation will collapse instantly, and Wei Tianxing and others may fall out. And a few days later the cracks hit. Without Qin Yi, Class 7 would be in the same situation as those ordinary classes. Whether they can advance to the next round is still uncertain. So don't say it's just a small amount of monsters. Even if it's a large number, if you want to kill all the other students, you need to support them quickly. After a few minutes, in dense jungle, Qinyi couldn't run anymore. He stopped and gasped for air. This battle was really exciting, but it was still a bit too greedy. It was a bit embarrassing. Of course, this is also related to the fact that we are in a simulated world and have an energy body, so we are not so cautious. The monsters behind him kept approaching. But Qinyi didn't panic at all and found a big tree to lean against. Put away the magic sword. With his hands, he gently pushed his hair, which was soaked in blood and blocked his vision, behind his ears. I took a look at the location just now. It should be almost there. Whirring. Sudden, a blast of cold air blew in the air, causing the temperature to drop a lot. Brother Qin, my Gongsun Qing is here. Aha! A figure flashed past, and when he stopped and stood, a tall man with a flat head was looking at Qinyi with a smile. It was Gongsun Qing. But this smile is so kind and scary. And how come you, Brother Qin, are becoming more and more proficient in shouting? The seats are placed too upright. Before Qinyi could say anything, the rustling sound behind the jungle became more and more violent. Here I come, Boss Qinyi. Where did this monster come from? It dares to chase our big brother from class 7. He doesn't know whether to live or die. HMPH, just kill them all. ... Soon, a large number of students gathered here. When he saw Qinyi, who had been worshipped by Wei Tianxing and others like a god of war in Luoxing base, he was now covered in blood. His body was covered in hideous wounds. They were all shocked. The Devil's Grand Canyon is really dangerous. Even the top beings among the newly born Devil Sea lost half their lives when they went there. Of course, what they don't know is if other top 5 students are going. Not to mention half a life. It's all been explained in there. That is, Qinyi's abnormal defense power, coupled with the terrifying combat power of Shira form, was able to kill so many monsters and still escape alive. It's just that these students don't have real-time observation of the screen like the monitoring hall, otherwise they will have a new understanding of the hidden boss in their class. Hu Xiaofang stepped forward nervously. Brother Qin, are you okay? Too exaggerated. He really didn't expect that Hu Xiaofang would fall into an abyss of fear just by looking at him during the communication battle. How could a man who looked like a demon still be so seriously injured? Li Shui also looked anxious and stepped forward with concern. Qinyi, your injury. Qinyi waved his hand. It's okay, this little injury won't kill you. Ahem, the monster is coming soon, you go and kill it first. I guess they are just some monsters with less than martial artist level combat power, so it won't be a problem to deal with them. This hurt. Everyone was speechless after hearing this. If nothing else, the 20-centimeter long wound on your chest would be fatal to anyone, right? There are other large and small ones, roughly estimated to have hundreds of scars. You tell me it's a little bit. Brother, can you use the wording more accurately? However, Gongsun Qing and other sharp-eyed students frowned. They saw it. Although the wounds on Qinyi's body look terrible, if you use the energy of heaven and earth to observe carefully, you can find that the flesh and blood tissue is crawling and healing on its own. What a powerful vitality. Several people were shocked. No wonder he could remain so calm despite being so seriously injured. Gongsun Qing took a deep breath. I know, Brother Qin, leave it to us. Guys, it's our turn to show off. You can't win all the time, right? Others also laughed. Yes, I finally got a chance to show off. King to king, general to general, these miscellaneous soldiers and monsters also want to attack Mr. Qinyi. I asked you first if I would allow the spear in my hand. Superior. ... Immediately, these students rushed forward with high morale. A fierce battle soon began. When a small group of monsters collided with the entire class of Demon Sea students who were waiting for work and were full of energy, the result was predictable. They were all quickly wiped out. ... Luoxing First Hospital. In the most luxurious ward. There was only one hospital bed in the huge room. Qinyi was lying on it, and tubes were continuously feeding in nutrient solution. Except for a few Class 7 Demon Sea students. Wei Tianxing and Lu Yan also stayed nearby, with respect on their faces. Qin Sheng, thank you for your hard work. For the sake of all of us at Falling Star Base, we broke into the Devil's Grand Canyon alone. Now that I am seriously injured, I, Wei Tianxing, feel guilty. Lu Yan even couldn't bear it. Qin Sheng, your injury is too serious. Fortunately, he came back alive. I wonder if there may be hidden wounds in the future. Let me know what medical resources you need, and we will do our best to collect them. Qin Yi was helpless. These guys now seemed to have completely convinced themselves of their trust. However, the resources of Falling Star Base are indeed very scarce. The nutrient solution I injected myself with is already the most treasured and most effective batch in the base. Still of little use. There is no way, after Qin Yi practiced 6 layers of Shira body, both the strength of his flesh and blood and his self-healing ability became extremely strong. But it's precisely because of this. Some low-grade medical resources are simply useless. It's a simple matter. If you take some ordinary trauma medicine and apply it to the injured area of the Grand Master, what's the use? It's of no use at all. Since the Master can be injured, the wound cannot be healed. There is a high probability that there are some powerful energy particles that are still destroying flesh and blood tissue. There may even be residual Dao Yun raging there. Therefore, in this world where martial arts is respected, high-grade drugs can even have the effect of turning the flesh and bones of the living dead to low-level warriors. But low-grade medicine is useless to warriors with strong qi and blood. You too, you really don't need it. Collect high-grade dark, death and other attribute materials as soon as possible. That will be the greatest help to me. Qin Yi sighed and said seriously. I don't know how many times I have said this. Having the body of Shira, I have an amazing self-healing ability. Although the current injury is indeed serious, it has not destroyed the foundation of flesh and blood, and can still be repaired slowly. But how to replenish the nether power in the body to the limit as quickly as possible is a problem. If it were in reality, it would be very simple. You can buy a lot of ghost materials and just devour them. Or enter a treasure land or secret realm with a strong ghostly atmosphere. Just like the secret realm of Tianming Abyss in the Demon Sea Supreme. But in the simulated world, it should be said that resources are too scarce. A few days later the cracks hit. If you rely solely on yourself to use secret techniques to absorb the energy of the underworld, you may not be able to make up for it until then. Don't worry, Qin Sheng, I have already explained this matter and I am doing my best to collect it. All materials of this type in the entire base are compulsorily collected. If there are any private collectors, we will kill them. Wei Tianxing nodded solemnly. Kill the private collector. This intensity has to be said to be a bit fierce. Of course, given Qin Yi's current prestige in Luoxing base. It is estimated that this coercive method will not make much difference if it is not used. Thank you very much. Qin Yi nodded and thanked him. Wei Tianxing waved his hands quickly. Oh, Qin Sheng, don't say that, we should thank you. This kind of kindness can be said to be irreparable. By the way, about the time when the protective shield will be opened, about when? Hear those last words. Several Demon Sea students waiting nearby looked at each other. Do you agree? While not unexpected, it was still a bit of a surprise. There were still 3 days before the crack came, and they completed the task ahead of schedule. The feeling of lying down and winning is still wonderful. Well, you can just discuss this matter with Gongsun Qing and the others. Qin Yi said directly. At this stage, I am still focusing on restoring my condition with all my strength. After all, there are still some monsters left in the demonic Grand Canyon that have not been killed. Those are all ghost points and experience. Anyway, the mission has reached the current progress. The rest is very simple. Just wait for the crack to come and try your best to resist it. It is best to leave these trivial matters to other students. Okay, then I will report to Qin Sheng after my discussion with little brother Gongsun has concluded. Wei Tianxing said with cupped hands. This posture is very much like that of a subordinate. Gongsun Qing also had a dark look on his face when he heard this. The role of this tool man should not be too obvious. To convince Qin Yi and take Qin Yi as the leader is not to be a direct subordinate and serve the main one. Calm down. Now Class 7 should have Qin Yi as the core, and the subordinates should be subordinates. It's more convenient to do things this way. From now on, my Gongsun Qing will be Brother Qin's confidant. This way, Luoxing Base and others will definitely have more trust. So, adjust your mentality. Gongsun Qing's expression changed in the next second and he stepped forward, smiling and saying, "That's natural. Let us finalize the details, which will save Brother Qin a lot of trouble, right? Anyway, just send the plan over to Brother Qin for a review." Wei Tianxing glanced at Gongsun Qing approvingly. It seems that Qin Sheng's subordinates are very considerate. He patted Gongsun Qing's shoulder and said with a sentimental expression, "Yes, Qin Sheng is the chosen sage. How can you waste time and energy on such trivial matters? Let's go, friends, let's not disturb Qin Sheng's rest here. Go to the administrative building conference room to discuss it carefully." Soon, a group of people left the ward. Looking at their backs, Qin Yi rubbed his chin. Good guy, the current situation is going too smoothly. Whether they are people from Falling Star Base or Demon Sea, they all obey his command. Before entering the simulation world, I remember that one of the regulations in the freshman handbook in the cadet medal is that the star value of additional rewards will be determined based on certain decisions that affect the direction. Now, whether it is combat, gaining trust or even commanding, his contribution is unparalleled. When the star value is finally calculated, an extremely exaggerated number will inevitably be obtained. Never mind, this will all happen later. It's useless to think about it now. Just try your best to continue to do your best in the simulation world. Shaked his head, Qin Yi threw all these thoughts behind. Well, my mobility is almost restored. After the infusion of nutrient solution is completed, leave the ward. This white environment is indeed a bit depressing. Falling Star Base. A vast estate. The yard is covered with green grass and colorful owners. This is definitely an extremely luxurious place for the Luoxing base, where every inch of land is at a premium. Have all the places where military commanders originally lived been vacated for me? Qin Yi raised his eyebrows. After clearing most of the demonic Grand Canyon, these people really respect him more and more. This can also be seen from the piles of netherworld attribute materials placed on the stone floor in front of them. For a simulated world where supplies are extremely scarce, it is not easy to collect these materials. Sizzling. Immediately, Qin Yi, who sat down cross-legged, stretched out his hands. Wisps of netherworld power began to escape and extended to these materials. After a brief devouring, the power of the netherworld came back with the essence of these materials. Time passed by minute. The power of the netherworld in Qin Yi's body also became more powerful as it was devoured. Not only that, under the influence of these pure energies, Qin Yi's body also began to repair quickly. About 2 hours passed. Qin Yi, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. A breathtaking light flashed from the depths of his pupils. Okay. 1/5 recovered. It is estimated that some ghost materials will be sent intermittently in the future, but it will definitely not be that large. The quality of these materials is very low for me. Far inferior to the netherworld materials I purchased in the real world. If those materials could be brought to the simulation world intact, it would probably be restored to its peak state by now. But there is no way. The rice cooker is broken and the earthen stove has to be replaced. It's better to use secret techniques to absorb some free energy as much as possible. No matter how far we can recover, we must clean up the remaining monsters in the evil Grand Canyon before the crack comes. Qin Yi made up his mind. Then, he closed his eyes again and started to use the method. Wisps of dark aura rose and circulated around the body. Just when Qin Yi recovered his state. Falling Star Base. A corner of a small restaurant. Several Demon Sea students are eating here, experiencing the customs and unique food of Falling Star Base. After all, the first round of simulation is almost over. As for the simulated world they are experiencing for the first time, these young people still want to experience it more if they have the chance. Wang San picked up the wine glass. Grr. After drinking it all in one gulp, he shook his head slightly and said, "To be honest, I originally thought that I would be as dazzling as before when I entered Demon Sea High School. I didn't expect that the combat power of Mr. Qin Yi, Brother Gongsun and others could be so strong. Oh, I'm sitting in a well looking at the sky. It's better to focus on your own cultivation honestly and don't have those dreams of dominating the sea of demons and standing at the highest point." He is also a supreme student. The talent gap is also huge. Some people risk their lives and have great luck to reach the highest threshold. And some people are already choosing which university to go to before taking the college entrance examination. A student with an aquiline nose smiled. What's wrong? If you don't know, you'd think you've encountered something depressing. You're so sad. Based on past experience, as long as you can pass the exam and work hard, it's very possible to become a master who controls Dao Yun without falling. I also know my own weight. If I can become a master, it's enough for me to return to my small town to protect someone. So, it is a great blessing to be assigned to the same class as Mr. Qin Yi. That means we can get more guaranteed resources and pave the way for us to become a master. This is something we should drink and celebrate. I listened to the hook-nosed student. The guys also looked a lot more relaxed. Indeed, it is so comfortable to be able to harvest more star points while lying down. Suddenly, at this moment, there was a conversation coming from the dining table in the distance that was difficult to ignore. For Wang San and others, their physical fitness is extremely high. The five senses are naturally very sensitive, including hearing. The fog has cleared for more than 30,000 meters. I didn't expect that I would have the time to witness this day. Indeed, all this is thanks to Qin Sheng. Speaking of which, the dozens of people with Qin Sheng didn't seem to have much effect. HMPH, there's nothing strange about this. Everyone just does their job. Each one performs his own duties. Do you know the secret behind this? Shish, this is a big secret. I can tell you, but please don't spread it outside. Hear this. Wang San and others looked at each other. His pupils were filled with shock. Could it be that these people already know the nature of the simulated world and the true identity of the Demon Sea students? If that's the case, it's hard to imagine what will happen next. Everything is obviously going well. But something like this happened again. Boss Qin Yi must be notified immediately. However, the man's next words stopped several Demon Sea students from thinking about opening their student medals, and they almost vomited blood. Actually, Qin Sheng is the supreme human being in the outside world. He specially came to save our Luo Xing base based on water and fire. And the remaining dozens of people are actually servants who take care of his daily life. The combat effectiveness is naturally very different. After hearing these words, other people thought deeply. I see, this is what everyone should do. That makes sense. As a supreme being, you can't do all the trivial matters yourself. But being able to become a servant of a sage is already an extremely glorious thing. I envy them so much. Several Demon Sea students had dark lines on their faces. Good guy. In the eyes of Luo Xingren, the big guy's identity has become that of a servant. Glory. What a glorious yo-yo. After all, they have also entered the holy land of human martial arts, the elite of an era. He's just at best. The hook-nosed student smiled bitterly. Well, it seems that we can't just lie down next time. You still have to work harder. At least, you can't be treated as a servant by others. Time passes minute by minute. Soon the day before the crack came. The main entrance of Falling Star Base. Wei Tianxing and others as well as the Mahai students were all paying farewell to Qin Yi. Lu Yan said with concern on his face, Qin Sheng, are you too anxious? Your body is not fully recovered yet. It's not too late to put the matter of cleaning up the Evil Devil Grand Canyon aside for now. It would be best to rest for a while. Although Qin Yi's terrifying self-healing ability shocked everyone available to date, some of the hideous wounds still looked shocking. You said these injuries don't affect the fight. Lu Yan didn't believe it. Qin Yi shook his head. No. Tomorrow is the day the cracks come. If we don't clean up the monsters in the canyon before then, I always feel that something will happen. You don't have to worry either. Although I haven't returned to full strength yet, there are not many monsters in the demonic Grand Canyon. There is no danger on this trip. In the past 2 days, I have used some underworld techniques to recultivate the power of the netherworld and repair the wounds on my body. It has basically reached 80% of its heyday. Facing the remaining monsters in the demonic Grand Canyon, we are still confident that they can be easily dealt with. Certainly, the main reason is that they have to leave the simulation world after the crack comes. At that time, there will be no opportunity to gain ghost points and experience. Seeing Qin Yi so determined, Wei Tianxing and others stopped trying to persuade him. Okay, then I wish Qin Shang a triumphant return. We are waiting for your good news. Devil's Grand Canyon. It's still that magnificent landscape. However, compared to the last time I arrived, it was a little more damaged and messy. There are even fewer weird vegetation. The cause of all this was naturally Qin Yi's battle 3 days ago. Sweep, let's begin. Qin Yi's eyes condensed. The scarlet monster spirit ball was thrown out and disintegrated in the air, transforming into a long knife. Then he quickly galloped towards the Grand Canyon. Not long after, the monster's hoarse roar came from inside again. The battle started again. The sounds of fierce fighting resounded. An hour later, in the deepest part of the evil Grand Canyon, Qin Yi stood on a hill made of monsters. Showing satisfaction. Well, as expected, after the last hunt, there aren't many monsters left. You don't even need to activate the sheer estate, just sweep it across. That's right, at this moment, there is no living monster in the entire demonic Grand Canyon. But, Qin Yi looked at a circular altar next to the stone wall in front of him. There was a huge black ball in the sky exuding rich dark energy. Feel it carefully, there is also demonic energy mixed in here. Clatter, Qin Yi jumped up, came in front of this black ball. At this moment, there was a faint desire to devour something in his body. No hesitation, Qin Yi put his hand into it. Sizzle. In an instant, the black ball began to vibrate. A stream of energy followed Qin Yi's hand and filled his body. Except pure energy. This also includes negative emotions such as killing, resentment, hatred, etc. But under the elimination of the power of the netherworld in Qin Yi's body, all the negative emotions are excluded. It doesn't take a while. All the injuries on Qin Yi's body have recovered, including the power of the netherworld, which has also returned to its full strength. What a collection of pure energy. The black ball definitely has its purpose. Rather than random decoration, could it be that this is the real source of the birth of the monsters in the canyon? Qin Yi was a little surprised. If the simulated world is simply a created world, then after setting up the Devil's Grand Canyon, you just need to condense and place some monsters and that's it. As for where these monsters come from, it doesn't matter at all to the background of this world. Demon Sea students know that everything is false. And the people at Falling Star Base have no ability to come into contact with the truth behind it. But, there seems to be logic behind various events that are happening currently that is worthy of scrutiny. Unless the school personnel who set up the simulated world have extreme obsessive-compulsive disorder, there is no need to make every detail of a trial place so in place. Isn't this a pure waste of time and energy, or even more energy? Think of this. Qin Yi's mind naturally emerged with the figures of the humans in Falling Star Base. The people in the gymnasium who were grateful to have been saved by him, the old man who was hard at work planting fire-patterned melons in the suburbs, and the soldiers who were facing the invading monsters were resigned to death. These emotions do not make people feel false or procedurally rigid. In an instant, the sense of separation between reality and illusion made Qin Yi's head hurt. Take a deep breath. Qin Yi no longer thinks about these complicated things. That's all. As long as you are strong enough, you will gradually come into contact with these secrets in the future. Immediately, Qin Yi had a thought in his mind. The panel was brought out. Name, Qin Yi. Position, Judge of the Punishment Department, 326,781 600,000. Progress of Heart of Netherworld, 48.5 100. Control of Authority, Chain of Life and Death. Current number of demons suppressed, 2020. Currently, the ghost points that can be obtained every hour 531 points. Number of ghost points, 181,531. Acquisition methods. 6-layer Shira body, destroy all ghosts, blood dark eyes, suppressing evil tower. Evaluation. There are already certain means to compete with the darkness, a rising star in the underworld. Well, the job experience reaches more than 300,000. Ghost points also exceeded 180,000. Achieve a lot. Next, in this round of simulation world, we are just waiting for the crack to come tomorrow. Just one day before the crack came, when Qin Yi finished cleaning the evil Grand Canyon, Lu Qianan is in the simulated world of Class 23. In the restaurant box, all these students had helpless expressions on their faces. Lu Qianan sighed and rubbed his temples. Is it still a little worse? Those guys just refused to turn on the protective shield. I simply don't believe there will be cracks coming. After the large-scale invasion of monsters, the students of Class 23 have been busy these days. Keep making various attempts. There are positives and negatives. But even after trying so hard, the top management of Luoxing, headed by Wei Tianxing, still did not relent. I just don't agree to open the protective cover. Consume the last bit of reserve energy. There is no way, for these fallen people, they have never seen any cracks that can allow monsters to descend. In their minds, all monsters wake up from the demonic Grand Canyon and then attack. It has been like this for 200 years, how could it suddenly change? To put it more bluntly, based on the current behavior of Class 23 Demon Sea students, it is simply not enough to convince Wei Tianxing and others to open the protective shield. The only 5th grade martial artist among them, a red-haired boy, looked sad. Alas, tomorrow is the day when the crack will come. It's too late. Everyone should make plans to put out fires everywhere as early as possible and evenly distribute combat power to some important neighborhoods in advance. To be honest, the red-haired boy had tried his best. His contribution ratio reached 13.23%. One person makes almost 1/6 of the contribution. Among the 50 people in Class 23, the numerical value is far ahead. It's no use. The red-haired boy was helpless. The plot line of this simulated world was a bit complicated. It was not just a matter of fighting. After all, it is a team task. No matter how powerful one person is, how can he turn things around? Lu Qianan also nodded in agreement. Brother Zhao is right. Since there is no way to get those guys to open the protective shield, then we won't open it. Anyway, this road is so difficult, I guess not many classes can complete it. We're certainly not in a bad situation. It's useless to wallow in failure. Next, we should immediately formulate a defense zone plan for tomorrow and maximize our remaining combat power. The sound was loud and full of contagion. Many people gradually woke up from the decadence just now. The main reason is that Lu Qianan's calm judgment has impressed many people over the past few days. In addition, he uses the level 2 power, Son of the Wind to perfection, and his strength is also very good. As a result, Lu Qianan has a high prestige among Class 23. Yes, starting defense zone planning as early as possible is the top priority. The combat capability of our class is actually pretty good. As long as we don't get depressed, it's not difficult to advance to the next round of simulated battles. Let's fight. There will be no regrets in tomorrow's duel. Humph, I've been a little impatient for some palace scheming here these days, and I'm finally able to do it in a big way. Kill those monsters. The students of Class 23 are very motivated. Seeing this, Lu Qianan stroked the long sword that was always on his waist and smiled. I heard that after each round of simulation, in addition to automatically generating an overall class evaluation, a personal evaluation will also be generated. This evaluation will also be published. With his current contribution ratio of 8.85%, he should have a good evaluation. In this round of simulated world, Lu Qianan has actually grown a lot. Not only the communication aspect has been greatly improved. He is also more proficient in using wind powers. Brother Qin, Xiaofeng, let you see, I am also trying to earn face for Donghua Tianzhao. Class 1 is in a simulated world. Exquisite Manor Yard. The genius among the 13 supreme geniuses of the Demon Sea was leisurely eating snacks and chatting. Since there are level 3 awakened people with mental control powers, Class 1 asked Luoxing to agree to open the protective shield early. The battle plan for tomorrow has also been arranged. All that needs to be done now is to wait. A boy with silver hair and a floral shirt was lying on a recliner, stretched out his hands, and shouted, "Ah! It's boring, it's really boring." Then he sat up and said, "Do you think you want to go to the Devil's Grand Canyon to see what's going on?" Tisk, 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 it must be very interesting to be regarded as a forbidden area by those falling stars. It has been hanging above your head like the sword of Damocles for 200 years. Or I can go and see it alone. Hee hee, with the combat power of our class, one person missing me is not a big deal. Since arriving in the simulation world, Elite Class 1 has always had smooth sailing, even with that large-scale invasion of monsters, for them with so many top-notch combat powers. It's easy to handle. So, it's different from Qinyi, who has been busy fighting for ghost points and experience, and was even injured to the point of almost dying. These top monsters in the demonic sea have no additional goals, which is indeed boring and a bit depressing. Absolutely not. Yu Yi, if you dare to act without authorization, I will definitely kill you at the beginning of each subsequent round of simulated battles. A young man in white clothes with an angular face immediately scolded. The young man in white made a sound. Yu Yi, who had been smiling playfully just now, suddenly became stiff. If you are killed directly at the beginning of each round, the extra star points will be lost, and you will become the laughingstock of the Demon Sea. However, Yu Yi still muttered something. Junyun, I'm afraid I'm not the only one who thinks this way. Everyone's hands are itchy. So far in this trial, except for the monster invasion, Chen Ruoyao has basically been doing the best. I really can't hold it any longer. The Chen Ruoyao mentioned by Yu Yi is the girl from Class 1 who has awakened the power of mind control. At this time, she was wearing a straw hat and was trimming the green belt with tree shears. Hearing Yu Yi's complaints, she raised her head in dissatisfaction, her round face bulging with anger and looking even rounder. What's wrong, Yu Yi? If you're not happy, I can ask them not to open the protective shield. Okay, stop making trouble. Yun Jun was helpless. These people are all monsters among the monsters of Daxia Kingdom in this year. Very arrogant. Even though he was known as the young martial master, his fame spread throughout Daxia and even other countries on Blue Star before he took the college entrance examination. We can only suppress them at critical moments. Then he said with a serious expression, since we are the new generation of Demon Sea, we must perform to the extreme in every round of duel. It's natural for us to be number one in the class. But this is not enough. In addition, we have to crush other ordinary classes. This is enough. Don't you want to get the monthly or even daily student medal as soon as possible? The determination of medal issuance and evaluation in simulated battles are also extremely critical. Hearing these words, the expressions on everyone's faces were moved. All of their medals now have stars. This means that you can only hone your skills in the Demon Sea Supreme Academy. Once you reach the moon level, you have the right to go out and perform tasks. Reaching the Japanese level is equivalent to obtaining a permit to enter the Heavenly Cave. If only the top students in other ordinary classes had received higher-level student medals first. If they are still stars, that's a big shame. Therefore, other students immediately agreed. Yes, Mr. Yun is right, we can't take it too lightly. Maybe the demonic Grand Canyon is a trap set by the school. Once all the monsters inside wake up, even we won't be able to resist them. Even if they can be annihilated, it will be of no benefit to us. If we lose our troops, tomorrow's battle of the rift will be dangerous. It's better to focus on tomorrow's battle. If your hands are itchy, recharge your batteries and vent all your anger on the monster that comes from the crack. I see that everyone is very sensible. Yun Jun also nodded with satisfaction. Why doesn't he want to give full play to his abilities and show off his strength? To know the current contribution ratio of Elite Class 1, Chen Ruoyao alone has reached 55.9%. Even he was only 19.2%. But there's no need to rush. Yun Jun's eyes narrowed, judging from the theme of this round. When the rift comes tomorrow, the battle to defend Falling Star Base will be the highlight. By then, even if he is in Elite Class 1, he is confident that he will be ranked first in final contribution ratio. The next day, Class 7 was in the simulated world. In the center of Luoxing Base, a vast observation platform with a height of nearly 100 meters was temporarily built on the square of the administrative building. All the students from the Demon Sea and Luoxing's top management gathered here. Wei Tianxing asked carefully, Qin Sheng, can the protective shield be turned on now? Qin Yi raised his eyebrows. Calculating the time, it is indeed almost the same. Turn it on. After receiving the instruction, Wei Tianxing picked up the walkie-talkie with a solemn expression. Attention of all departments, activate the energy hub. Received at hub number 1. Number 2 hub received. ... Just for a moment, hundreds of tiny beams of light shot out into the sky from all over the Falling Star Base. After reaching a certain height, these light spots stayed in midair. Then, using these light points as nodes, transparent energy material began to transfer, and soon the entire Luo Xing base was enveloped. It's like being wrapped in an egg-shell. When Wei Tianxing saw this, he couldn't help but sigh, what a powerful technology. Our land in Luoxing is still too small. Humanity has mastered this technology 200 years ago. But now we can't even create the energy to activate it. In fact, this is also the reason why the Fallen Star Army still invests some resources in communication research and development even if it has not explored external information before. Those technological products left behind 200 years ago have always made them yearn for human civilization. When Qin Yi heard this, his heart moved slightly. Speaking of which, the technological level of Falling Star Base is indeed not high. Protective shield technology like this is not used to protect survival bases in the outside world. Even humans have used suspended chariots. Is this a major drawback caused by lack of resources? Sure enough, martial arts resources are extremely important. If humans want to gain an advantage in the fight against those monsters, they have to fight for everything. In other words, this is true even when facing other countries. Qin Sheng, I don't know what level of technology, including martial arts, the human beings outside you have achieved. Have you remembered anything now? Lu Yan touched his head and asked. I didn't think of it. Qin Yi shook his head and said simply. In order to get through the thick fog, the damage to my brain was still too serious. Is this so? The surrounding Luoxing senior officials were even more moved. But they know that staying in the fog for a long time will indeed affect their sanity. But even if he takes such a big risk, he still has to come to rescue them. What a great kindness. The crowd of Mahai students behind them who couldn't say anything had different expressions. Good guy, he's getting more and more serious when he lies. However, as low-status subordinates or servants in the eyes of the fallen stars, they do have an advantage, that is, they are rarely asked for their opinions. Otherwise, it would be breaking the rules. Naturally, there is no need to talk nonsense. Sizzling. At this moment, black filaments flashed like thunder in the sky and then disappeared. This scene made Wei Tianxing and others look shocked. Really, you must know that before today, Luo Xing base had never been attacked by a space rift. Opening up an extremely precious protective shield without any knowledge. Purely because of Qin Yi's prestige. But what is happening now also proves that they believe that the choice of this contemporary sage is correct. There are real cracks in the sky. If Qin Sheng hadn't come, how much loss would we have faced under such a sudden attack? The protective shield's resistance should be able to stop these evil spirits, right? Don't worry. In addition to our Luoxing base, Qin Sheng and his men will resist this crisis. We will win. Oh, kill. At the same time, alerts also appeared in the minds of all the students in the Demon Sea. The second phase of the mission begins. The cracks in the demon cave are coming, and the monsters falling from the sky will cause a devastating blow to the falling star base. Of course, this is assuming that the simulation participants do not intervene. What you need to do is to reduce the casualties caused by monsters to the falling star base buildings and personnel as much as possible. Is it finally here? It can be known from the prompt tone that this disaster would have happened if they had not taken action. Then falling star base will suffer a devastating blow. This also shows that the strength of the descending monster is definitely much greater than that of the falling star. The guys looked serious. Before this simulation, they were in their respective survival bases. Although they were geniuses, they only had amazing potential. Even if there are cracks in the Devil's Cave. There is also the Demon Suppression Department and the big bosses in the administrative system to support the scene. If it doesn't work, strong men from other places will rush to help. But now, they are the main force in this disaster. If these monsters cannot be resisted, the falling star base, which has been living for 5 days and the human fire that struggles to survive in the lurking crisis, will be destroyed. In any case, these people, including the sergeants, regard them as servants or subordinates. But after the invasion of monsters, the Fallen Star people began to become extremely friendly towards the Demon Sea students. Even though I know it's simulated, as human beings, they do not want to see this place become a hell on earth. A sense of responsibility arises spontaneously. The cracks in the sky are still manifesting. The originally bright and sunny day became gloomy under the reflection of the black light from the crack. There were panic and exclamations in the base one after another. Will mankind be utterly defeated? No, everything here is protected by our Demon Sea students. Qin Yi's eyes narrowed. He stretched out his hand and threw the magic spirit ball into the air. Kakaka. The scales quickly disintegrate and remodel. Qin Yi stared at the cracks in the Devil's Cave that were gradually forming in the sky, and said in a cold tone, "Gentlemen, come with me to face the enemy." When the other Demon Sea students heard this, they all took out their weapons. Stand ready. The more they fully experienced this simulated world, the more they realized the intentions of the school. Since Advent, they were used to fighting alone in high schools and training camps, saving the world by themselves. I have learned the power of the team and understood the consequences of being a whole body and affecting the whole body. I also understand that building trust is not achieved overnight. The Sun Army is like different voices in reality, the people who ridicule on the road of growth, and those from other countries who have different intentions. And then, make choices, endure, and seek to break the situation. After getting along with the Luoxing people in the past few days, they also had a sense of belonging in their hearts. When faced with disaster, they not only fight for mission completion, evaluation and star value, but also for the righteousness of mankind. Feel the majestic power emanating from these young people. Wei Tianxing and others were also shocked. More confidence. Zitza. Just at this time, several cracks in the sky that were hundreds of meters long formed over Luo Xing base. The next moment, countless monsters of many types fell from inside. The tentacles beside the corners of the mouth, the densely packed compound eyes, the spiral-shaped mouthparts extending out. The ferocious appearance of that head made ordinary people extremely uncomfortable. They made hoarse and weird sounds and looked at the falling star base below with bloodthirsty. The battle is about to break out. Please like and subscribe. Chapter 171. Monsters fell on the transparent protective cover one after another. Keep hammering and attacking. Energy of various different attributes exploded outside the protective shield. Dense black spots are attached to it. The monster's ferocious face made the humans in the base shudder. If there is no such barrier, one can imagine what kind of devastating blow Luoxing base would suffer under such a sudden attack. And in the Luoxing administration building, on the vast observation platform, Gongsun Qing looked stern. "Commander Wei, please open an opening letting here." "We are ready." These words were filled with a sense of desolation and despair, paired with the slightest chill blooming around Gongsun Qing. There is quite an artistic conception of going forward bravely. "Ah, Qin Sheng, do you need to turn it on now?" Wei Tianxing turned to ask Qin Yi. These words made Gongsun Qing almost stagger. The heroic and desolate atmosphere just now was instantly broken. "Can you please stop being such a nuisance to the scenery? Now in this scene, isn't it necessary to open the doorway to let the monsters pass through? Otherwise, the energy of the protective shield will be wasted, and no matter how strong the defense is, it will only serve as a delay. The best solution is naturally to use protective shields." Confining the scope of the monster's invasion, they gathered together to fight. This is the correct answer. It seems, it's not necessary anymore. Qin Yi frowned. At this moment, many monsters on the protective shield moved aside to make room for a white snake monster that had just descended from the crack. This white snake monster opened its bloody mouth. The sharp and slender fangs bit hard towards the protective shield. Click. Then, the venom passed through the teeth and poured in quickly. A strange scene happened. The protective shield that was only slightly vibrating no matter how violent the attack was, slowly began to dissolve and become thinner where the venom spread. At the same time, the energy in White Snake's body gradually weakened. When all these natal venoms are consumed, it will die. On the observation platform, everyone's expressions changed instantly when they saw that there was a monster that could open the protective shield. No, the venom of this monster has a miraculous effect on the energy of the protective shield. Now I count, this white snake bites me in 7 places. The situation is very bad. In this way, our original plan of gathering together, opening and waiting for something to happen will be in vain. Yes, this battle is more difficult than imagined. Originally, Everyone only had to stay under one opening to deal with the falling monsters, but now there are 7 openings, and the distance is relatively scattered. As you can imagine, the difficulty has increased a lot. Fortunately, the number of these white snakes is limited. I guess there are only so many openings. Qinyi's whole body was filled with wisps of netherworld power. Okay, in this case, there is no other way. Everyone, please go to the entrance of the cave and prepare to meet the enemy. Leave the southeast opening to me. Boom. The words fell. Qinyi instantly burst out with tyrannical force, jumped down from the observation platform, and jumped to the top of a tall building in the distance. Then he quickly shuttled through the concrete forest. The corners of his clothes squeaked under the airflow caused by the flying air. Walk. Upon seeing this, the Demon Sea students and the top brass of the Fallen Star Army began to attack in different directions in the next second. A huge commercial plaza at Luoxing Base. The normally bustling area was now very quiet. Due to the incoming cracks, people took emergency measures and went to stronger shelters. Qinyi stood on the empty bluestone ground, holding a scarlet sword. Look towards the sky. The white snake is still injecting venom into the protective shield. The purple liquid spread into a round shape with a diameter of about 10 meters, which was not too regular, and continued to erode the pale white protective energy. Kakaka. Sudden. After reaching a certain critical point, the protective shield is like a soda cracker soaked in enough water. It will crack when lightly stepped on by the surrounding monsters. Blah blah blah. Shield fragments fell. A large number of monsters fell from the sky. Qinyi's eyes narrowed, and he kicked his legs violently, jumping directly onto the wall of the building next to the square. Use the force to jump again. He easily reached tens of meters in the air and had a face-to-face encounter with those monsters. Under the influence of the power of the netherworld. Although at this moment I still can't stay in the air for a long time. It is relatively easy to control the falling speed and change body shape. Demon Blade. 3,000 vertical and horizontal slashes. The long knife in Qinyi's hand was confused. In an instant, dozens of knives were struck. Suddenly, the sky was stained with blood, and all the flesh and blood of these monsters were chopped into small pieces and fell. Congratulations to the host for killing the fire-breathing demon chicken and obtaining 202 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the fire-breathing demon chicken and gaining 112 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing the wood spirit demon and gaining 193 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the wood spirit demon and gaining 102 experience points. A lot of ghost points and experience acquisition prompts sounded in my mind. These monsters are much weaker than those deep in the demonic Grand Canyon. Therefore, Qinyi also used the technique of fast sword speed and dispersion of power. This is Qinyi's big advantage. There are countless methods drawn from the Underworld carousel, each with its own characteristics, and you can reach the ultimate level without much practice. In this way, facing different situations and using different techniques, you can maximize your combat power. A crazy killing spree. Although there was only one person at the entrance of the cave where Qinyi was stationed, these monsters that descended could not escape. There was no time to invade the base from all directions, and he died on the spot. It can be said that there is quite an aura of one man being able to control everything. Even later, the speed at which the monster fell was simply not comparable to Qinyi's speed. The sword energy slashed through, almost sealing the entrance of the cave. Compared with the evil Grand Canyon, the pressure is too small. Qinyi sighed helplessly. In fact, this is also normal. The Devil's Grand Canyon was not originally meant for these new students to explore. But when this crack comes, every class has to face it. The difficulty will naturally vary. In addition, although there are several demon cave cracks in the sky that are constantly producing monsters, the pressure is evenly distributed because there are several cave entrances. But, compared with Qinyi's ease, the situation at the other 6 cave entrances was not so smooth. In a community at Luoxing Base, monsters kept falling from the hole in the sky. A large number of sergeants and Demon Sea students are fighting with these monsters below. Many residential buildings have been damaged beyond recognition by fierce fighting. On a lawn, a monster that looked like a gorilla struck with its fist like a rocket. Hu Xiaofang panicked and picked up the long golden stick and stood it in front of him. Kang! The sound of metallic roar resounded. Hu Xiaofang's jaw was shaken by a huge force, causing severe pain. The long stick was struck in the face. All of a sudden, his face turned into dirt, cracked and sunken. The orangutan monster is preparing to take advantage of the victory. Hoo. A burst of frost breath hit, covering the orangutan monster in an instant, greatly reducing its mobility. Then, Gongsun Qing, wearing a pair of black gloves, turned into a phantom and rushed out from the left. Boom! With one punch, the orangutan monster rolled dozens of times on the ground and smashed into a nearby building. Thank you, brother Gongsun. The dirt on Hu Xiaofang's face recovered again and he said thank you. If Gongsun Qing hadn't taken action, he would probably have been beaten to death by a few punches from this powerful monster even if he had the power of clay sculpture. No way, the gap is too big. His health value is only 5 to 600, which is around the middle stage of a third-grade warrior. Counting powerful superpowers, the ability to defeat 4th-level monsters is almost at its limit. But the orangutan monster just now has probably reached the threshold of martial arts strength. Gongsun Qing waved his hand. We are all classmates, why are you so polite? Leave this big guy to me. You can deal with other monsters. Crash, looking at the orangutan monster standing up again in the rubble in the distance. Hu Xiaofang swallowed his saliva and said without any pretense, okay, thank you for your hard work, brother Gongsun. Immediately, Hu Xiaofang strode aside to help other sergeants. As for Gongsun Qing, blue patterns appeared entwined around his neck. His expression was solemn. With his combat power, he must be cautious when facing this martial artist-level monster. There was no way, Gongsun Qing had the strongest combat power at the entrance of this cave. If he doesn't deal with this big guy, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble. As for during the battle, some scattered monsters are already killing around the base. I can't care about that much anymore for the time being. Simulation participant, Zhang Kuixing died. Simulation participant, Zhou Dai died. Some students in the class starting to die. Qin Yi was a little irritable. This means that other places are still under great pressure. If these monsters invade the base and wreak havoc, then the degree of completion will definitely experience a huge drop. This is not possible. It seems that waiting for things to happen is not suitable for me. Taking the initiative is the right answer. Immediately, Qin Yi opened the student medal and sent an emergency message notification. The combat forces close to my leak will check and fill in the gaps. I'm going to break out of the protective shield. Since it was an emergency notification, these words sounded directly on the chests of the students in Class 7. Break out of the shield. Copy that, I'm here, Wang San. Let's split up into 2. That's almost it. We have enough people. Soon, 3 Demon Sea students rushed to Qin Yi's guard point. Seeing this, Qin Yi did not hesitate. Boom! The power of the netherworld exploded and leapt into the air again. Use the surrounding buildings as a springboard. It passed through the leak in a few strokes. Stand on top of the shield. The monster next to him also came up in an instant. Qin Yi didn't panic at all, and swung his long sword across the sword, kill all ghosts to death. Aha! Layers of fierce ghosts suddenly bit into all directions. I hate it. Kill, 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 everyone deserves to die. Drown to death like me. Letting these ghosts fight against the remaining monsters, Qin Yi immediately broke out on top of the protective shield and rushed towards the crack in the distance. Because of this moment, the monsters that corresponded to the cracks at the entrance of the cave that he was guarding just now were almost wiped out at this moment. Although the deep black crack in the sky is still full of monsters. But the speed of output is far behind Qin Yi's hunting speed. Taking advantage of this gap, I can just serve as a firefighter. Demon Sea Academy, Monitoring Hall. At this moment, fierce battles are going on all the screens in the picture. This round of Simulation World finally ushered in the final moment. However, only 10 minutes have passed since the crack invasion. Already, 10 classes have been completely wiped out, and none of the students or the Luoxing base defense force were spared. The entire base was completely reduced to a paradise for monsters and a ruins of war. These are examples of failure. But the progress of these 10 classes is not surprising, but has been foreshadowed for a long time. Their preparations for the war were in shambles. There was even a fierce conflict with the fallen star people. Before the cracks opened, defeat was already certain. Therefore, the strong men of the academy did not pay too much attention. Their attention was basically focused on the 8 classes that had successfully gotten Fallen Star to open their protective shields. Look, Qinyi is ready to take out the protective shield to hunt those monsters. A silver-haired academic tutor spoke in surprise. You know, because almost no flying monsters were born in the crack this time. Therefore, the biggest advantage of opening the protective shield is that you can wait and see below, waiting for the monsters to come, and then kill these beasts while waiting for work. And the opening is not big, so it will not be besieged by many monsters in a short time. But once out, then you have to face overwhelming monsters, which is equivalent to putting yourself in a circle. Gao Ziyuan, however, touched his beard and said calmly, "What's so strange about this? Isn't that what it's like in the Devil's Grand Canyon? And compared to the strength of the demonic Grand Canyon, the average strength of the monsters produced by this crack is even weaker." The powerful people in the surrounding schools were speechless. That seems to be the case. If it were anyone else, facing this overwhelming attack, they would be injured if they were not careful and their combat effectiveness would be affected. But they have all seen Qinyi's superb defense power. I'm really not afraid anymore. Brother Lin, you feel so comfortable. The class you led is actually assigned to a monster of this level. Tisk, 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 you got a big bargain. Why am I not so lucky? There's nothing you can do about it, it's all about fate. Although it is said that the tutor of Demon Sea Academy was a little bit reluctant to let go of the boss at the beginning of the class division. But this is just to allow all the geniuses to better understand the gains and losses in the first round of Simulated World, and it is specially done. It can be regarded as a practice in the Demon Sea. In the future academic career, these mentors will still work extremely hard to cultivate these future seeds of great Sha. In addition, the performance of the class he leads is also extremely critical for the end-of-year bonus evaluation. As a result, Class 7 is now an ordinary class with excellent luck. One can imagine how happy Lin Ming would be as a class instructor. Ha 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 ha, it's okay, it's okay. Lin Ming casually modestly said, but the smile on his face could not be stopped at all. It's a pity that Qinyi can't take care of everything by himself when guarding the crack. Otherwise, it may not be impossible to win the first place in class completion. The protective shield was dissolved by the poisonous snake monster and 7 large holes were created, which meant that the battlefield was divided. As a result, Qinyi, as a freshman with unparalleled combat power, was a bit unable to use his strength. This is a bit of a headache. If it were like the demonic Grand Canyon, all the monsters would collectively besiege Qinyi. Then I really have a chance to compete with Class 1. But now, the manpower of Class 1 can be spread out to guard, and they can also ensure that every opening has enough combat power to crush the monsters. No matter how brave Qinyi is, there are some scattered monsters missing from other openings to destroy the base. There is nothing we can do. Gao Ziyuan shook his head. Actually, class completion has little impact on such a top talent. It's just a false name. The difference in the guaranteed star value reward between the first-ranked class and the second-ranked class is only 30. And based on Qinyi's current performance, it is estimated that relying on his personal contribution and evaluation, he will definitely get thousands of star points. Guaranteed reward for class ranking. This is attractive to the weak. But for the strong, it doesn't matter. It's equivalent to your strong sales ability, but you still focus on that little basic salary. And he single-handedly brought the completion level of the ordinary class to a level close to that of the elite class 1. This title is probably louder than being ranked first in the class. Getting the monthly student medal is just around the corner. Besides, who said class 7 has no chance of ranking first in completion? Gao Ziyuan added. This last sentence made all the instructors look slightly moved. What's the meaning? Isn't the theme of the first round about guards? Although the progress of Class 7 has been perfect, it is still suffering from the impact of scattered monsters, so the degree of completion should be lower. However, Gao Lao's identity does give him access to some deeper secrets. Maybe they know more about the automatic judgment standards of this world than they do. Dot 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 dot. Class 7 is in a simulated world. It was about an hour after the magic cave crack in the sky came. Finally, no more of those disgusting guys crawled out from inside. Sizzling. Around those cracks, all the air energy rushed back like liquid backflow. Soon, the entire sky became smooth as before, and these cracks seemed as if they had never appeared before. There is no follow-up supply of troops. The scattered monsters causing trouble in the base were quickly wiped out. Finally, everyone regrouped in the administrative building in the center of the base. At this time, after the battle just now, there were only 28 students left in Class 7. But the big guy didn't feel any sadness. After all, they are just energy bodies, and they are not dead in reality. On the contrary, it was after successfully guarding the crack. The world is still spinning, which makes people a little confused. Hey, that's weird. Why is there still no movement? Could it be that after we deal with these monsters, is there anything else we need to do? Qin-Yi on the side put away the magic spirit ball, thoughtfully. Maybe the other class simulations haven't ended yet. Although everyone is in sync, there must be no new monsters coming to the cracks in the 70 worlds at this moment. But some simulated worlds have too many remaining monsters. All must be cleared before the class completion ranking can be evaluated and returned uniformly. This is definitely the most reasonable explanation, right? Don't wait until something happens. It's not fun to be stuck in a simulation like this. I'm a little anxious now to turn my bad points into strength, but don't make any mistakes. Qin-Yi explored the panel again. Name, Qin-Yi. Position, Judge of the Punishment Department, 376,582 600,000ths. Progress of Heart of Netherworld, 48.5 100. Control of Authority, Chain of Life and Death. Current number of demons suppressed, 2020. Currently, the ghost points that can be obtained every hour 531 points. Number of ghost points, 235,341. Acquisition methods. 6-layer Shira body, destroy all ghosts, blood dark eyes, suppressing evil tower. Evaluation. There are already certain means to compete with the darkness, a rising star in the underworld. After this round of fighting, the number of ghost points directly reached 230,000. Converted to a long-term underworld sign, that's 23 blue products. Qin Shang, everyone, are you guys okay? Suddenly, Wei Tianxing's voice came from far away. It made a lot of people look at it. The visitors were none other than the senior officials of Falling Star Base. What's going on? Why are there still plots about these guys? Qin-Yi was also interrupted from his thoughts. He raised his eyebrows and simply responded, "Fortunately, it's nothing serious. It's no big deal." Wei Tianxing glanced at the Mahai students who were still present. There are about 10 fewer faces than before. I couldn't help but feel admiration in my heart. Qin Sheng is still so righteous. In order to help defend Falling Star Base, the losses were so heavy, but in order not to worry them, they pretended to be fine. In an instant, Wei Tianxing burst into tears. "Thank you, if it wasn't for you. With this disaster, our Falling Star Base may be destroyed." Qin Yigang wanted to speak in response. But he found that Wei Tianxing's expression froze. Including all the falling stars behind him, they also maintained their previous postures. Even the birds in the sky spread their wings and stayed motionless in the air. Throughout the square, only the Demon Sea students can still move freely. Is this the simulation over? Qin-Yi scratched his head. Really? Then the clear voice sounded in the minds of all the students. Contribution ratio analysis. Class and personal evaluations are being generated. The class and personal evaluation of simulation participant Qin-Yi has been generated. Class evaluation. Completeness 93.5%. Completion ranking, first. Simulation conclusion. Completely convince the people at Luo Xing Base, both parties get along well, and are willing to open the protective shield to prevent monsters from attacking the base immediately. In the subsequent guard battle, the performance was remarkable. Only a few monsters attacked the base, causing a small amount of building damage and casualties. In addition, eradicating the threat of the demonic Grand Canyon has greatly increased the hope of survival of humans in the Falling Star Base in the future. Quote, The completion ranking is actually number 1. Hearing this, Qin couldn't believe it. You must know that in the final battle to guard the rift, there was some dispersion due to the monster exit. I couldn't take everything into consideration, so I still let some monsters go deep into the base to destroy them. But Elite Class 1 is a martial arts master per capita, and they still have the kind of combat power that far exceeds the blood value. Maybe if we go together, we may not be able to defeat ourselves in sheer form. But it is definitely more advantageous to fight separately. This has never been compared to Class 7. It was because of what was said in the evaluation that he completely convinced Luoxing's senior management. Or, it will greatly increase the chance of human beings surviving in the future falling stars. Before Qin could figure it out, personal testimonials quickly followed. Personal review. Student, Qin Class contribution ratio 95.8%. Rating, amazing. Simulation conclusion. Like a sage coming to this world, he single-handedly made the top management of Luoxing completely change their attitude towards the students of Demon Sea. The devil descended and swept across the Devil's Grand Canyon with an unstoppable attitude, turning what was originally a forbidden area for humans into a purgatory in the eyes of monsters. In the final battle to guard the crack, they took the lead and tried their best. The performance was almost perfect. Quote, Star Value Reward. Class ranking amount 300 star points. Personal star value bonus, 6,266 star value. Total, 6,566 star value. This rating is so high. Although Qin is also very satisfied with his performance in the simulated world. But these terms are indeed a bit outrageous. Sages, demons, ahem, after all, I am just a young man who has not even reached the level of a martial artist. Isn't that a little exaggerated? But think about it. In the hierarchy of power in the simulated world, a 5th grade martial artist is a saint, and the 1st level Dark Descendant demon is a being above the saint. But he was still killed easily. It makes sense to say that he is a demon. Finally, there is the star value reward. To be honest, it's a bit much. The reward for being first in the class is only 300 stars. His own personal bonus even exceeded it by 20 times. This is a hard currency that is more important than Daxia coins in the academy. After this battle, no matter what I buy or do in the future, I will buy nether materials. It's all very convenient. Consciousness is returning. Sudden. After all evaluations are over, Qin was still immersed in the harvest and praise. Consciousness fell into chaos again. This time, the moment he heard the notification sound, Qin paused the operation of the suppression tower in his mind. The highest academy of the demonic sea. Area 3 of Simulation Venue C. The huge red simulation cabins, shaped like eggshells, are still expanding and contracting like breathing. The entire venue was extremely quiet. Sudden. Kakaka. All simulation cabins made slight noises. A smooth cut separates it down the middle. The first half rises slowly. Wah la la la. The viscous liquid that originally enveloped the students all tilted out. The moment it touched the ground, everything was absorbed. Qin opened his eyes. Vision returns. He couldn't help but murmur. This is reality. Academy. The 5-day experience at Falling Star Base seems to be still vivid in my mind. So I was really confused for a while. However, this sense of trance is only for those who have experienced the entire 5 days. The next second, a very energetic roar echoed throughout the venue. Lu Yan, you dare to cheat on me. 4 days, do you know how I spent these 4 days? The students walked out of the simulation cabin. He couldn't help but look towards the source of the sound. It was discovered that the person who cursed loudly was Wu Qian, who was attacked and killed by the Liang army after living in the simulated world for only 1 day. As the first student from Class 7 to die in battle, his consciousness returned immediately after being killed. But the problem is, since then, my body has been immersed in the viscous liquid, my vision has been completely dark, and I can't get out. In fact, the purpose of the school is to allow these students who died to reflect and think about what they did not do well. It's just that 4 days of thinking is indeed a bit long. Wu Qian became more and more angry as he thought about it in the simulation cabin. When you enter the simulation world, your identity is that of the waiter who was pestered by the ant at the beginning. Then, after the first meeting of Class 7 was held, in order to improve the trust of Falling Star residents, he volunteered for another whole day. What the hell? After working so hard, he was tricked by Liang's group into an abandoned building and killed. Who can I talk to reason with you? Also killed along with Wu Qian was Sha Junfeng. This man with a resolute face and a height of 1.9 meters was also full of grief and anger. Brothers, it's finally over. Tell me, how did you avenge us? Those people at Falling Star Base are really nothing. We want to help them with good intentions, and we work hard and do farm work and charity without complaint. In the end, you still touch our Demon Sea students. This shows that we should kill them directly from the beginning and open the protective shield ourselves. However, the strength of those guys cannot be underestimated. Especially Liu Yan, the flame martial artist's attack power is a bit fierce. Listening to Wu Qian and Sha Junfeng's complaints, everyone else in Class 7 looked embarrassed. I don't know what to say. It seems that the evaluation is generated in the mind of those who are still alive. So Wu Qian and the others didn't check the student medals. Don't know their progress. Speaking of which, these two brothers didn't enjoy the time when Luo Xingren was respectful to everyone behind them. Except for the first day, everyone was under surveillance and had to pretend to be grandchildren and do volunteer work or something. The next few days were not very comfortable. It can even be said that during a few-day trip to Falling Star Base, Team 7 was formed. But, how to explain these words? You said that after you die, we will have smooth sailing immediately. It's a bit too heart-wrenching. The two people who had been killed long ago had a bad premonition in their hearts when they saw that the others were hesitant to speak. Wu Qian squatted down angrily and hammered the ground hard with his right hand. Well, what I was most worried about happened. You probably didn't notice that the Sun Army killed us, right? Yes, they must have planned carefully before doing such a shameful thing. No need to be embarrassed. It's human nature to do calculations mentally but not intentionally. It's human nature for us to be defeated one by one. If you want to blame it, it's because the school's setup is so disgusting. At this moment, Wu Qian thought that the big guy was not aware of it in time after the two of them were killed, resulting in heavy losses, and he felt a little incompetent and annoyed. So he immediately spoke out to comfort him. After all, even he, the wise Demon Sea prodigy, Wu Qian, the pride of the Lulong Municipal Survival Base, fell down. It is normal for everyone to suffer losses. Cunning Star Faller. The cunning Sun Army. Qin Yi's mouth twitched. Wu Qian's brain-boosting ability is really strong. It's all nonsense. But after Qin Yi thought about it, he somewhat understood. To talk about locking yourself in a simulation cabin full of viscous liquid for 4 days, thinking alone in darkness and chaos. It would be strange if he doesn't have some mental problems. It can only be said that the two of them were a little unlucky and were selected by the Liang army. Not only did he not survive until the good days came. In terms of personal contribution ratio, the star points that can be obtained are also very few. Ahem. Gongsun Qing really couldn't listen anymore. Coughed twice. You two calm down first. Let me tell you some good news first. After the two people died, we immediately found out that it was the Liang army. It did not cause greater losses. Wu Qian and Sha Junfeng scratched their heads in embarrassment. I discovered it right away. To put it this way, they thought their teammates were too much of a waste. It's a bit offending, but what the two of them didn't expect was that this was just the beginning, and Gongsun Qing's next words were even more unacceptable. It shocked them beyond measure. I saw Gongsun Qing standing among everyone. He said with pride on his face. After you died, something unexpected happened quickly, and a large number of monsters attacked. We, Class 7 students, worked together and were united as one, and gained initial trust from Luoxing. Brother Qin was even more heroic. He single-handedly killed the demons and monsters in the Grand Canyon with their corpses everywhere. He completely made the Fallen Star people regard him as a sage. That's what gave us first place in class completion. Brother Qin, the eternal god. Concluding remarks after the simulation. The stiff atmosphere just now became lively in an instant. Yes, our Class 7 ranks first in class completion, even higher than Elite Class 1. Even if you win, this is still an extremely dazzling honor. Not to mention, there is a huge 300-star value guarantee and dozens or hundreds of personal extra star value rewards. You need to know based on previous experience. The star points awarded for admission are estimated to be around 200 for each Demon C student. This is still on the premise of being averaged by many big guys. Oh, big brother Chin Yi is mighty. Ha 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 ha, I never dreamed that I would be able to get the first place in class completion. Should I say it or not, I really won. The only true god born in the demonic sea is with us, how can others fight with us? To be honest, the moment I saw Boss Chin Yi at the class party, I didn't know how to lose. Simple, too simple. ... In this festive and lively atmosphere, Wu Qian and Xia Junfang were completely confused. Boss Chin Yi. They remembered that before entering the simulated world, this person was not even ranked among the top 5 in the class in health value. Why did everyone respect him so much after a simulated battle? Let the fallen people be regarded as saints and single-handedly raid the forbidden areas. And he also won the first place in class completion. What a joke. There are a total of 50 monsters in this class of Demon C freshmen who have reached the realm of martial arts masters just after entering school. They didn't get any. To be honest, I don't say it ranks first in completion. Being able to rank in the top 36 and advance to the second round of simulated battles is already a blessing, right? Wu Qian and Xia Junfang both suspected that they were now in the second simulation world. Everything happening in front of me is too dreamy. Suddenly, Wu Qian thought of something. Quickly opened the mailbox panel in the cadet medal. Sure enough, class and personal evaluations have been sent. He clicked it and took a look. His pupils suddenly widened. I really got the first place in class completion. The 325 star points have suddenly arrived in his account. 300 points is the reward for finishing first in the class. And 25 points is some contribution received from volunteering. Boom. Just at this time, the door to the venue suddenly opened. A bald man walked in. It was Lin Ming, their tutor of Class 7. It's the complete opposite of the unsmiling class party at the beginning of school. Now Lin Ming's mouth was about to burst into laughter. I saw him walking in front of everyone. A loud voice came out. Dear students, congratulations on winning the first round of simulation battles and ranking first in class completion. Even Elite Class 1 was stepped on. It can be said that this is a miracle for Demon C Academy, and it is also a miracle for you. The reason why the Demon C Supreme Academy has the Elite Class 1 setting. There are actually many reasons. For example, if you want to have such a group, let everyone else have an insurmountable goal. As a result, these self-proclaimed monsters keep chasing. Or maybe you want to quickly cultivate a group of elite teams that can go out of school for combat training. But no matter what the reason is, this class division rule is doomed. The combat power of Elite Class 1 must be superior to other ordinary classes. But now, under the leadership of Chin Yi, Class 7 completed an incredible feat of counterattack. This will definitely be recorded in the history of Demon C Academy. And Chin Yi will rely on this battle to make a name for himself when he first enters the school. After all, although the images of the simulated world will not be made public, class and personal evaluations will be available for query after they are synchronized to the medal later today. Chin Yi, you are very strong. I'm impressed by you. Lin Ming looked at Chin Yi and said sincerely. Chin Yi heard this, touched his nose. Did you impress the instructor as soon as the semester started? It's okay, it's okay. Should I be humble at this time? It's just average. My vitality is still weak and needs to be strengthened afterwards. Otherwise, there is no need to divide the battle to the evil Grand Canyon into 2 times. Chin Yi tried his best to find out his shortcomings in this simulation. This is also true. Before the simulated battle began, although my blood level was considered to be at the top among freshmen in the Demon Sea, it was still a little behind compared to the top students. It's just that this problem will be solved after converting 230,000 ghost points into real-time combat power. Let's not talk about anything else. You can definitely draw a lot of pure life force. After hearing Chin Yi's words, Lin Ming's expression froze. You have already performed so perfectly. Still not satisfied? Are you going to let others live? After thinking about it, Lin Ming still praised him. Good, very good. With the idea of continuous improvement, no wonder we can reach this point today. It's really awesome. Then, Lin Ming changed the subject. By the way, the freshman orientation summary meeting will be held soon. I know that you have experienced such a long period of high-intensity simulations, and you are a little exhausted both physically and mentally. But let's finish the meeting first and then rest. This can also be regarded as a summary of everyone's simulated battle. Of course, for us in Class 7, this is almost a commendation ceremony that will attract attention. Get ready for envy and adoration. Freshman Orientation Summary Meeting. After hearing this, everyone started to look forward to it. Ranked first in completion among 70 classes. Lin Ming was right. This conference is indeed a commendation conference for them. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Ha 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 ha, I can't wait. What kind of expression will the guy who comes out of the same survival base as me see when I get a class reward of 300 stars? Teacher Lin, please lead the way. Just when the students of Class 7 returned to reality. Area 1 of Simulation Venue A. The place where Elite Class 1 is located. Kakaka. The simulation cabin is separated. The thick liquid flows out and soaks into the ground. Jun Yun's voice immediately echoed throughout the venue. Impossible. How so? We have almost reached the extreme. Why is the class completion still second? Who is first? Even Yun Jun, who always calmly analyzes situations, became like this. Naturally, the other students in Class 1 were also unable to calm down for a long time. There is a shady story, there is definitely a shady story. In the final battle to guard the cracks, not even a single mosquito monster flew out of the 7 holes we guarded. This is only second in terms of completion. Are you kidding me? I know something about it. Apart from our class, only Class 55 was lucky enough to be assigned 3 freshmen of 5th grade martial arts masters. But even so, there is a huge difference in combat power from ours. Why? It's unacceptable, it's really unacceptable. In order to get the first place in a crushing manner this time, they were extremely cautious, but in the end this was the outcome. Boom. Just at this time, the door was pushed open. Their mentor, a man wearing sunglasses, walked in. Let's go to the freshman orientation summary meeting. Inside the Demon Sea Supreme Academy. A huge triangular building. Kuixing Martial Arts Hall. At this moment, many students have already walked in one after another. Without exception, everyone is a new student. It can be said that this is also the first large gathering of this generation of Demon Sea students besides the class gathering. Inside the martial arts hall, there was chatter everywhere. After all, everyone has just returned to reality from a 5-day simulation world. Lots to talk about. The most talkative among them are the students who died early in the simulated world. I have no choice but to die before I realize what the simulated world is about. I can only find out about it from other people's mouths. Qin Yi glanced around. Suddenly, he saw Lu Qianen's figure. The former number 1 genius of Donghua seemed to be in a good mood. He stretched out his hand and said hello to himself with a pleasant expression on his face. For Lu Qianen, they ranked 22nd in class completion and have entered the next round of simulated battles. In addition, personal performance and evaluation are excellent. Naturally feel good. Hu Xiaofeng also smiled. Brother Qin, do you think Brother Lu will be so jealous that he will go crazy if he finds out that we are ranked first in the class later? He. My personal reward is only 146 star points, which is less than half of the class reward. Even if Brother Lu performs like crazy, he'll probably be about the same as me. Qin Yi rubbed his chin and nodded. Maybe. Are you so happy with 300 star points? What would everyone's reaction be if they knew that the total star value I had obtained was more than 6,000 points? However, if the purchasing power of these stars is converted into Daxia coins, it is estimated to be at least hundreds of millions or more. This trip to the simulated world really made a lot of money. Suddenly, a dozen students from Class 1, headed by Yun Jun, walked in. It immediately attracted the attention of many people, who looked up and down. Hey, look, these are the guys from Class 1. The leader's name is Yun Jun. It is said that the second place in the Demon's Cave college entrance examination has nearly doubled the points. Yeah, it looks really impressive. In short, with the strong teamwork, they must be the first in class completion this time. I feel that the distribution of students in schools is a bit unfair. But why do these people look so bad? For them, guarding the falling star base should be easy. I must be pretending to be cool. ... Each student is in the square formation. Only Class 7 students know why these monsters are in such a bad mood. I originally thought that the number 1 spot for picking up items was taken away, so it would be strange to have a good face. As an elite class surpassed by ordinary classes. Whenever anyone who came later mentioned Chinyi and Team 7 glory, they would pull them out and beat their corpses repeatedly. It is no exaggeration to say that they have been nailed to the pillar of shame forever. As Yunjin and others walked, they looked at the classes in the martial arts hall with gloomy expressions. These guys, they all look like idiots. How could they get the title of first in completion? Time flies. Soon, all 70 classes were assembled. Just at this time, Gao Ziyuan also walked to the main stage. He glanced at Chinyi first, and then glanced at everyone. Then he spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, I am your junior dean, Gao Ziyuan. I won't say any more polite words or formal remarks. Everyone has just experienced a 5-day simulated battle. I believe everyone has a profound understanding. Let's first take a look at the results of your first battle after entering school. As Gao Ziyuan finished speaking, swish, a curtain of light was instantly projected into the air. Ranked first in class completion, Mahai Freshman Class 7. Second in class completion, Mahai Freshman Class 1. Third place in class completion, Mahai Freshman Class 55. ... It is the class completion ranking. The moment this light curtain appeared, the venue was boiling. What? The one with the highest degree of completion is not Class 1? Are you kidding me? Who knows if there are any top experts in Class 7? I don't know, I haven't heard of it anyway. I have done some statistical analysis, but there should not be even one student in Class 7 who has reached the 5th level of martial arts. Strange, so strange. ... Everyone in Class 1 looked even more ashamed. When everyone thinks you are firmly in first place, but you are slapped in the face. That feeling, shameful. Yunjun clenched his right fist. Class 7. I hope we can meet you in the next round of duel. I will definitely defeat them head on. ... Lu Qianan, who was in the square formation of Class 23, looked surprised. Brother Chin actually got first place. He thought that it would be very easy for Class 7 with Chinyi to advance to the next round. But I didn't expect that I could get such a good result as first place. It's really a bit scary. Look away. He noticed that Hu Xiaofeng had a smile on his face at this moment and looked at him. Lu Qianan was a little helpless. Good guy, work your butt off and excel in the simulated world. But if you add in the class's guaranteed star value, it's probably about the same as this kid. It's unbalanced. It's really a bit unbalanced. The entire venue was filled with whispers. Ahem. Gao Ziyuan cleared his throat on the main stage, attracting everyone's attention again. Some students are very satisfied with this result, while others are upset that they did not perform to their best. This is normal. But what I want to say is that the enemies currently faced by mankind are 10 times and 100 times more cunning than what you encounter in the simulated world. The environment we are in Daxia is much more complicated than in the simulated world. Yes, strength is the foundation of everything. But before you have the ability to crush, many decisions and choices are also extremely important. Battles between races and factions are not simply a comparison of sizes. This is the essence of this simulated battle. You need to understand it. Gao Ziyuan's words made the students present fall into deep thought. Yes, simulated battles are different from ring battles and wheel battles. It is equivalent to performing tasks in a real environment. It's not like I have a 1v1 duel with a demon. Whoever loses will give up some land. There will be no mercy in the showdown between races. Nip genius in the cradle, destroy your resource warehouse, and administer deadly poison. Use whatever means are available. As long as the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, it doesn't matter what benevolence, justice and morality are. Just like the thousand-faced demon incident at Nanjong Base. If those thousand-faced demons had a direct conflict with humans, they would not be able to cause such great damage. And in this simulated battle, those classes at the bottom were so horribly low in completion that the human fire was completely destroyed. Are they really that weak? Not at all. It can be said that every freshman class in Demon Sea has the combat power to be able to defend against the crack invasion in the end. It just depends on whether the losses are serious or not. Including those classes that performed well. There are also many shortcomings. As long as they can go back and sum up, I believe that after this simulation battle, the freshmen will definitely undergo a terrible transformation. 1 week later, the top 36 classes with the highest degree of completion will compete in the next round of competition. The second round will be a battle between classes, and the theme will be announced. The remaining 34 classes that enter the losing group will be collectively put into a more cruel simulated world with the theme, Purgatory on Earth. Qin heard these words. A thought came to my mind. The battle between classes is interesting. In this case, the opponents in the next simulated battle will not be those stupid monsters, but real people. Of course, I am also somewhat interested in the more brutal duel of the losing group. There was a big melee among 34 classes, and the theme was still a very gimmicky 4-character, Purgatory on Earth. However, Class 7, which ranks first in terms of completion, does not have the opportunity to participate. During this period, you can use the star value to strengthen yourself. In addition, all personal and class evaluations will be synchronized to the student medals later. You can check them by yourself to make some preparations for the battle. The meeting is dismissed. Student accommodation area. Manor number 6557. Qin was sitting cross-legged on a bright silver futon in the vast practice room. Dee. There was a sound as the cadet medals were handed out. After taking a look, Qin raised his eyebrows. Have the reviews been published? Let's take a look at Liu Qianan first. Personal review. Student, Liu Qianan. Class contribution ratio 8.91%. Rating, excellent. Simulation conclusion. Demonstrated good combat prowess in front of Fallen Starman, which greatly increased his trust in the Demon Sea students. Especially the flexible use of wind powers. Let yourself always be able to arrive at key battlefields in a relatively timely manner. He also made great contributions in team command and made many decisions that had a positive impact on the situation. But in some general directions, we are still too conservative and dare not take more risks. The performance in the crack guard battle was remarkable. Quote, Star value reward. Class ranking reward amount 135 star points. Personal star value bonus, 301 star value. Total, 436 star value. Is the contribution ratio close to 10%? Qin nodded. This is already pretty good. After all, there was a 5th grade martial artist in Liu Qianan's class. He is not the best in combat power, but he is able to contribute such a high proportion among the 50 geniuses. No wonder he looks so happy. However, the star value obtained was still more than 10 times worse than his own. He is almost the same as Hu Xiaofeng, the gangster from Class 7. Qin finally understood why 300 star points can make people so happy. For example, Liu Qianan's class ranked 22nd in terms of completion, and coupled with his outstanding personal performance, he was only about the same as from Class 7. The guaranteed bonus for ranking first in this class is indeed a bit high. Speaking of which, Hu Xiaofeng survived to the end no matter what. I don't know what the evaluation is of those students who died at the beginning. Qin was curious. Opened up Wu Qian, who died at the hands of the Liang army just 1 day after entering the simulated world. Personal review. Student, Wu Qian. Class contribution ratio 0.01%. Rating, pretty bad. Simulation conclusion. I spent a day volunteering at Falling Star Base, which slightly improved my trust level. But next, when faced with the invitation of the Liang army disguised as a citizen, he was not prepared at all and was easily led to the abandoned building and died on the spot. This kind of careless behavior can easily cause other students who don't understand the situation at Luoxing Base to panic or even lead to a bigger fight. Quote, Star value reward. Class ranking reward amount 300 star points. Personal star value bonus, 25 star value. Total, 325 star value. Good guy, the contribution ratio is only 0.01%, which is too low. The individual star value reward is only a pitiful 25 points, and almost all of it is obtained through volunteering. How is this different from entering a simulated world and working part-time? It can be said that when Wu Qian himself saw this evaluation, he must have been very crushed. After all, this is public. Interesting. Qin Yi rubbed his chin. I finally understand why the school wants to make these evaluations public. Based on these evaluations, some characteristics and combat capabilities of the students can be reflected to a great extent, and it can also be understood who is in C and who is hanging around. You must know that the next round of simulation, whether it is the winning group or the losing group, will be a duel between students. How to use limited intelligence to be more prepared is also an ability. Let's finally take a look at the students with the highest contribution ratio in Elite Class 1. Qin Yi immediately opened the evaluation panel of Class 1. Clicked on the student with the highest contribution ratio. Personal review. Student, Yunjin. Class contribution ratio 37.5%. Rating, perfect. Simulation conclusion. As a leader in the team, you can always make the right decisions at critical moments. During the battle to guard the rift, he took on countless incarnations, and the monsters he killed with his own strength stained the sky with blood. Performance-wise, there are almost no flaws. Quote, Star Value Reward. Class Ranking Reward amount 270 star points. Personal Star Value Bonus, 1352 star value. Total, 1622 star value. Oh, Incarnation. It seems that this student with the highest contribution rate in Elite Class 1 must have quite strange abilities. As for Chen Ruoyao, the second-ranked student in Class 1, her contribution rate also reached 35.2%. But judging from the evaluation, the strong thing is not the combat power, but the use of mind control method in this round of simulation to allow Fallen Star to open the protective shield. This is not the slightest threat to Qin Yi. A suppressing tower can completely suppress it. Well, that's it. Seeing this, Qin Yi also turned off the projection without interest. In fact, Qin Yi already understood it when he won the first place in class completion. Among the freshmen in the Demon Sea, he should have no rivals. Elite Class 1, just take a quick look at it. There is no need to pay too much attention. Improving your own strength is the most important thing. Obtain the monthly medal as early as possible and you will be qualified to go out to do missions. It is my next goal. Next, let's start drawing the Underworld carousel. It's time to turn these 230,000 ghost points into resources for your own growth. Qin Yi's eyes narrowed. Convert all ghost points into blue-grade Underworld long-term signatures. Extract. Following Qin Yi's thoughts, the ancient turntable was spinning rapidly in my mind. Kakaka. After the long sign rotated for a few seconds, it stopped quickly, and the arrow pointed to a small fan-shaped area. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,522 points of pure life force. Crash. An extremely pure power was born from the void and quickly integrated into Qin Yi's limbs and bones. Immediately, he can clearly feel that his vitality and blood values are increasing rapidly. After a few breaths of time, Qin Yi took a deep breath. There are still 22 more, let's continue. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Styx Stone. Styx Stone. At the bottom of the Styx River bed, the stone is constantly polished by the spirit of the Netherworld. It has an aura of death that is unbearable for ordinary creatures. Wa la la la. Colorful light appeared in front of Qin Yi's eyes. As these rays of light condensed, a dark gray round stone as smooth as an egg floated in midair. Materials with Netherworld properties. Being able to be drawn in the bonus area of the blue wheel, the quality of this thing must not be low. Put it away first. Wait a moment and then devour it to use it to enhance the heart of the Netherworld. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,852 points of pure life force. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,455 points of pure life force. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blue level method 7 colored evil curse. ... Rewards are drawn continuously. This feeling of converting all the gains into real-time combat power is really wonderful. Sudden. Just when Qin Yi drew the 15th long draw, a critical attack appeared. Congratulations to the host for the critical hit reward and obtaining the purple magical power, Wings of the Death Demon. Whether to receive it. Purple level magical power. Qin Yi was overjoyed. Just by hearing the name, you can tell that this thing is definitely not ordinary. Receive. Sizzling. At the moment of Qin Yi's choice, In the air, the energy particles of death and dark elements instantly became active. They condensed and entangled with each other around Qin Yi. Qin Yi was a little confused. However, seeing as these particles are still reacting, there is no need to rush. Just wait. More than 10 breaths of time passed. When these energy particles combine to a certain critical point. Aha! These particles are like a storm. In an instant, he got into Qin Yi's body. A strange energy resides in the body. To be precise, behind the sides, under the shoulder blades. Qin Yi had a thought in his mind. Whirring. Dark gray energy swam out. It doesn't take a while. It condensed into a pair of bat-like wings, covered with a layer of dark gray film, with distinct skeletons and a total length of 6 meters. What a wonderful feeling. Qin Yi turned around and looked at the wings he had. And tried to move. I found that this thing has become a part of my body like my arm, without any sense of disobedience. It is like an arm in command in the true sense. With the blessing of the death demon wings, even if you don't become a master, you should still be able to control the sky. Think of this. Qin Yi didn't care that there were still a few underworld long lots that had not been drawn. It won't be reduced by leaving it there anyway. Let's go out and try out our magical powers first. Hoo. Over the vast estate, Qin Yi spread his huge wings and soared in the sky. The howling wind passed by my ears. It is truly a purple-grade magical power, so fast. Qin Yi was overjoyed. This air speed is initially estimated to be nearly 3 times faster than the one I am running now, relying on explosive power. What is this concept? If you were to fight against yourself before you gained this magical power, then, just relying on the flexibility of these wings, Qin Yi can advance or retreat. It's easy to win. Even Qin Yi doubted that this speed was no worse than those of new grandmasters. Moreover, to use the wings of the death demon to control the air, only a little bit of the power of the netherworld in the body is enough as an introduction. Almost no consumption. If you have this thing in the demonic Grand Canyon battle, how can you still be chased by monsters for so long? We flew to Falling Star Base in 3 or 2 clicks. No. If I had this magical power at that time, I wouldn't even have to run away. With flexibility, he couldn't bear any injuries at all, and he could clean up the monsters in the Devil's Grand Canyon in one go. This wave is a wave that has once again greatly improved the offensive ability and life-saving ability. After trying it out for a few minutes, Qin Yi suppressed his joy. Slowly landed in the courtyard. A gentle breeze blew across the lawn. Then with a thought, he released his magical powers. The wings of the death demon disintegrated, and the scattered particles gradually became transparent and disappeared into the void. Let's finish drawing the Underworld's long-term lottery first. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,852 points of pure life force. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Eye of Zuowu. ... Soon, Qin Yi then drew all the long-term signatures. Kakaka. Clench your right fist tightly, making the joints crack. Now Qin Yi only feels the majestic power swimming through his body. Don't say anything else. My blood value has definitely been greatly improved. But, now is not the time to test the blood value. Let's use the materials with the netherworld properties just now. As the progress of nether heart increases, the body will be strengthened more or less. After all the training qualifications are transformed into strength, another test will be conducted, and the numerical values will be even more shocking. Think of this. Qin Yi took out the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he had just extracted and placed them on the lawn. Then he stretched out his right hand. Sizzling. Wisps of netherworld power escaped from the palm and penetrated into the material. After swallowing the essence energy, he brought it back. It won't take long. Qin Yi only felt that the power of the netherworld in his body was getting stronger. And after being nourished by the evil spirits contained in these materials, 6-layered Shira body finally broke through to the 6th layer. Not only in ordinary form, his defense has taken another leap forward. Now you can transform into the most complete Shira form. Name: Qin Yi. Position: Judge of the Punishment Department, 376,582 600,000. Heart of Netherworld Progress, 75.8 100. Control of Authority, Chain of Life and Death. Current number of demons suppressed, 2020. Currently, the ghost points that can be obtained every hour 531 points. Number of ghost points, 3078. Acquisition methods. 6-layer Shira body, destroy all ghosts, blood dark eyes, suppressing evil tower. Evaluation. There are already certain means to compete with the darkness, a rising star in the underworld. The progress of Heart of Netherworld has also reached 75.8. Is it almost reaching 100? Qin was looking forward to it, what kind of abilities he would be able to gain after the Nether Heart completely transformed. Practice room. The gas and blood tester is making a slight noise. When the instrument returns to calmness, a line of text appeared on the electronic screen. Qi and blood value, 2352.7. 2352.7 health value. To know, before entering the simulated world, my health value was only over 1,500 points. But now, it has directly increased by hundreds of points. 2,500 points is already close to reaching the threshold of a 5th-grade martial artist. This is indeed a bit exaggerated. I still remember the first time I met Lu Kong in Yuming community. This martial artist who controls the energy of the world and the captain of the Nanjong Town Demon Division is already the highest-ranking figure he has ever interacted with. Later, when heading to training camp, also because of their acquaintance with Lu Kong, those Nanjong students were more cautious about what they said. I didn't expect that it would be a blink of an eye now. My own realm is about to reach the level of 5th-grade martial artist. Even in terms of combat power, 100 land and air forces are not enough to fight on their own. How long has it been since? Less than half a year. This shows how abnormal the inheritance of the underworld is. By the way, speaking of this, I don't know what type of martial artist I will become after reaching the 5th level. As a public official of the underworld, it can't be that mediocre, right? Well, forget it, it's just a fantasy. It's better to buy some top-grade Netherworld materials first and increase the progress to 100 as soon as possible. At the same time, you can also increase your energy and blood in the process. Just right. Immediately, Qin used the student medal to open the Demon Sea Treasure House. Searching for Netherworld materials. Since the 100 progress was not far away, Qin directly selected them in order from expensive to cheap. If you use the top combination, it will take about 10 days to reach 100 progress. For me who is now looking forward to what changes will happen, of course the sooner the better. As for the star value, I'm sorry, there is no one more rich than myself among the freshmen. The price doesn't matter, the main thing is that it's easy to use. And the Netherworld materials purchased from Nanjong before will not be wasted. You can use it to devour when you recover your physical strength and the power of the Netherworld. Crash. Qin quickly searched and searched. It didn't take long to choose. The total shopping cart value is 305 stars. This is a huge amount of money that at least 80% of the freshman students are currently unable to come up with. However, Qin bought it without even frowning. Just when Qin used ghost points to strengthen himself. Student accommodation area. Inside the manor number 6028. Yunjin is checking the freshly released class and personal reviews. He quickly pulled out the evaluation information of Class 7. The first is class evaluation. 93.5% completion. This degree of completion is 5 points higher than that of Class 1. After passing the 90% watershed, every time it improves, the gap is extremely exaggerated. Yunjin's face darkened. He originally thought it was a slight difference, but he didn't expect it to be so much different. Then, Yunjin lowered his gaze to the simulated conclusion. Simulation conclusion. To completely convince the people of Luo Xing base, both parties will get along well with each other, and be willing to open the protective shield to prevent monsters from attacking the base immediately. In the subsequent guard battle, the performance was remarkable. Only a few monsters attacked the base, causing a small amount of building damage and casualties. In addition, eradicating the threat of the demonic Grand Canyon has greatly increased the hope of survival of humans in the Falling Star base in the future. Quote. To completely convince Fallen Star. Could this be the reason for the difference in values? Jun Yun didn't know, but he felt that according to the philosophy of Demon Sea Academy, as long as the purpose of opening the protective shield was achieved, the means used in the process should not be very important. As a martial arts holy place to cultivate human elites who can resist the celestial cave. Facing those despicable demons, talking about fairness and justice will only harm yourself. With doubts, he continued to look down. But the last sentence of the mock conclusion made him widen his eyes. Eradicated the threat of the evil Grand Canyon. Judging from the information obtained by Squad 1 in Falling Star Base. In the demonic Grand Canyon, there is a high probability of a guy with the combat power of a 6th grade great martial artist. Plus the large number of monsters. Not to mention those ordinary classes. Even if they were to go as Squad 1 and try to clear it out, most of them would probably be killed or injured. It can be said that even if Mr. Yun knew that eradicating the demonic Grand Canyon could improve the degree of completion, he would not make this decision. Because once there are too many casualties. Time to guard the rift. If the Falling Star Base is destroyed, the completion level will drop even more. The gain outweighs the loss. But this ordinary class actually did it. Why? Could it be that there are more than 50 new 5th level martial arts masters? He thought he was there to demoralize other classes, but in fact he was the one who was demoralized. It can't be so reversed, right? Yunjin gritted his teeth and opened the personal evaluation of Class 7, and directly clicked on the personal contribution ranking. The completion of the first place directly made his head dizzy, and his vision almost went dark. Qin Yi, 95.8%. Who the hell is this? Take another look at the simulation epilogue. In the eyes of the fallen stars, the sage and the demon god who dominates the demonic Grand Canyon can be exaggerated no matter how exaggerated they are. Compared with Qin Yi's conclusion, his perfect evaluation can be said to be quite mediocre. The star value reward is also several times more than his. This fully shows that Class 7 was able to get first place in completion purely because of this guy named Qin Yi, alone in C. Just outrageous. Qin Yi. Who are you from? Yunjin's deep roar echoed in the room. Student accommodation area. Inside the manor number 6775. Liu Qianan was also looking at the comments about Class 7. To be honest, even Liu Qianan, who had confidence in Qin Yi's strength, never thought that Class 7 could surpass Class 1 in terms of completion. Won the first place in the first round of simulation competition. When Liu Qianan looked down from the class evaluation, he then read Qin Yi's and other personal evaluations from Class 7. He smiled helplessly. Good guy, this is too thorough to win. Hu Xiaofeng, you really deserve to die. At this time, Qin Yi's name has been like a storm, sweeping through the freshman circle of Demon Sea Supreme Academy. All of a sudden, all freshmen know it. In this class of Demon Sea Academy, there is a great god who far surpasses the others. Just after Qin Yi ordered the nether materials. Less than half an hour. Immediately, a hover car stopped at the gate of the manor. Cadet Metals also sent reminders. Qin Yi walked out. Remove the top wrap. Back in the yard, it just opened. The majestic energy overflowed instantly. Qin Yi took a deep breath, with a look of satisfaction on his face. It's true that I spent hundreds of stars worth of materials. Not to mention eating it. Even if you smell it, it will prolong your life. In the eyes of ordinary people, these ghostly materials may make people feel uncomfortable or even disgusted. But for Qin Yi, who practices the underworld, these are great supplements. Sizzle. Release the wisps of netherworld power. Drilled into these materials and devoured them. As the energy was transported back into the body, Qin Yi felt that his body was undergoing transformation again. An hour passed. The aura on Qin Yi's body also stopped surging. A bit too pure. The limit that the current flesh and blood tissue can bear is filled up all at once. However, the effect is really good. Qin Yi observed the panel. At this moment, the progress of Nether Heart has been increased to 77.8. If it continues to improve at this rate, it won't be long before Heart of Netherworld reaches 100 progress and its merits are complete. This wave of improvement is simply not too comfortable. At this time, a message popped up in the class chat group. The first message was sent by Gongsun Cheng. I believe all of you students must have received many letters from friends. Our class is now completely famous. This was quickly echoed by everyone. Yes, my friend asked me crazily who Mr. Chin Yi was and if he could recommend him. He. Even if my contribution ratio is less than 0.1%, I can get 300 guaranteed star points as a reward. I'm almost going crazy with envy. This is all the result of Mr. Chin Yi. Under the premise that all evaluations are made public, it is clear who is in C and who is messing around. Naturally, there is no suspense. Soon someone else suggested, how about this, let's go to the Kuixing cafeteria in the school tonight to have a meal. Everyone, Chin Yi, don't leave. Yes, after all, I'm rich just after getting so many star points. Just think of it as a celebration party. I agree. Chin Yi scratched his head, wouldn't he let himself go? These people have quite a high level of consciousness. Compared with those moral kidnappings where you get the bonus and you have to ask me or something, it is much more comfortable. But, even if he led them to win the first place, as a wealthy person with more than 6,000 star points, it is unreasonable for these poor freshmen to be invited. Without them, this round of simulated battle would not be possible. Everyone has contributed. Anyway, I just watched Demon Sea Treasure House, and the purchasing power of the star value is extremely exaggerated. A meal, no matter how luxurious it is, will definitely cost less than 1 star if it is spread equally. So Chin Yi also typed a line, ahem, please don't, I'll be too. Everyone was not hypocritical, and immediately responded, ha ha ha, that's right. You don't have to tell who will spend the money, let's do it together. I won't come home until I'm drunk tonight. See you in an hour. Drop. Turn off the chat screen. About there. Chin Yi took a look at the sky. Already getting dark. After 5 days in the simulated world, I have consumed a lot of energy and am a little tired. Even if you want to practice cultivation, you have to balance work and rest. Decided. Let's have a good meal and drink first, and then have a nice night's rest. At the same time, Nanjong Survival Base. In the square of Nanjong No. 1 Middle School. Yi Lingyun, the director of the Demon Suppression Department, was giving an impassioned speech to the students in the audience who had just entered the 3rd year of high school. So, Chin Yi was able to barely get into the training camp, go to the Demon Cave to take the Donghua and Qingtian exams first, and enter the Demon Sea Supreme. What qualifications do you have to accept his fate like this? Try harder. Being able to enter No. 1 middle school means that your foundation is not too bad. Although there are no city-level training camps this year, the number of places has also been reduced. But due to Chin Yi's outstanding performance, we in Nanjong still have twice as many places as other city-level survival bases. I hope that you can also make Nanjong proud and let the name of Nanjong resound throughout Donghua. That's all I have to say. The words fell. Pa 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 pa. The applause from the audience was as loud as thunder and could not be heard without interruption. These students who have just entered the senior year of high school and are about to face the college entrance examination are so inspired that their scalps are numb and their hands are red. Right, the temporary results are nothing, God rewards those who work hard. Senior Chin was able to pass the exam to Demon Sea Supreme from Nanjong No. 5 Middle School. My starting point is even higher. Could it be that I can't even pass the key points? Ahem, can we also call seniors from No. 1 Middle School? Will this be suspected of being paid a premium? What's the point? The Nanjong family is close. Work hard, come on, do those geniuses have the guts? I said before that the top talents in Donghua cannot be found in a small place like ours, but isn't Lu Qianan famous enough? It is said that he is also known as a rare evildoer in Donghua in 10 years, but he was tortured by Senior Chin. Quote. Ha 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 ha, the reduction in quotas is just what I want. This shows that resources are more skewed. These teenagers regard Chin Yi as a role model. High-spirited, I set goals for my senior year of high school in my heart. Due to the reform of the training camp system this year, the city level was cancelled, and they were unified and merged into participating in municipal training camps. Therefore, the number of places suddenly dropped from more than 200 people in the past to 60 people. And this is the legacy of Chin Yi's 1-on-3 victory over Donghua's 3 top geniuses. Other city-level survival bases generally only have 30 places. But under Yi Lingyun's encouragement, the big guy didn't feel depressed at all, but became excited. There is the example of Senior Chin Yi. Who says Nanjong students can't shake up city-level training camps? On the main stage, seeing how passionate these green young men were in front of him, Yi Lingyun also smiled and nodded with satisfaction. These half-year-olds are easy to fool. Then, he turned to look at the principal of number 1 middle school, indicating that the time is almost up. The principal of number 1 middle school understood this. He quickly walked to the stage and said in a loud voice, "Dear students, I am very happy that we can invite Director Yi to give our swearing-in ceremony a perfect ending today. It's getting late now, let's call it a night. I hope that next year, today, you will all be able to realize your dreams and go to your ideal school. ... Hoo hoo hoo." At the entrance of Nanjong number 1 middle school, Yi Lingyun's car, the crimson triangular suspended chariot, started. Then the driver stepped on the accelerator and drove away quickly. And inside the car, Lu Kong sat in the back seat and smiled bitterly. "Yi Si, you are really good at deceiving. Can Qin Yi's example be applied to ordinary people? I'm afraid if we look at the hundreds of years of history of Daxia, it would be difficult to find another one." Originally, today's speech was to be represented by Lu Konglai. But Yi Si happened to be free, and on a whim, he came over to talk. "I didn't expect it to be so awesome. Nanjong number 5 middle school is so good that it can overwhelm Donghua's top talent. Is this an example that can be used for motivation? A big reason why a legend can become a legend is its scarcity. It would be too naive to regard this example as an inevitable result of hard work." Yi Lingyun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, shook his neck. "It doesn't matter. Look, the students' fighting spirit has been aroused, haven't they? It's enough to inspire them to work hard for a while. As for working hard to the end, can I pass the exam like Qin Yi and even get the first place in the exam? The harsh reality will tell them everything. Regret and loss are part of youth. As for the level of Nanjong's senior high school students, in Yi Lingyun's opinion, they are definitely not as good as Qin Yi's class. That's a demon star who has a chance to achieve the supreme level of martial arts. Not to mention Nanjong, it is rare to have one in the entire Daxia kingdom. Among the little guys in the square today, it would be great if one of them could reach the level of Li Feng, who was second in the previous class and was admitted to Lingxiao University. By the way, your current health level should not be far from that of a 6th grade great martial artist, right?" Yi Lingyun suddenly changed the subject. Lu Kong nodded. "Yes, it will be soon. The main reason is that Tianhe community and Qin Yi jointly resisted the demon last time, and the superiors rewarded me with a bright candle lotus afterwards. Plus, I had an epiphany while using it. It has given me a deeper understanding of light particles, so my qi and blood have been progressing very rapidly recently. Speaking of which, this is also because of Qin Yi. When he faced the thousand-faced demon body in Tianhe community, he purely relied on the horse face summoned by Qin Yi as the main force. Lu Kong was just playing soy sauce on the side, and at most it played a role in reporting the matter quickly. However, Qin Yi's talent shown later was too dazzling. It is still crucial to keep Qin Yi unscathed in Tianhe community. When the superiors were establishing the profile, Lu Kong was given some credit and was rewarded with a relatively precious light attribute treasure. When Yi Lingyun mentioned this matter, the corner of his mouth twitched. He rushed to Tianhe community for help, but Qin Yi was not injured at all. According to what the boy said at the time, it was said that he used some trump card method that greatly consumed his potential. Yi Lingyun was worried and guilty for a long time. As a result, after taking the college entrance examination in the Devil's Nest, how could this kid show any signs of damage? His incredible display even killed dozens of those strange liquid demons. Definitely deceived. Forget it, forget about it. Having no damage potential is a good thing. Immediately afterwards, Yi Lingyun spoke again. "You work hard, I have asked the superiors not to transfer people here. As long as you reach the level of a 6th grade great martial artist in the near future, the deputy director position vacated by Li Jianan will be yours." Hear the words. Lu Kong was instantly overjoyed. He cupped his hands and thanked him. "Thank you, Yi Si, for cultivating me." Li Jianan was a member of the Demon Suppression Division disguised as the Thousand-Faced Demon Body, and one of the former deputy directors of the Nanjong Demon Suppression Division. Logically speaking, after a person of this level dies, even if he has to go through the process, someone must have been transferred to replace him by now. But there has been no letter. It turns out that it was Yi Si who was suppressing him and wanted to promote him. Qin Yi, why do I feel that I have been lucky since I met you? Could it be that in the legend, if you follow the destiny of the times, you will be tainted with a little blessing? Yi Lingyun waved his hand. It's just a small matter, you're welcome. If we use our own people in Nanzhong, they will definitely handle things more diligently than outsiders, and they will also know better about the situation here. Besides, you are a light martial artist, which is a bonus in our system of suppressing demons. It deserves to be well cultivated. After Lu Kong heard this, he just wanted to say a few more thanks. Dee. At this time, Yi Lingyun's cell phone just rang, causing her to stop talking. Yi Lingyun glanced at the name of the caller. He couldn't help but smile. Senior Brother Yan, is he still alive? The battle on the front line was so fierce, it would be a great joy if you didn't die. Immediately, Yi Lingyun picked up the phone. Hello, Senior Brother Yan. How come you have time to call me? You are resting in the holy city right now. The next second, a familiar hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. What a fool, you kid is not talking nonsense. I'm still not out of the heavenly cave. How can I contact you so leisurely when I'm not in the holy city? Humph, but judging from your tone, you probably don't know what happened at Demon Sea Academy today. That's right, the gap in connections between you and me is not the slightest bit. It's normal to take half a beat slowly. Yi Lingyun's face was full of black lines. The joy that Yan Yongganian was still alive just now has faded a lot. Every time I talk to this bad old man, even though I know that he hurts people out of habit and has no malicious intentions, it still makes me feel uncomfortable. However, Yi Lingyun quickly came to his senses. Wait a minute, what happened at Demon Sea Academy? Isn't it some kind of demon invasion? It couldn't be a trivial matter for Yan Yongganian to call him specifically to inform him. Can't you just hope for something better? I won't give in. Let me tell you, it was Qin Yi's performance that shocked everyone. I have sent his personal evaluation in the first round of simulated battle to your mobile phone. See for yourself. I still have something to do here, so I'll hang up first. Toot toot. The call was hung up. Shocked everyone. Yi Lingyun was stunned. This was too exaggerated. He expected that with Qin Yi's talent, he would shine even in Demon Sea Academy. But I didn't expect it to be so fast. Personal evaluation of the simulated battle. Yi Si, is this news about Qin Yi? Lu Kong asked tentatively. Yi Lingyun didn't use the energy of heaven and earth to isolate just now. So Lu Kong also heard it. That's right. This boy, he moves really fast. Let me see how outrageous the evaluation can be. I actually asked Senior Brother Yan, who is far away in the holy city, to inform me specifically. After saying that, Yi Lingyun opened the message just sent on his phone. This look. His eyes widened. Sages. Demons. The most important thing is that in the first round of simulated battle, more than 6,000 star points were harvested. Are you kidding me? As someone who also graduated from the Demon Sea Supreme Academy, Yi Lingyun is very clear about the role and weight of star values. More than 6,000 points. It seems that he didn't get so many star points in his freshman year in total. No, not even a year. What a pervert. This is because of Yi Lingyun's calm temperament. He couldn't help but utter a curse word. Early next morning, Qin Yi woke up from the big bed in the bedroom. He rubbed his temples. I specifically stopped the operation of the suppression tower last night, and I didn't use the power of the netherworld to resolve the hangover. The spirit-rich liquor caused me to get a little drunk. But it's really enjoyable. Sizzling. Following Qin Yi's thoughts, the Sha suppression tower resumed operation. The alcohol in his body was instantly resolved, and his mind became clear. Okay, after a night of indulgence and recuperation, almost all the previous fatigue has been wiped away. Next, let's finish today's devouring. Qin Yi took out the netherworld materials purchased from the Demon Sea treasure house. The escaping power of the netherworld began to swallow and carry away. An hour later, Qin Yi took a deep breath. The progress has reached 79.8. If you work harder, you will almost reach consummation. The highest academy of the demonic sea. In an office in Building F, teaching building. Lin Ming brewed tea enthusiastically. Grr. After the bald instructor handed over the teacup, he said generously, "Qinyi, you said you want to consult me if you have any questions. Feel free to ask. I will tell you everything I know, and I will tell you everything I know." For a top-notch evildoer like Qinyi, it is a bit exaggerated to say that he can help formulate growth plans. But it is still possible to answer some common-sense questions. After all, he has an understanding of the demonic sea in this world. Lin Ming is definitely still much higher than Qinyi. "Thank you, Master Lin." Qinyi took the tea, took a sip, and then continued. "I came to you because I wanted to get a piece of advice. With so much star value, I don't know where to spend it better. In terms of martial arts methods, including guidance, I don't need to make any purchases here. Unlike other students who only have a few star points and have to plan carefully. Qinyi now has more than 6,000 points, and he really doesn't know where to spend it. The opinions of seniors and sisters in those college medal forums are of no reference to me. There are mainly inheritances from the underworld. Many warriors spend a lot of money on their growth path, but they don't have to spend much money here. There are too many stars and I don't know how to spend them." Hearing these words, the corner of Lin Ming's mouth twitched. This was the first time he encountered a new student asking such a question. Generally speaking, freshmen who have just entered school would like to break the value of 1 star into 2 and spend it. Even Yun Jun, the second richest among the freshmen, now has more than 1,000 star points. He can't say such heartbreaking words. But think about it. Qinyi's fighting performance in the evil Grand Canyon, his proficiency in using various martial arts techniques, and even his weapons must be customized, absolutely extraordinary, and do not need to be purchased again. To put it bluntly, martial arts combat power mainly improves in 2 aspects. One is realm. In layman's terms, it's the basics of the body. This includes some body refining techniques, qi and blood values, and the understanding of the control of the energy of heaven and earth. The second aspect is how to apply these foundations. The contents include combat techniques such as body skills, sword skills, and sword skills, as well as some secret techniques. The Demon Sea Academy targets these. There are many treasures and strong teaching staff. For normal students, it can be said to be a thirst-quenching rain, but for Qinyi, most of them are useless. Lin Ming frowned. He kept tapping the coffee table with his index finger, thinking deeply, this is a problem. After pondering for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. By the way, I remembered a place. The secret realm of the abyss of heaven. This is a secret realm that exudes Taoist charm and is extremely precious. I feel that the Tao charm emanating from it is similar to the Tao you control. There are secret realms like this in the academy, as well as Tianai Prison, Lava Burning Valley, etc., which all play the same role. These places are collectively called Tao Realm. You know, after reaching the master level, you want to improve your energy and blood. Then we must improve our understanding of Tao. So these Tao realms are equivalent to an important indicator of measuring the foundation of a school. In fact, it's not just the Grand Master. After you have entered the realm of a 5th grade martial artist, if you want to increase your qi and blood value, it is different from the past where you only had to do aerobic and anaerobic training. In the past, the significance of anaerobic-aerobic exercise was that during this intense exercise, you could unconsciously attract energy particles from heaven and earth to polish yourself. You may be able to enter the martial arts realm, which means that you already have a clear perception of energy. Actively attracting energy particles into the body for polishing is the most efficient method. And the master realm, that means your health value has exceeded at least 10,000. If you don't master Tao Yun to suppress this majestic energy in blood, you will explode and die. At this point, how much you understand the Tao of improvement is the key to whether your qi and blood value can continue to break through levels. Therefore, for the combat power of high-end warriors above the level of Grand Master, the control of Tao is fundamental. Even if the Demon Sea Supreme is a sacred place for martial arts training in Daxia, Tao Realm is also very precious and can be regarded as a strategic resource. The secret realm of Tianming Abyss. Qinyi was stunned for a moment. Can I go in? This seems to mean that only masters can enter it. Before Qinyi came to Lin Ming, he had done his homework. It's impossible to ask questions just because you don't know anything about it. So I have also heard about the secret realm of Tianming Abyss. Lin Ming rubbed his chin. Normally this is the case. But in fact, there are no mandatory regulations in this regard. It's just that the Dao realm is completely useless to those below the Grandmaster level. It's very expensive. Naturally, no low-end warriors will enter it. But Qin Yi, you are different. The supernatural power helps you control the simplified version of Dao. It can be said to have broken the conventional logic of martial arts. So, you can give it a try, maybe it will work. Anyway, the stars are worth so much now, and I don't know where to spend them. I see. It does not mean that only masters can enter the Dao realm. It's a place like this. If you don't understand the Dao, it's useless to enter. There will definitely be no warriors below the Grandmaster level to enter. But I am an exception. The existence of the Nether Heart allowed me to comprehend the essence of the Supreme Dao Yun in advance. Thank you, Master Lin, for reminding me. By the way, I have another question. Regarding the world of simulated battles, can I choose by myself? I want to fight against worlds where monsters exist as much as possible. In other words, add more monsters. After Qin Yi solved his first doubt, he asked again. It would be very cool if you could simulate obtaining star points and obtaining ghost points at the same time. Lin Ming touched his nose when he heard this. Is it so cruel? It's exactly what Yan Yongganian said, vowing to wipe out all the demons in the world. Even in a simulated world, you still have to kill some monsters to vent your anger. However, the school still appreciates Qin Yi's character. Well, it's a bit difficult. Due to some special reasons, in fact, the basic framework of the complex simulated world cannot be changed at the academy. We can only make changes in some aspects such as strength parameters and some details of the plot. Of course, I will report your ideas, but the theme of the next round of simulated battles has basically been finalized, and I'm afraid it cannot be changed. Some special reasons. Hearing this, Qin Yi had a thought in his mind. Sure enough, there should be some secrets about the simulation cabin technology. It is not as simple as simply being researched and developed by anthropologists. Never mind. Anyway, killing monsters in a simulated world is not the right way. Not only are there fewer ghost points and experience than in reality, but suppression cannot even increase rent collection income. It is better to upgrade to the moon level as soon as possible so that you can go on missions and kill the real monsters. Okay, Master Lin, I understand. Then I don't have anything else to do. Let's go try the Tianming Abyss Secret Realm to see if it has any effect. Thank you for today. I'll contact you when you have time. Qin Yi was also very resolute. After thanking him, he stood up and left immediately. Boom. Before Lin Ming could react, the door was closed. Ah, this movement is really fast. Lin Ming murmured. Please like and subscribe. Chapter 181. Within the highest level of the demonic sea. Qin Yi looked at the circular floating building in the sky, and energy condensed under his shoulder blades. Supernatural power. Death demon wings. Wa la la la. Dark gray wings that looked ferocious and evil immediately formed. The next second, with his wings fluttering, Qin Yi's figure instantly turned into a shadow. He ducked into the sky and landed on the floating building. The wings stopped flapping, and Qin Yi slowly fell to the ground. It's so convenient. The air control ability brought by the death demon wings is simply not that exciting. Human beings have an innate longing for flying. Moreover, being able to control the air is also a symbol of strength. No matter where he is placed in the 7th level realm, he is a person with dignity and respect. In addition, there are only a few abilities that can fly below the level of Grandmaster. But it's just a simple control of the air. The flexibility is definitely incomparable to that of the Grandmaster. Qin Yi's death demon wings are different. In terms of speed and movement skills, they are even better than the Grandmaster. With this magical power at hand, my life-saving ability has reached another level. Sizzle. Qin Yi had a thought in his mind. The energy of the death demon wings collapsed behind him. Looking ahead, a huge rectangular stone monument-shaped building is located here. Written on the stone tablet are several large gilded characters, the entrance to the secret realm of the Tianming Abyss. Is this it? After Qin Yi confirmed, then walked into it. There was actually a long tunnel inside, and there were some obscure runes engraved on the stone wall next to it that glowed with light blue light. It's wired. From the appearance of the building, this design seems to be a waste of space. Qin kept walking towards the inside with doubts. After a while, we walked into a huge circular room. Directly in front of the entrance of the passage, a dark and simple gate with two tiger-shaped door buckles hanging on it stands here. On a lounge chair nearby, the old man with dark green eyebrows and small eyes is swaying leisurely above. Hearing the arrival, he immediately sat up. Yo yo yo, someone is coming. This classmate, it just so happens that no one is using the secret realm of Tianming Abyss right now. Jiehieji, you can go in. Listening to this scary tone, Qin body trembled unconsciously. There is such an old man here. How can it give people the feeling of arriving at some dark sacrificial place? Old man, you are. Me. The old man with eyebrows jumped off the recliner and tried his best to show what he thought was a kind smile. Jia, I am naturally the caretaker responsible for maintaining the Dao realm and recording information. Hey, you seem to be a new face. I've never seen you before. First time coming to Dao realm. The old man looked Qin up and down and said doubtfully. The threshold for Taoism is not low, at least it requires a master to be effective. To reach the master level within the 4 years of Demon Sea University, even among the elites of Great Sha, only about a quarter can achieve it. In addition, the fees for Dao realm are really not low. It is equivalent to increasing the threshold virtually. Only those who are true evildoers have enough star value and come here many times to comprehend the charm of the Dao. So in most cases, there are mostly old faces. Well, I am a new student in Demon Sea, and it is my first time to come to the Dao realm. Qin answered truthfully. Newborn. The eyebrows of the old man were wide open, and his voice became sharp. As a new student, you have already mastered the Dao Yun and achieved the 7th level. Are you kidding me? You will be a master after entering school. It seems that there has never been such a guy in the history of the Demon Sea Supreme Academy, right? Why didn't he hear such breaking news? Well, not yet. But the power I awakened is a bit weird. Although I haven't reached the 7th level, I have mastered a simplified Dao Yun. Qin initial denial made the old man breathe a sigh of relief. Just say it, it's not that big of a deal. Such a heaven-defying existence, let alone the Demon Sea, Blue Star should not exist. I just wanted Qin to go back and come back when he has achieved success in practice. Hearing the next words, he continued to respond. Really, as long as you master the Dao Yun, you can go in and have a look. Wait a minute. You said you didn't become a master, but you mastered a trace of Dao Yun. The sharp voice resounded in the circular room again. The old man with eyebrows was in extreme shock. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You haven't reached 10,000 health points. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it's impossible for you to realize the power of the rules. I, Wei Shangdong, have never seen such a person in my long life. This sound made Qin couldn't help but rub his ears. I also felt a little helpless in my heart. I just wanted to try this realm to see if it would be useful to me. Why was my household registration checked like this? So the next second, Qin went straight to the topic. Old Uncle Wei, I just want to know if it is possible to enter this secret realm. Heard this question, Wei Shangdong was also stunned. It seems that the control is a bit broad. Ahem, cough, you can, as long as you spend star points. The cost to open the secret realm of Tianming Abyss is 65 star points per hour. There is no one inside now. You can enter by paying a fee. Some secret realms can be entered by several or even more at the same time, while in some secret realms only one person can exist at the same time. Obviously, the secret realm of Tianming Abyss is the latter. Fortunately, since it is not a secret realm that contains the pure charm of the 8 main paths, there are not many masters suitable for practicing here. So even if only one person can enter it, it will be empty most of the time. 65 stars in 1 hour. So expensive. Qin was secretly speechless. To put it bluntly, many freshmen will lose all their belongings if they stay for only 2 hours. But, for myself. Price is not the key, what matters most is whether it works. Okay, let's turn it on for an hour first. Qin said decisively. Let's see if it's useful first. Wei Shangdong nodded. No problem, just wait a moment. Immediately, he walked to the ancient door and pointed his palm at a groove on it. Kakaka. The next second, a small square opening opened in the ancient door. Inside the opening was a screen and many electronic buttons. Qin Yi, wouldn't this be a bit inconsistent with the style of this door? There is a strong sense of fragmentation. Does technology change life? Okay, classmate, just point your student medal at this screen. Within a few seconds, Wei Shangdong turned around and said, okay. Qin Yi stepped forward. After aligning the cadet medal, a mechanical voice sounded immediately. Student identity confirmed. Qin Yi, Class 7, freshman year of Mahai. Rumble, rumble, a thick roar came out. The gate is divided into two sides with the middle as the dividing line. Dark cracks came into view. There was a huge swallowing sound. Qin Yi's body leaned forward. Don't resist, Wei Shangdong confessed. Qin Yi understood instantly and pressed down the power of the netherworld that he had just mobilized. Then the whole person was sucked into the depths of the crack. Rumble, rumble. After this, the door closed again. The room became calm again. You're really a freshman. Wei Shangdong scratched his head. The student information prompt just now clearly pointed out that this was a freshman class 7 student named Qin Yi. Wei Shangdong immediately took out his mobile phone. Started to inquire about Qin Yi from acquaintances. When Qin Yi opened his eyes again, already in the dark abyss of cramped corridors, the stone walls on both sides continued to extend upward, reaching into the sky. But the blood moon in the sky looked weird. This feeling of being tightly wrapped and restrained is a bit uncomfortable. Surround yourself with this environment. An inexplicable feeling of suffocation arose spontaneously. Supernatural power, death demon wings. Qin Yi wanted to summon his wings and fly out of the abyss, but found that he had lost the ability to condense energy inside. How so? It seems that the energy particles have become much heavier here. That's all. I didn't come here thinking about how to break out of the cage or any escape plan. Qin Yi shook his head. Only then did he focus on the surrounding stone walls. At this glance, I made a surprising discovery. I saw various strange patterns carved on the stone wall. Looking at it, Qin Yi's mental thinking seemed to be brought into the pattern. In the first scene, a villain is wearing a necklace of colorful gems and holding a spear in front of the villains, who bow their heads. It's obviously drawn with very rough lines. However, Qin Yi's ears seem to be filled with the voices of a group of villains cheering loudly and expressing their surrender. The whole person has a bird's eye view of this scene from a god's perspective. The little man holding the spear had a thick evil aura surrounding his body. This evil spirit is very pure. Qin Yi was a little surprised. It can be said that apart from the evil energy contained in the power of the netherworld, this is the purest evil spirit I have ever seen. And, the power of the netherworld is only of a high enough level. But the evil spirit surrounding the little man with the spear has a different way of using it. Under its control, these evil spirits are arranged in an orderly manner. It seemed like a tiger that was ready to roar and pounce at any time. Qin Yi suddenly realized something. This should be a pattern related to evil spirits. Although the evil spirit contained in the power of the netherworld is more pure and advanced in terms of grade. But when he used it, he just blasted out the power in a sudden burst. There is no skill at all. But Dao is equivalent to understanding the essential rules of this power. When you master a certain Taoist rhyme, the original particles will undergo incredible changes under the intervention of the power of this rule. Just like diamonds and charcoal, they are actually elements of carbon. It can be said to be the same thing. But because of the different arrangement structures, the reflected forms are also completely different. For energy particles, controlling the order of arrangement is only one of the functions of Daoyun, and its natural impact is even greater. Transforming the evil spirit into shape, turning the evil spirit into a spiritual whole. Is this the path that the spear villain takes? I closed my eyes and realized it carefully for about 20 minutes. Qin Yi continued to look at the second pattern. Discovery is the connection of the first picture. The little man with the spear was seen covered in blood, glaring angrily in front of him. The people surrounding him turned out to be the same group of villains who had bowed to him just now. These villains exude different evil spirits. There are cold ones, violent ones, illusory ones, etc. So many different evil spirits. Qin Yi was surprised. These evil spirits seem to be different branches. After all, the path of evil qi can be considered a relatively large path, with many branch paths below. If you understand any of the Taoist rhymes, you can become a master. Why would these villains point their fingers at this villain with a gun? And these guys just now obviously didn't have such strong strength. Could it be that? Qin Yi noticed that the colorful gem necklace hanging on the neck of the spear villain was missing. Is this the reason? No, I shouldn't spend time on the background of this story. The fluctuations emitted by these evil spirits and the methods used are what need to be paid most attention to. Under the unique magic of this pattern, he seemed to feel that these breaths were around him, surrounding him very close at hand. Yin evil, blood evil. During this process, Qin Yi experienced the difference between these evil spirits. Immerse yourself in it and forget the passage of time. Sudden, the blood moon in the sky emits a terrifying power of swallowing. It sucked Qin Yi's whole body up. Hey, wait a minute. I haven't finished comprehending it yet. Inside the circular room, Wei Xiongdong had already learned about Qin Yi's performance in the first round of simulated battles from his friends. Includes class and individual evaluations. At this moment, he was still a little unbelievable. This guy has used platinum-level sword skills before he has even reached the level of a martial artist. It's too exaggerated, but, after all, it has not reached 10,000 qi in blood, and what I have understood is not the complete Dao. When you come to the Dao realm, the gains shouldn't be very big. These star values are a bit wasted. Oh, what am I worrying about? This kid got a reward of more than 6,000 star points in the first round of simulated battle. This is simply unheard of in the history of the Demon Sea Supreme. Standard dog owner. A lesson worth 65 points an hour is totally affordable. Just when Wei Xiongdong was thinking and talking to himself. Rumble, rumble, the quaint door opens. Qin Yi was thrown out. Thrown to the ground. Qin Yi immediately stood up, patted his clothes, and muttered dissatisfiedly, "Am I mistaken? I am also a consumer. It would be too rude to pay star points. It's like when you go to an internet cafe. Turned on the machine for an hour. When I was having a good time, there was no prompt for continuous charges and it suddenly shut down automatically. Then 2 big network administrators came and threw you out the door. How the hell can we get repeat customers? But I have to say, it really is possible. There is no other reason, the machine is so easy to use." Qin Yi is still thinking about the differences between the evil spirits just now, and he still has unfinished thoughts. I can't wait to renew my subscription right away and go in again. Qin Yi has a feeling that after the observation just now, his understanding of the Supreme Avenue has become much deeper. Even the energy and blood were a little stronger. Correct. Think of this. Qin Yi opened the panel. Check the Nether Heart progress column. Really? At this moment this value has reached 80.3. An increase of 0.5 compared to before. You must know that the only way to improve the progress of Nether Heart was to devour Nether attribute materials. But now there is a second one. Rely on the Dao realm to realize. In this case, once you reach 100 progress, your speed will speed up again. Wei Xiongdong on the side saw Qin Yi's embarrassed look and smiled. This way of constructing the passage saves energy, please understand. Qin Yi said something wrong. In fact, the school really didn't get these star points at an equivalent price. The price is 65 stars per hour, although the price is already very high. But the energy consumed to activate the Dao realm is so huge. The value represented by these star values can barely keep Qin Yi running for an hour. Not to mention the usual maintenance and repairs of the school. And the original cost of building this building. The stone monument building that wraps the cracks in this secret realm is not just for beauty. There are actually many formations in the entire steel, each with a different function, in order to draw the essence of the secret realm and form a sealed space full of patterned abyss. Then allow students to enter it. Similarly, with such a sophisticated structure, the construction cost of the traction channel is much higher than that of ordinary space channels. This rough swallowing method can save at least 5% of energy compared to the gentle transmission. Anyway, it's just a matter of throwing it away. Students just have to overcome it. Ah, it's okay, I'm just complaining. Qin Yi touched his head. I am not a pretentious person either. To this extent, I actually didn't take it to heart at all. It's just that I was interrupted from that wonderful thought just now, and I felt a little unhappy for no reason. By the way, Uncle Wei, now I want to continue to get into it and gain insights. I don't know if it will work. Ah, hear this. Wei Xiongdong was stunned and continued to comprehend. Immediately afterwards, he warned earnestly. You sure? Although inside the Taoist realm, it may give you the feeling that the Great Road is manifesting in front of you. But most people basically have a hazy understanding. Actually, if you think about it carefully, it doesn't improve your strength at all. You can't indulge in this feeling. It's better to wait until your foundation is more established before coming back. If you have many stars, you can't spend them randomly. Even if you are a master, after coming to the Tao realm, it is actually difficult to gain anything from those patterns. Because Tao is essentially a mysterious rule. For example, if you follow the evil path, after seeing the image of the spear villain, it is difficult to resonate with it. There are too many elements of information. Even if the evil path contained in the pattern is actually very different from the one you follow. There are thousands of people with different views, and even if it is the same path, everyone will have a different understanding. There will also be some differences in the secret techniques performed. Just like there are no two identical leaves in the world. So basically, those masters usually rely on themselves to slowly comprehend the Tao in battles and in life. After discovering a bottleneck, just came to Tao realm for observation. It has the effect of changing your thinking and looking at other people's approaches to break the original deadlock and gain inspiration. Of course, being in the Tao territory all the time, being exposed to these Tao charms all the time, the efficiency is faster than normal life and combat comprehension. But the question is the price worth it? You spend 65 star points an hour, so what if the speed of enlightenment and probability of enlightenment are increased by 10 times? It's also a loss. It's like the Great Sha Kingdom concentrated its resources and poured all kinds of natural and earthly treasures on a pig, and it was able to push the pig to the 4th level of extreme qi, blood and physical fitness. Is this necessary? These resources cultivate qualified geniuses in human beings, and they may even produce several grandmasters. Resources should be spent wisely. If you accumulate knowledge on a daily basis, and occasionally come to the Tao realm to accumulate more and more, you may be able to achieve 1,000 times the effect. That is the ultimate use of resources. Wei Xiongdong didn't believe how many doubts you had accumulated in your daily life and how much information you had stored there as a person who controlled the simplified Taoist rhyme. However, in the face of this earnest advice, Qin Yi's attitude is still firm. Uncle Wei, I know my own situation well. This realm has really improved me a lot. Besides, I remember that students should decide how they want to spend their star points, and others have no right to interfere, right? Although I knew Wei Xiongdong had good intentions. But with his inheritance from the Underworld, the situation was beyond his imagination. For others, even if they reach the master level, to be honest, it is just mastering a trace of the Taoist charm of the branch Tao. But the supreme avenue that Qin Yi is taking is all-encompassing. The first 2 patterns in this realm, any kind of evil spirit in them, is included in the supreme avenue. And the dimension Qin Yi stands on is higher. It is equivalent to a bird's eye view understanding. That kind of efficiency is completely beyond the reach of a normal master. It is not an exaggeration to say that the clouds and mud are different. It's just that I couldn't explain the details to Wei Xiongdong, so I had to take a tougher approach. Ah, you, okay, I'm really talking too much. Wei Xiongdong wanted to say something else, but found that he didn't have any in-depth angle. Perhaps for those mediocre people, systematic and regular training and tricks are conducive to their growth. But in the Demon Sea, don't over-determine other people's spiritual paths. This is a consensus that goes without saying. After all, these are people with outstanding qualifications who, as long as they live, will most likely be able to comprehend a trace of Taoism and become a master in this life. Have your own path to follow. Uncle Wei, please give me a renewal fee for another 7 hours. Qin Yi rubbed his hands. 7 hours. Wei Xiongdong blinked. Generally speaking, even for those masters, 2 or 3 hours at a time is their limit. It can almost open up new ideas, and you have to go back and think quietly. But Qin Yi came for 7 hours at a time, plus the 1 hour just now. The total cost was 520 star points. Among freshmen, only the top 1% or 2% of students can produce so much at once. But Qin Yi planned to spend it without even frowning. Stay calm and cool, no need to persuade, this monster has his own ideas. Wei Shangdong frantically gave him his own psychological hints. Only then did he stop the urge to dissuade. Then he strode to the ancient gate and entered the opening time. Okay, little friend Qin, you can get the medal. Qin Yi heard this. Can't wait to step forward. Drop. With the medal induction successful. Rumble, rumble. The door slowly opened, revealing the dark cracks inside. The forceful force of swallowing came. The next second, Qin Yi was quickly sucked into it. ... Open your eyes again. Qin Yi came to the abyss with slightly hazy fog again. A blood moon still hangs in the sky. However, this time Qin Yi didn't feel any discomfort and wanted to try to escape or something. Instead, he quickly came to the pattern just now. He looked at the little man with a spear who was covered in blood and was being surrounded. After staring at it for 2 or 3 breaths, Qin Yi's spirit was sucked into the pattern again. See it all from a god's perspective. The originally blurry faces gradually became clearer. Observe carefully. Even the pores can be seen clearly. I see, the evil spirit can actually evolve into such a form. These villains seem to be ready to take action. Although the pattern is speechless. But the deafening roar started in Qin Yi's ears. This roar has a single note. That is, kill. In this way, Qin Yi was completely immersed in it. As the enlightenment progresses, the understanding of the supreme way gradually deepens. The progress and blood value of Heart of Netherworld are also constantly improving. The highest academy of the demonic sea. Taiwei restaurant. In a small private room, Lu Qianan and Hu Xiaofang were eating vegetables and celebrating the victory in the first round of simulated battle. Hu Xiaofang picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Tisk, 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 good wine. If this were sold outside, wouldn't it be sold for almost 100,000 Daxia coins? You are truly worthy of being the supreme demon sea. There are many good things. As a vast martial arts holy land, the living facilities here can be said to be everything you need. In comparison, the number of students is not that large, making it seem a bit sparsely populated. Even the number of work and support staff living in the school is at least several times that of students. Lu Qianan nodded in agreement. That's true, or else it's a holy land of martial arts. By the way, has Brother Qin replied to your message? No, I guess I'm busy with something. Originally, they planned for Donghua and the 3 of them to have a party. However, Qin Yi was completely immersed in the secret realm of Tianming Abyss at this moment and could not receive any news at all. That's it. What a pity. By the way, I saw that you got 446 star points in this simulation battle. Have you thought about how to spend it? The next round of simulated battle is not far away. These resources must be spent wisely. Lu Qianan changed the topic and mentioned the issue of where the star points are spent. In fact, he has been thinking about it today. In the Demon Sea Treasure House, there is a sword with extremely enhanced wind properties, which is very exciting. It's just that the price of 83 stars is a bit expensive, so I'm still considering it. Hu Xiaofang was very excited when talking about this. I have decided to buy the golden low-grade stick martial arts, thick earth war stick. The price is 285 stars. What? Lu Qianan was shocked. He didn't expect Hu Xiaofang to be so generous and planned to spend 285 star points in one go. And the golden martial arts method, that corresponds to what only 5th and 6th grade warriors can master under normal circumstances. Xiaofang, you don't have to be so anxious. You should think about it more. 285 star points is a lot of money. Even if Master Yun from Elite Class 1 wants to spend it, he probably has to think twice about it. I know that the things in the Demonic Sea Treasure House are a bit too tempting. But the more this happens, the more careful the comparison must be. And, during the simulated battle, you can rely on Brother Qin to get to the stars. But after the simulation battle is over, it won't be so easy to obtain, so you should keep some. Lu Qianan couldn't help but persuade. In Demon Sea Academy, in addition to simulated battles, there are many other ways to obtain star points. For example, various competitions will be held from time to time. Or you can get it if you go on a mission or something. There will also be class group activities. But, like the entrance simulation battle, where the class battles are fought straight from round to round, there will almost never be any more. At that time, we will largely rely on Hu Xiaofang's personal strength to speak for himself. It's definitely not as convenient as holding Qin Yi's thigh. Don't worry, Brother Liu, I know what's going on. Hu Xiaofang picked up a piece of fat and said vaguely. Chew and swallow it all before continuing to speak. Although this thick earth war stick is a low-grade golden method, the moves in it range from shallow to deep, which is a very typical teaching method. During the practice, it is very effective for understanding the power of heaven and earth, including polishing qi and blood. Once you master it, you will have great combat power. Enough for me to polish for a long time. Moreover, the person who founded this martial arts method is a 7th level instructor in the academy, who follows the path of earth condensation. After purchasing this method, you will be given 3 opportunities for private guidance. It's simply too wonderful. Listen to Hu Xiaofang's analysis. Lu Qianan was also relieved. So that's it. From this point of view, purchasing this thick earth war stick martial arts method is indeed a carefully considered long-term plan for him. You need to know the level 2 ability this guy awakened, earth sculpture condensation. According to a research report released by the Great Sha State Superpower Research Institute, if such people with awakened superpowers reach the master level, there is a more than 90% chance that they will follow the path of earth condensation. Hu Xiaofang followed this path and gained insights based on this style in advance. Once the threshold of 10,000 qi and blood is reached, the probability of breaking through to Grand Master will be much greater. The foundation is there. In fact, this is also an important advantage for many high-level power awakeners. Superpowers are a manifestation of talent. Often you can tell in advance which path is suitable for you. So, Lu Qianan changed his attitude and agreed. From this point of view, this choice is indeed a good one. And anyway, for the next simulated battle, you just need to hug Brother Qin's thigh tightly. Your personal performance is irrelevant. You can polish it slowly, don't be in a hurry. When the lead is established, you will have the confidence to break away from Brother Qin's protective wings and make your own way. I'm jealous. Hu Xiaofang scratched his head when he heard this. Indeed, it feels great to win. But why does this sentence, personal performance is irrelevant, still sound a bit uncomfortable? Forget it. I want to be both a framer and an archway. How many people are envious but still can't get enough of it? If you are called a fool, you will be called a fool. Anyway, this is the truth. By the way, Brother Liu, where do you think Brother Qin will spend his star value? He got more than 6,000 yuan from this round of mock battles. I don't even know how to spend it. When Lu Qianan heard this, he pondered for a while. It's really hard to say. According to reliable informant information, he never bought any private lessons when he was at the Nanjong Spark training camp. No, I haven't even been to a public class. The method used is not provided by the training camp. Brother Qin seems to have been practicing on this path, which is quite different. Maybe this is one of the reasons for his rapid rise. Ah, do you understand so well? You must know that they are not in a training camp in Donghua. Hu Xiaofang was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Lu Qianan with a strange expression. Brother Liu, you don't know. This is not possible. With Brother Qin's incredible fighting prowess and good looks in the first round, there are many girls in our class who are attracted to him. Looking at the new students in the Demon Sea, there are probably countless people who have favorable impressions. Once you are exposed like this, you will easily become the target of siege and the subsequent simulated battle. After saying this, Lu Qianan's brain shut down for a short time. It took several seconds to come to his senses. He just picked up the plate and smashed it over. Fortunately, Hu Xiaofang reacted quickly and ducked away. Snapped. The plate hit the wall and shattered. Lu Qianan's furious voice resounded. Get out of here. I was not willing to accept being defeated at that time. I also wanted to investigate Brother Qin's background and wait for an opportunity to regain my position. It was a training camp exchange battle. Lu Qianan's life was turned upside down by Qin Yi's sheer form. It left a huge shadow for a while. So I specially asked acquaintances who knew Nanjong students to collect information about Qin Yi, hoping to see if there was any opportunity for follow-up revenge. But the more he checked, the more frightened he became, which made Lu Qianan give up the idea. Later, after breaking the inner demon, He also understood the technique of tearing apart space, which indirectly allowed him to win against the thousand-faced demon body in the Demon Cave college entrance examination. Liu Qianan understood a truth from then on. Chasing those who are beyond your reach will only make you miserable. On the road to martial arts, just keep surpassing yourself. Boom. Suddenly, the private room door opened. The waiter came in. Ahem, do you two need any help? No. We were just joking. Hu Xiaofang explained with an awkward smile. That's great. By the way, this plate will be added to the bill later. I hope you don't mind. The highest academy of the demonic sea. In the lobby of a large silver-gray flat-story building. This is the gravity training base. Many freshman students were sitting on the waiting sofas, holding electronic tablets and thinking. A young man with a mohawk looked troubled. This new season limited offer of the gravity room package is so tempting. The original price of the entry-level gravity chamber is 12 stars for 10 hours, but now it's only 10.8, and it also comes with a training nutritional meal. To be honest, I'm a little excited. I took a look at the dishes of this nutritious meal, and I selected 8 out of 16. All of them are good ingredients rich in the energy of heaven and earth. They are worth almost 1 star. Polishing yourself under the gravity chamber can give you a uniform weight-bearing feeling. Doing this once in a while and training martial arts in this environment will often have unexpected results. Therefore, many students will spend part of their star points on this. Plus a luxurious nutritious meal is included. The discounts are not too big. You must know that if it is a normal set meal with spiritual meat and spiritual tea, it will only cost 0.01 star value in the school. This nutritious meal, which is worth 1 star, has extremely precious ingredients. After eating it, it will definitely have a lot of benefits for your chi and blood. It's indeed tempting. But 10 hours is a bit too much. Based on our current health levels, training at 10 times gravity would probably take 20 minutes at most. When using a gravity chamber, in order to allow the cells to relieve fatigue, there should be at least 2 days between use. I don't know when we will use it up. During this period, 10.8 stars are invested in it. It's a waste, it's a bit wasteful. A young man in a purple shirt shook his head and pointed out the disadvantages of this package. The freshmen sitting on this sofa are all students in Class 35, the freshman class of Mahai. In their first round of simulated battles, they fought fiercely with the fallen stars before the cracks came. The survival base that we fought became like ruins, and the war was swaying. Most of the combat power was also damaged. When the crack came, it was destroyed in minutes. In the end, we achieved an astonishing result of ranking 69th in terms of completion. The guaranteed star value for the class is 12. Moreover, due to big mistakes in decision-making and premature death, personal extra rewards are not high. On average, the average value of most of them is about 20 stars. Money is very tight. It fully reflects how crazy and impulsive I was at the time, and how much I regret it now. Therefore, with such limited resources, we must be careful when using them. Immediately, someone spoke up and agreed with the boy in the purple shirt. Brother Zhao's analysis is correct. The value of these 10 stars is not a small amount. If you smash it in all at once, you will be tied to death. I'd better buy an hour's reserve first, which is worth 1.2 stars. Although the unit price is a bit expensive, there is still room for maneuver. I think so. Yes, that's how it should be. However, the Mohawk boy was still not convinced. Oh, I'd better buy this discounted package. Unlike you, I practice a body refining method, and the gravity chamber works very well for me. The flesh and blood tissue is more likely to be polished and solidified in that environment. Anyway, a lot of money is going to be spent on this. It's definitely not a loss to plan ahead for a rainy day. Is it? After hearing what the young boy Mohawk said, the students stopped trying to persuade him. Everyone's style path is different. The needs are naturally different. If you are someone who wants to exercise, it is really cost-effective to purchase the gravity room package. Moreover, this Mohawk boy belongs to the relatively wealthy class of Class 35. Since he didn't die in the initial battle with Luoxing and Liang army, he also killed some monsters later on. So in the end, his class and personal star value rewards totaled 50. He is considered the head of Class 35. That's right, old Wu, you still have some star points. You can afford to spend these 10.8 star points at once. Oh, I'm envious. It's a pity. We shouldn't have been so impulsive in the first place and went to conflict with those people in Liang. Don't some people think that the indigenous people are weak and that with the combat power of our Demon Sea Supreme students, they can easily win? Who are you talking about? Don't be weird if you have the ability. I didn't see you stopping me at that time. Quote, okay, the past is in the past, there's no point in discussing it anymore. At this point, many students in class 35 had mixed feelings and almost started to quarrel. If he had been patient before taking action, it would definitely not have been a problem for each person to get hundreds of star points. Where can I be as embarrassed as I am now? We do not suffer from poverty but from inequality. Especially when all classes, personal evaluations, and the total number of star points obtained are publicized. Seeing the large rewards for freshmen of the same class, they were even more upset. But there is no way, who can let me live up to expectations and not have a killer like Chinyi to hold my thigh? Everyone, work hard, know your shame and then be brave, and strive to wash away your shame in the simulated world with the theme of human purgatory. It can only be this way. After the first round of simulated battle, the students all began to reflect and use the resources provided by the school to improve themselves. Well funded. Just take bigger steps and strengthen your weaknesses that were exposed in the simulated battle. Money is tight. Then we can only plan carefully and strive to achieve good results in the next simulated battle. And no one knows it. Chinyi, who is currently the richest among the freshmen, spent 520 star points on the Dao realm on the first day. If a student in class 35 knew about it, they would probably sigh. The wine and meat in the Zhu family smells bad, and the roads are freezing to death. Inside the school, there are floating buildings. The entrance room to the secret realm of the abyss of heaven. Rumble, rumble, the quaint door opens. Chinyi, who had gone through another 7 hours of enlightenment, was thrown out again. But this time I was prepared. After staggering twice, he still stood firm. Little friend Chin, how's the harvest? Wei Shangdong's eyes narrowed with laughter, and he expressed concern in a tone that he thought was gentle and kind. Chinyi, who had just come out of the Dao realm, turned pale after hearing this. The old man's shrill voice was really a bit scary when he spoke. Especially with such a caring tone. It's okay, the harvest is huge. Chinyi took a deep breath and responded simply. After a total of 8 hours of Taoist enlightenment, my nether heart progress increased by 4 points, reaching 83.8, which is indeed a huge gain. You must know that even if you devour the precious ghost materials purchased from the Demon Sea Treasure House, the limit will only increase by 2 points a day. Oh, Wei Shangdong raised his eyebrows. This kid is indeed at the youth supreme potential level. Even if you haven't reached the 5th level martial arts realm, you can gain something in the Dao realm. He also used the adjective, huge harvest. Even those masters who usually accumulate a lot of knowledge do not dare to say that they will be able to make breakthroughs every time they enter the Dao realm. He didn't doubt whether Chinyi was exaggerating. If you really spend hundreds of star points just for vanity, then you really have a serious problem with your brain. But, you should be feeling tired now, right? Wei Shangdong changed the subject and said with a smile. Uncle Wei, how do you know? Chinyi looked surprised. Indeed, now I feel inexplicably tired. It's almost the same as when it first came out after 5 days in the simulation world. So even if the harvest is huge, Chinyi is also planning to go back and have a good rest and talk about it tomorrow. Wei Shangdong touched his beard. This is natural. Think about it, what do you realize when you enter the Dao realm? It is the operating rules between heaven and earth, and the essence of the Great Road. Is it possible to not be tired by human observation, and if you want to understand something and remember it in your heart? Actually, even at the 7th grade Grandmaster level, no one is as ruthless as you realize, staying here for 8 hours at a stretch. So that's how it is. After listening to Wei Shangdong's words, Chinyi suddenly realized. No wonder I'm so tired. But in this way, I am indeed much more capable than those masters. It's almost the 8th hour. Only then did I feel tired, which affected my state of mind. Thank you, Uncle Wei, for reminding me. Then I'll be here today. Come back tomorrow. Chinyi handed over and prepared to leave. However, Wei Xiongdong almost staggered when he heard these words. Are you coming tomorrow? Normally, it's only right that you come back every 1 or 2 months. How can anyone be so worthy of burning stars? Don't you need to buy martial arts techniques or the like? The next day, inside the academy, there is a floating building where the secret realm of the Tianming Abyss is located. Qin Yi flapped the wings of the death demon and landed. After devouring the netherworld materials in the morning, the progress of Heart of Netherworld has reached 85.8. This speed was faster than I originally expected. I estimate that in 2 days, before the second round of simulated battles begins, I will be able to reach 100 progress. Not only that, as his understanding of Tao improves, his qi and blood value also increases, becoming more and more powerful. Reaching the value of 2,500, breaking through to the realm of martial arts is just around the corner. Continue today. Now I am not afraid that the stars will be spent quickly, but I am afraid that I will have no place to spend them. The improvement in the Tao realm is so obvious. How can we not take advantage of the victory and pursue it? After Qin Yi came to the room, skillfully shouted, Old Man Wei, come to the Tao realm for 8 hours. After testing yesterday, 8 hours was almost my maximum efficiency. So just buy them all today, and the feeling of saving will be thrown out when you feel comfortable. Wei Xiongdong sat up from the recliner and said in a sharp voice, Is your kid really here again? It's weird, I've been in the Demon Sea Supreme for so long, and I've seen a lot of geniuses of all kinds. But this is my first time encountering someone like you. As soon as he left the door, he shouted that he would need to open a room for 8 hours, and it was as easy as buying 8 pounds of pork. That's what it says. But Wei Xiongdong's actions did not stop. Arriving at the ancient gate, he entered all the corresponding information. Okay, let's swipe the student medal. Qin Yi rubbed his hands and said impatiently, I'm sorry, Uncle Wei. Drop. After aligning the medal, rumble, rumble. The ancient door slowly opened. The force of swallowing came, and Qin Yi was quickly sucked in. 3 minutes after Qin Yi entered, outside the floating building, hoo, a young man wearing a green and blue robe came from the sky. The figure landed on the ground. Then he didn't hesitate. He strode directly into the stone monument building. Through the long tunnel, the young man came to the circular room. Seeing that Wei Xiongdong's clone was not lying on the recliner as usual. Instead, he was pacing back and forth as if thinking about something. The young man smiled and said, What's wrong, Mr. Wei? There seems to be something on your mind. But let's put those troublesome thoughts aside first and give me 3 hours of secret time before we talk. I've been having a lot of battles lately, and I've gained a lot of insights. I finally found some time, and I'm just waiting for this time to accumulate more knowledge. Wei Xiongdong raised his head and glanced at the visitor, scratched his cheek and said, Zhang Wei, you came at the wrong time. There are already people in the secret realm now. Ah, Zhang Wei was stunned. The Tao contained in the Tianming secret realm is a bit complicated to be honest. Basically, they are not the most common 8 main paths, and only a small amount of dark path rhymes exist. Therefore, even the secret realm can only accommodate 1 person at the same time. It's also empty most of the time. I didn't expect that today would be so unlucky that there would be someone there. Zhang Wei glanced at the time. Okay. How long will it take for him to come out? The leave I asked for should be enough. When he comes out, I will go in again. Wei Xiongdong looked embarrassed. Well, you may have to wait a little longer. Because this student purchased 8 hours of secret time in one go. What, 8 hours? Zhang Wei was stunned. What's the situation? Calculated based on the cost of Tianming secret realm. 8 hours means 520 star values. He was able to make such a move in one breath, and he was still a student at the school. Could he be the Dark Martial King? Soon, Zhang Wei locked a person in his mind. After all, the highest circle of Demon Sea is actually not too big. Especially those who would come to the secret realm of Tianming to improve themselves are even rarer. It's still relatively easy to infer. Oh, are you so unlucky? The task of garrisoning the fortress, I had too little free time. When I finally found some time, I just happened to crash. Zhang Wei rubbed his chin, pondered for a while and then made a decision. I should take some time off from noon to afternoon tomorrow. It's still okay. That's all, then I'll come over at noon tomorrow. Now he has just experienced a fierce battle, and there are many conjectures and verifications about Tao in his head. I really can't stand it any longer. Even if you plan to take a day off tomorrow, you can come again. Unexpectedly, after Wei Xiongdong heard this, he spread his hands helplessly. I'm afraid it won't work at noon tomorrow. This new student is a bit evil. The key is that the financial resources are also very strong. I estimate that I will be immersed in the secret realm for the next few days. Wei Xiongdong gave his judgment. Zhang Wei was completely confused. The amount of information contained in these words was so overwhelming that his brain couldn't process it. First of all, is the person in the secret realm a new student at this moment? You know, the Tao realm is completely useless to those below the Grandmaster level. In other words, this new student has exceeded 10,000 Qi and blood points, comprehended a trace of Taoism, and reached the 7th level Grandmaster realm. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Even the Demon Sea Supreme serves as a martial arts holy land to trap the evildoers of Daxia Kingdom. Every year, at least 50% of the new students entering the school must have 3rd grade Qi and blood values. Good guy, a Grandmaster appears. Unheard of. And when it comes to financial resources, this is also an exaggeration. Although he didn't pay much attention to this new class. But corresponding to the start time of school, I also know that it has only been a few days. How many days can a new student pay for the secret realm of Tianming Abyss for 8 hours a day? When he first entered school, he felt heartbroken for a long time just to spend 50 star points. Outrageous, too outrageous. Suddenly, Zhang Wei thought of something, and his eyes changed from shock to suspicion. Then he laughed even more. Mr. Wei, you're not kidding me, are you? HMPH, if you hadn't said it too exaggeratedly, I would have been fooled. Yeah, I just thought there was a new student with extraordinary talent who really reached the master level when he first started school. Then it's impossible for him to spend 8 hours a day in a place full of rules of heaven and earth, and comprehend it for several days in a row. Is the Taoist heart going to collapse? Okay, Mr. Wei, stop joking. I'm really in a hurry. Wei Xiongdong was speechless. Do I look like I'm kidding? Well, sort of. After all, what he said was a bit unbelievable and hard to accept. There was no other way. Wei Xiongdong had no choice but to continue explaining with a serious face. Zhang Wei, everything I said is true. This student's name is Qin Yi. Maybe you have been busy recently and haven't heard any rumors about him yet. But, this guy single-handedly helped the ordinary class counterattack this elite class in the first round of simulated battles. Earned more than 6,000 star points. Moreover, he has not reached the level of a master, but he has mastered a trace of simplified Taoism. A proficient person who can use various platinum-level techniques. That's why this realm is also beneficial to him. Looking at Wei Xiongdong's serious face and the detailed information. Only then did Zhang Wei realize. In this new generation of Demon Sea, a monster who breaks the rules really appears. Gulu. Zhang Wei swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Worth more than 6,000 stars. Oh my god, if you have to take it out yourself now, that's not even good. In addition, he has mastered a trace of simplified Taoism before reaching the master level. This is even more terrifying than becoming a master. The latter just means that you advance quickly. But the former means that you have set a precedent in martial arts. After a few breaths of time. Oh, that's all. Zhang Wei sighed and said with a wry smile, I accept that I will make room for such a monster. ... Time passes quickly. 4 days after the end of the first round of mock battles. Student accommodation area. Manor number 6557. Qin Yi was in the yard, releasing traces of ghostly power from the palms of his hands, quickly drilling into the material to devour it. During this process, Qin Yi's understanding of Tao became more and more profound, and his qi and blood values steadily increased. Sudden, a limit is reached. Alerts sounded in my head. Congratulations to the host for raising the progress of Netherworld Heart to 100, you can try to understand the way of Netherworld God. The way of Hades. Before Qin Yi could react. Boom. In an instant, some obscure and unclear thoughts in Qin Yi's mind suddenly became clear, like an enlightenment. The attribute particles in the surrounding world also appear in the perception. This is. Qin Yi's eyes lit up. Before this, although he could use the energy particles floating in the world to fight, but in fact it cannot be perceived concretely. Instead, it uses the power of the netherworld as a guide to pull it along. But now, everything is clear. There is only one explanation for this. That is, he has reached the limit of 4th grade Qi and blood value, 2,500 points. Already able to absorb energy particles into the body. Became a martial artist. But, according to common sense, after reaching the limit of 4th grade Qi and blood value, even you can sense energy particles. There is only one right way. For example, if you perceive the fire element particles, you will become a flame martial artist after inhaling them into your body. After choosing a type of particle and grinding it into his own flesh and blood tissue. Due to the mutually exclusive relationship between energy attributes, other particles can no longer be perceived. But now I feel that the world between heaven and earth is colorful and rich. There are death particles, evil particles, dark particles, etc. Very weird. See if you can inhale them all at the same time. Soon, Qin Yi made a decision. After all, if this idea holds true, the benefits will be huge. Very simple reason. Why is it that after reaching the level of a 5th grade martial artist, it is equivalent to a watershed, and it will become more difficult to pass the level? Even under normal conditions, it would be difficult for 10 4th grade warriors to compete with one 5th grade martial artist. Just because. Before you reach the 5th level of martial arts, except those with awakened powers who can use a small amount of mysterious factors in their bodies to fight. The rest fight with their own bodies. The 5th grade martial artist is different. A martial arts expert of this level has absorbed free energy particles and polished them into his flesh and blood. With the help of these energy particles as inducers. Every move of a 5th grade martial artist can resonate with particles of the same attribute in the world. It is equivalent to using the power of heaven and earth to fight against the enemy. Not only the power is greatly increased, but also the combat power can far exceed the blood value. It also saves energy. For example, when I punch out, 50% of the power is my own, and 50% is the result of the explosion that resonates with the energy of heaven and earth. This is a qualitative change in power levels. Naturally, it cannot be compared to warriors below 5th grade. And once Qin Yi absorbs so many energy particles with different attributes into his body. During the battle, you can mobilize more particles of heaven and earth for your own use. It is conceivable that the fight will be longer and more powerful. Just do it. The next second, Qin Yi thought about it and tried to induce these energy particles. Suddenly there was a strong wind in the yard. Hoo hoo hoo. Qin Yi's body seemed to turn into a huge black hole. Swallowing those particles in the air into the body like crazy. Swallowing in progress, Qin Yi closed his eyes and concentrated on control. These particles blended with the flesh and blood tissue, causing subtle changes in their fundamentals. The black hole-like inhalation continues. The resulting strong wind caused the flowers, plants and trees in the yard to be constantly swayed. However, if they are warriors below the 5th rank, they can only see these appearances. And if there are people above martial arts here, they can see that the energy particles in the world are all disordered. Sizzling. Suddenly, an indescribable aura emerged from the surroundings out of thin air. Integrated into Qin Yi's body. Let the power of the netherworld transform. If you magnify it millions of times and observe it, you can find that these tiny particles of netherworld power have condensed into a spiral shape. It's much tighter than before. About 5 minutes later, Qin Yi suddenly opened his eyes. A ray of scarlet light flashed away. The whole person's temperament became a lot more sacred at this moment. The 5th level realm has been reached. Congratulations to the host for initially understanding the way of the god of Hades, rewarded with the method, the art of reincarnation of the god of Hades. A new beep sounded. The way of Hades. Boom. A huge amount of information was suddenly crammed into my mind. The art of reincarnation of the god of the underworld, the heaven-reaching method, is stored deep in Qin Yi's memory. However, because the rules contained in it are too strong, once the memory is completely released, Qin Yi will explode and die. So currently only the first 2 levels can be viewed. But even so, the methods recorded in The Art of Reincarnation of the God of the Underworld are still frightening. What a terrible method, Qin Yi murmured to himself. His pupils were filled with shock. The great principles contained in this method even include time, space, and the cycle of life and death. By now, Qin finally understood what just happened. At the moment when he becomes a martial artist, a wisp of the purest source of rules in the underworld was transmitted from a distant space. Integrate into your own body. Let the essential form of the power of the netherworld change. The origin of the rules is the power controlled by the legendary gods. If you don't have the source of the rules as an introduction, let the art of reincarnation of the god of Hades get you started. Then even if you get this method and practice it for 11,000 years, it will be useless, and you are destined to fail. In layman's terms, you can also think of this thing as a godhead. If you practice the art of reincarnation of the god of Hades, to the end, you will eventually become the god of Hades. Without divine power, it will naturally be useless no matter how much you practice. Qin took a deep breath. Calm down your mind. Extend the palm of your right hand. Sizzling. The power of the netherworld entangled with threads appeared and condensed into a small ball. Qin can feel it. Due to the art of reincarnation of the god of Hades, its essential form changed. The power of the nether power has been increased by at least 3 times. This is just getting started. As you continue to practice, the form of the nether power will continue to transform. Besides, the fighting methods contained in the art of reincarnation of the god of Hades are even more numerous, and the methods are mysterious and unpredictable. After the first round of simulated battles, the improvement in the past few days was really exaggerated. His energy and blood surged, he gained magical powers, the wings of the death demon, and he also obtained the true inheritance of Hades. I don't know what changes have been made to the panel. Immediately, Qin had a thought in his mind. Name, Qin. Position, Judge of the Punishment Department, 376,582 600,000. Realm, Elementary Underworld, 2,503.65,000. Control of Authority, Chain of Life and Death. Current number of demons suppressed, 2020. Currently, the ghost points that can be obtained every hour 531 points. Number of ghost points, 5883. Acquisition techniques. The art of reincarnation of the god of the underworld, 6 layers of Shira body, destroy all ghosts, blood dark eyes, suppressing evil tower. Evaluation. The chosen son who has obtained the inheritance of Hades, the hope of rebuilding the 6 paths of reincarnation and the order of the underworld. Really, after the progress of Nether Heart reaches 100, that column of progress has disappeared. Replaced by the realm, the elementary god of Hades. Behind it is the specific value of the current progress. Will I be upgraded after reaching 5,000? 5,000, isn't this the limit for a 6th grade warrior? Qin's eyes lit up when he wanted to understand the key points. So that's it. My path is not as Zhang Tianming, Weimo and others guessed, becoming a dark martial artist at the 5th level. My 5th rank cannot even be called a martial artist, but I have officially embarked on the path of the god of Hades. In fact, this is different from the martial arts path taken by others. It has already been reflected. Others don't know, but Qin knows it. The power of the netherworld in his body is not a supernatural awakening at all, but a more advanced energy particle. And this kind of power can only be mastered by others at the 5th level. I had it right from the beginning of my practice of the underworld method. And then, even before he reached the 5th level, he began to get a glimpse of the Daoyuan, which was still the supreme avenue of the underworld. It can be said that it is really strange to classify Qin's path into martial arts master, great martial arts master, and grand master. However, the energy and blood value of the upgraded level is the same as the original level. Qin rubbed his chin. In this way, there is another benefit. That is, if you want to know how much your qi and blood are, you don't need to use instruments to test it. You can just open the system panel to check it. Read on. Nothing else has changed. The ghost points are also drawn out as soon as I reach 10,000 in the past few days. Being able to reach the 5th level so quickly is also due to the underworld carousel. So now there are just over 5,000 left. Then there is the evaluation. Qin's pupils shrank slightly. Obtaining the inheritance of Hades was shocking just now. But the last sentence contains too much information. The hope of re-establishing the 6 realms of reincarnation and order in the underworld. What does it mean? Speaking of which, I had doubts before. As a judge, it stands to reason that there are some immediate superiors or colleagues. But in the current underworld, except for the little ghosts who do the lowest level of work and the minotaur-headed and horse-faced creatures who were summoned, no ghosts like me have ever been seen again. Could it be said that behind the awakening of the system, it's not that simple? You can get rewards by slaying demons. Maybe there is a deeper meaning. Thinking about it, Chinyi's head started to hurt. That's all. All the evaluations have said that after receiving the inheritance of Hades, I only have hope of rebuilding order. Although I am a junior god of the underworld now. But still very weak. Not even those demons can be killed. How can we shake the existence that destroys the order of the underworld? It just adds to the worries. What I have to do now is to continuously enhance my strength. Only when you can truly control life and death and explore the mysteries of time and space will you be qualified to consider these. Just at this time, news came from Cadet Metal. Chinyi opened it and took a look. Have the themes of the next round of simulation battles and detailed explanations of some rules finally come out? The information is clearly written above. Theme: Evil Reinforcements. Battle sides: Mahai Freshman Class 7 vs Mahai Freshman Class 31. Interesting. After Chinyi took a rough look at the simulation content, he smiled with interest. This evil does not refer to the natives in the simulated world, but the Demon Sea students. As the simulated battle information was released, messages in the Class 7 chat group also began to flood the screen. Hey, have you received the information about the next round of battle? Of course I received it. Class 31, this opponent is not easy to deal with. I know there are 2 5th level martial arts masters in their class. Are these 2 5th grade martial arts masters very powerful? Can they fight well? In front of our boss Chinyi, he is just a lamb to be slaughtered. Quote. Ahem, that's what I say, but can't we make a difference? Let's try and see if we can do something on our own. Indeed, it's not pleasant to be treated as a servant. What is this destiny panel? It looks very novel. After a quick look, it's just a buff bonus selected before the war started. We still have to make a decision together on how to use it. At this time, Gongsun Ching also typed, "Dear classmates, another battle is coming. You guys must be having a great time spending the stars these days, right? This is the gift we received from being ranked first in completion, so we must take this round of simulation battle seriously. Let's go to the place where the first class met and discuss strategies." Quote. Although many students secretly complain that there is not much difference between being serious or not. But on the surface, they all responded very positively. No problem. See you in an hour. Waiting for you. Chat dialogue closed. Chinyi raised his eyebrows. Do you want to discuss countermeasures? In fact, Chinyi thought it wouldn't be so troublesome. After all, compared to the first round of simulated battle, my strength has already made another terrifying leap. 2 5th grade martial arts masters. Even in normal state, it is probably an instant kill. In the face of absolute strength, there is no suspense in this simulated duel. However, after entering the Taoist realm for several days to gain enlightenment, I am indeed a bit tired both physically and mentally. It's a weariness that touches the soul. When the class meets for discussion, just think of it as relaxing your mind. Demon Sea Supreme Academy, Classroom 205, Xingzi Building. All students from Class 7 have gathered. Gongsun Ching stood on the podium organizing this rally. Of course, he sent it privately to Chinyi after the first round of mock battles, hoping to let him take over the power of organizational decision-making. But was ruthlessly rejected. To be honest, Chinyi didn't want to get too involved in such trivial matters. Waste of time and energy. All he needs to do is make a sharp knife and thrust it straight into the enemy's heart. So there is no other way. Gongsun Ching is currently responsible for organizing the activities of Class 7. Ahem. Gongsun Ching cleared his throat before speaking. Everyone should know about this theme. Evil reinforcements. This evil refers to us. In the background of this story, the simulated world is divided into 2 groups of orcs, namely the red orcs and the blue orcs. They have always been in conflict, but before that there was no war due to the existence of monsters, a more ferocious enemy. And the time we entered was just when they were destroying the monsters and preparing for a war. The orcs from both camps were afraid of failure, so they used the secret method of sacrifice passed down from ancient times and summoned evil spirits to help. We are the demons. To be honest, I find this setting very interesting. That's right. In Falling Star Base, although their identities are a mystery, they are still fellow human beings. But in this simulated world, they have become aliens, similar to those summoned by a devil's contract. A little weird. Ha 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 ha, Brother Chin, we are evil demons from outside the world now. These orcs still expect us to help defeat their opponents, so they must be respectful. Finally, I no longer have to be treated as a psychopath or pretending to be a grandchild. Hu Xiaofeng was a little excited. Qin Yi looked at him with pity. What a shadow this kid was left in the first round. But, thinking about it, I know that the school's irritating routine is impossible to use a second time. In the first round, those who were enraged and couldn't help but take action all received very few star points. I guess I've been learning from the pain these past few days when it comes to budgeting carefully. How could he fall down twice in the same place? Therefore, Qin Yi was also a little curious about this setting and what kind of pit the academy would lay. But one thing is for sure. Since both classes are attacking each other, the proportion of hard power is definitely the most critical. With his current combat power. No worries. Gongsun Qing paused and continued. As for the content of the battle, it is only a simple message such as helping your own orcs occupy the opponent's city. I think the specific information will only be displayed after entering it. Since we don't know the specific details, we won't discuss it further. We still have to focus on the life skills panel that is opened in the simulated world this time. Immediately, Gongsun Qing stretched out his hand and released the projection. The panel details announced by the school were manifested. Rows of life spells and the prices they need to pay are all displayed. Arrived on a Tissot ship at the beginning, consumes 10% of the value. Tissot ships. Their traveling speed is at the level of a normal 6th grade great martial artist, and they can carry hundreds of people. Summon a Roaring Sky Hunting Tiger, consumes 8% of the value. Roaring Sky Hunting Tiger. A beast whose combat power is almost equivalent to the threshold level of an ordinary 6th grade great martial artist. You can command it to defend against enemies. Bring 10 cubic meters of good wine and food at the beginning, consumes 0.1% of the value. Good wine and good food. The ingredients used are all of at least gold grade and taste great, which helps to improve your mood after eating. Poison falls from the sky at the beginning, consumes 5% of the value. Poison dropped from the sky. Designate a student from the opponent's class and pour 3 red fire poisons into his body at the beginning. Those with weak vitality and blood may even be poisoned and die immediately. These fortune-telling techniques are all kinds of strange. There are also many in number. If you count carefully, there are thousands of species. Gongsun Qing pointed at these fortune-telling techniques and said, in case some students don't like reading these complicated words, I'll give you a simple explanation here. The so-called life skills mainly fall into 2 categories. They are actually some buffs added to oneself at the beginning, or negative buffs added to the enemy. And this consumption value is the price to be paid. For example, if I use a life spell that consumes 10% of the value, then after the simulation battle, the students in the class who should have received 100 star points for their performance will only get 90. Correspondingly, the opponent class can get 10% more. And each class has a maximum value for life magic, which is 40%. The above is the entire content of the second round of new vitality panel. Here Gongsun Qing's explanation. Some students who have not carefully checked the information sent by the school also understand. To put it simply, this life skill is equivalent to a double-edged sword. In essence, it is also a game between classes on both sides. If you use it, you will have an advantage in the battle in the simulated world, but the final star value obtained will be reduced. And if you don't use it, not only will it not be deducted, but the star value may also increase by a certain percentage due to the opponent's use. But everyone is a class where geniuses gather. No one who can advance to the second round is an underdog. If you are too greedy and don't choose life magic, you will be defeated. In this class battle mode, the number of stars awarded to the loser will be horribly lower than the number of stars awarded to the winner. The extra 10% or 20% is pitiful. In the next round, they will also enter the loser group. More cruel. Whether or not to be greedy, how to be greedy, including which destiny technique to choose, all need to be considered. Everyone immediately started discussing this. Well, judging from our strength on paper, excluding Brother Chin, we are quite disadvantaged. After all, the opponent has 2 5th-grade martial arts masters. In the first round of class completion rankings, we also rank 9th. Why do you need to increase others' ambition and destroy your own prestige? They are 9th, so we are still 1st. Oh, I'm just afraid that they will adopt some strategy against Brother Chin, and then we will be passive. You must know that this life technique also contains many single body curse types. And who knows if it will be the same as the defensive battle at Falling Star Base. There are several holes in the protective shield, making it difficult to take care of both ends. So my suggestion is to choose some life skills similar to those of the Tissot ship to strengthen your mobility. Everyone has their own different considerations. The debate became intense for a while. At this time, Gongsun Qing looked at Qin Yi. Brother Chin, what do you think? In the final analysis, the main point of contention is whether Qin Yi will be restrained. Although I really don't want to admit it, judging from the class and personal evaluations, if we exclude Qin Yi and the 2 5th-grade martial arts masters with such high-end combat capabilities. In terms of the average level of other students, Class 7 is not as good as Class 31. In the first round of simulated battle, Qin Yi single-handedly raised Class 7 to a height that did not originally belong to it. Now, without knowing the specific detailed combat objectives, there is also the X factor of life magic. If Qin Yi is really restrained, the only thing waiting for Class 7 is Liang. Hear Gongsun Qing's question. The classroom fell into a brief silence. Everyone looked at Qin Yi, waiting for an answer. What do I think? Qin Yi was unhurried and tapped his index finger slowly on the table. Let me tell you, naturally there is no need to use any life skills. Just fight them and that's it. There is no need to use life spells that consume star points. These words were extremely confident, and without much hesitation. Are you afraid of being restricted by the witchcraft and curses contained in the fortune-telling panel? Qin Yi didn't feel at all that these life spells aimed at the freshman of Demon Sea could have such an outstanding effect on himself, a junior god of the underworld. To take a step back, even if your strength is cut in half. Qin Yi was confident that he could kill all 50 people on the other side in a head-on battle. And if the opponent uses life magic, that is equivalent to increasing your final star value reward a lot. For others, 10% or 20% may only be hundreds of star values. But for me, those hundreds are at least worth it. Get more of these resources. Wouldn't it be nice to use it to gain enlightenment in the Tao realm? There are other students who are worried, fearing that the same thing will happen in the final crack guard battle at Falling Star Base. It is difficult to take care of everything by myself. But Qin Yi is different now. There is a purple-grade magical power, the Death Demon Wings. His speed and flexibility have increased several times. If he returns to that crack guarding battle now, Qin Yi is confident that he can kill most of the monsters in the 7 cave entrances in advance. So choose some life skills like summoning flying magic weapons or divine walking talismans. It's not necessary either. Anyway, Qin Yi, who had just undergone a terrifying transformation in strength and obtained the inheritance of Hades, was full of confidence. Fate panel. It's just a function to give you more star points. In front of him, there is no game at all. It is enough to defeat all laws with one force. When the other students heard these words, they were instantly inspired. Boss Qin Yi is truly worthy of being the number 1 person in our class. He speaks with a domineering attitude. With Brother Qin's words, we are completely relieved. Another round of lying down and winning. Sigh, I wonder if I will have a chance to use my newly learned marksmanship this time. Hu Xiaofeng was even more excited and shouted, Brother Qin is so powerful. The people in Class 31 are just chickens and dogs in front of Brother Qin. Not worth mentioning. Qin Yi's mouth twitched. Good guy, I just wanted to say it last time at Falling Star Base. Your recent performance has been a bit too exaggerated. It sounds embarrassing. So the next second, Qin Yi stopped him with a few words. Don't say anything that is not conducive to unity. What kind of onion? This kind of word cannot be used for our supreme classmate of Demon Sea. We are all elites who will serve mankind in the future. Maybe there will be a chance to work together in the demon suppression department and the administrative system. A battle is a battle, don't hurt the peace. Heard scolding. Hu Xiaofeng also scratched his head and lowered his head to admit his mistake. Sorry, I was a little too excited just now. Qin Yi became serious. Even with his out-of-the-box temper, he didn't dare to joke anymore. And Gongsun Qing saw this scene. He also hurriedly spoke to lighten the atmosphere. Okay, Brother Qin actually said that there is no need to use any life skills, so we won't use them. HMPH, let him be strong, and the breeze will blow over the hills. Then let's discuss the different situations you may face after entering. And how to allocate our personnel groups when we need to operate separately. I've got some preliminary ideas here. Everyone, please take a look. Immediately, Gongsun Qing projected another electronic screen. There are some of his conjectures and plans above. After all, you can't just rely on Qin Yi. Gongsun Qing, including the others in Class 7, also wants to play some small role. And Qin Yi was sitting on the window seat. While listening to a few sentences at random, he looked up the methods recorded in The Art of Reincarnation of the God of the Underworld. Please like and subscribe. Chapter 191. The Highest Academy of the Demonic Sea. Classroom 208, Wagwang Building. People from Class 31 are holding a rally here. The man with long purple hair and an open collar shirt standing on the main stage is their decision maker. He is also one of the new martial arts masters who controls the energy of heaven and earth, Chen Shu. At this moment, the atmosphere in the classroom was extremely depressing. Chen Shu spoke slowly. You must already know that our opponent in this round is Class 7. They are the class with the highest degree of completion in the first round of simulated battles. I can only say that I was a bit unlucky. To be honest, with the strength of Class 31, there are really not many people who can scare them. That is, Elite Class 1 and Class 7, these two are a bit scary. What a coincidence. I just happened to meet Class 7. After the words fell, the voices of everyone started to complain one after another. This is not a bit unlucky, it's really bad. There are 35 opponents in total, and Class 7 happened to be randomly selected. Is there any justice? Ha 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 ha, it's fun to fight against the strong. Why are you touching my head? I'm not sick. It's over, it's completely over. Let's think about how we can make the loss less ugly. ... Pessimism continues to spread. Many people even believed that it was certain that they would fall into the loser's bracket. Just at this time, seeing the big guy's expression, Chen Shu actually smiled. What? When you were at Falling Star Base, you all had high morale. Are you scared now? However, this incentive method did not have any effect. The main thing is that when they first entered the simulated world, they all thought that they would continue to dazzle and kill everyone when they came to the Demon Sea Supreme. The result was a simulated battle. It has been taken to the extreme. The final completion score was only 9th. It can be said that everyone in Class 31 finally understood what it meant to have someone outside the world. These geniuses who come from all over the world and in their respective places have finally had some of their edges smoothed. HMPH, I don't think it's anything stressful. The horse-faced man who was sitting in the corner stood up and said with a calm expression. At this moment, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Because this person is the second 5th grade martial artist in Class 31, Ma Fei. Ma Fei seldom talks. Taciturn. Unexpectedly, he would stand up at this juncture. I saw him striding up to the main stage, and after scanning around, he continued to speak, facing the one with the highest degree of completion in the last round. Even if we lose, so what? With our strength, we still have a chance to advance from the loser's bracket. Besides, in my opinion, compared to the Elite Class 1, Class 7 is not that difficult for us to deal with. Oh, originally, the first 2 sentences sounded quite reasonable to everyone. Don't be afraid of wearing shoes if you are barefoot. There is no shame in losing to the top finisher in the previous round. But the next sentence, Class 7 should be better dealt with. Before anyone else could figure it out, Ma Fei stretched out his hand, and lines of text were projected into the air. You should all know why Class 7 was able to take first place, right? These text projections are Qin Yi's personal evaluations. The contribution ratio reached an astonishing 95.8%. This is a class with a total of 50 people, and the remaining 4.2% contribution ratio is equally shared by the remaining 49 people, which is simply unimaginable. It can be seen that, except for Qinyi, the remaining students in Class 7 are completely pure pedants. Of course I do. There is a killing god. Now among the new students in our Demon Sea, the one who is in the limelight is probably Qinyi. Not to mention freshmen, many seniors and seniors already know Qinyi's name. After all, such a record is unique in history, even in the demonic sea where miracles occur frequently. Alas, how on earth are we going to win in the face of such a heaven-defying existence? The opponent has the undisputed number 1 in freshman combat power. He was afraid of a head-on confrontation, and he wiped out the 31st squad by himself. How to win? Ma Fei asked with a sneer. Isn't it obvious? As long as we can target Qinyi. In addition to tactics, the new life skill panel that appeared this time is also something we can take advantage of. We directly filled up the 40% numerical consumption quota and bet all on single target life-defying spells. I don't believe it. I can't cure him alone. When Ma Fei said the last sentence, he even had a crazy smile on his face. He himself has a somewhat bellicose temperament. The more difficult the battle, the more it stimulates his fighting spirit. Will Qinyi, who became famous in the first round of simulated battle, be killed? Just thinking about it makes me feel comfortable. Isn't this going too hard? Using all 40% of the value quota. Then no matter whether we lose or win, 40% of our final star value will be deducted. Facing the first place in completion, is it necessary to be so desperate? I have a little tidbit, that Qinyi had a record of killing demons when he was a high school student. What? How about we stay on the safe side and be prepared to fight back in the losing group and that's it? Not everyone is as crazy as Ma Fei. The other students already felt chilled just by looking at Qinyi's comments. Where would you dare to have a head-on confrontation? At this critical moment, Chen Shu also spoke. I agree with Ma Fei's decision. The second round of simulation battle is different from the first round. It is a battle between students, and there is bound to be a loser. And the star value obtained by the loser is very few. It can't be deducted much at all. In that case, it's better to give it a try. It sounds ugly, but if you try your best, even if you lose in the end, you can still lose in a good way. Besides, as the number 1 in terms of completion, Class 7 must be very confident and may not be able to use life magic at all. Under the circumstances, we may not have no chance. Chen Shu's summary is reasonable and well-founded. Many people nodded unconsciously. Moreover, the 2 strongest warriors in the class want to fight with all their strength to take down the tough nut of Class 7 headed by Qinyi. If they continue to oppose it, it will be detrimental to unity. Okay. Since Brother Chen and Brother Ma have made up their minds, let's try again. Humph, I looked at the comments from other people in Class 7, and there's nothing to worry about at all. The only one who needs to be careful is Qinyi. Is it possible that he can kill us all by himself and cause chaos? Quote. If we can defeat Qinyi, then we will really become famous. Fight, the simulation world is dead anyway, there is still a chance to start over. The ghost upper body life skill is pretty good, it can make an innocent soul follow Qinyi all the time. Well, I think the cursed doll is the one with the best combat power against a single target. Everyone in Class 31 reached a consensus, and soon started a discussion about which destiny technique to choose. The day before the second round of mock battles. At the highest level of the demonic sea, a floating building with a huge stone monument stands, within the secret realm of the abyss of heaven and darkness. In the dark sky, the blood moon hung. Qinyi walked in the cramped abyss. His mind was completely immersed in the patterns on the stone wall. The content of this pattern is an old man with a hooked nose in black robes. He is spraying thick black mist from his hands, covering the majestic city in front of him. Hoo. Due to the improvement of understanding of Tao, the surrounding energy particles were a little restless. Incited the breeze. Now, Qinyi's spirit directly entered a new world. Here, everything on the pattern moves. Qinyi looked down from a bird's eye view, looking at the city below. With a thought, the whole person seemed to be falling downwards in a spiritual form. Due to the sudden attack of black fog, the guards at the top of the city shouted in panic and wanted to escape immediately. It's no use. The moment he touched the black mist, the guard's flesh and blood began to dissolve. In less than 2 breaths, it turned into white bones and scattered on the ground. The way of death. The corrosion of death. Shinji understood the path taken by the black-robed old man as soon as he realized it. Death energy has the characteristic of causing the flesh and blood of all living beings to disintegrate. The strong ones who walk through the corrosion of death have taken this disintegrating characteristic to the extreme. The black mist continued to penetrate deeper into the city. Suddenly, screams and panic resounded. Facing the indiscriminate attacks of this powerful old man in black robes, the people in this city were unable to resist at all. Whether it is a businessman with elegant appearance or a coolie wearing coarse cloth soaked with sweat. The moment he came into contact with the black mist, dissolved quickly. This is a massacre. The old man in black robe had no intention of leaving anyone alive. Is it because of grudges? Shinji doesn't know. For me, there is no need to delve into the reasons. Understanding the mystery of the corrosion of death is the key. After watching thousands of people die, Shinji somewhat understood. That's it. These black mists carrying the corrosive charm of death quickly penetrated into flesh and blood when they touched it. First, integrate. Then it spread, devoured and disintegrated. It's like throwing a drop of poison into a river and quickly dissipating the pollution. If you want to defeat the enemy, do you have to sneak into it first? With the new understanding, Shinji kept thinking about how to use his own way of the underworld. Even my head hurts from thinking about it. Still couldn't help but keep thinking about it. Sudden, a huge swallowing force came. Shinji was immediately taken up by Shui Yu. In the circular room of the steel building. Rumble, rumble, the ancient door slowly opened. Shinji was thrown out. After a few staggering steps, he will stand firm. Wei Shangdong narrowed his eyes. Little friend Qin, how did you feel today? This boy has spent the past 2 days realizing his thoughts. From 8 hours a day, it was reduced to 3 hours. Thinking about it, I finally reached the bottleneck. You can no longer get huge gains like you did at the beginning. Is this right? No matter how evil you are, you must have a limit. Understanding the mysterious rules between heaven and earth, how can it be as simple as eating and drinking? Daily accumulation is also crucial. Rules are originally hidden in every aspect of life, but they are not as explicit as the Tao realm. Very nice. It's just that I don't have as much inspiration as before. Shinji responded simply. However, in fact, after initially understanding the way of the underworld and becoming the primary underworld god, those patterns in the Tao realm, I understand it better. Therefore, the speed of understanding is also faster. Of course, the rules of heaven and earth are too mysterious after all. If you understand them too quickly at once, your spirit will be overwhelmed. Therefore, Shinji shortened the Tao realm time from 8 hours a day to 3 hours. The overall harvest is even higher than before. Another advantage of doing this is that the cost of star points is reduced a lot. It used to cost 520 star points per day, but now it only costs 195. Great savings. It's just that after so many days in a row, I realize that my efficiency is still improving. It's too shocking to spread. It's better to keep a low profile. Out of such considerations, Shinji did not tell the truth. Oh, Wei Shangdong nodded. I secretly thought that this was indeed the case. Then he felt comforted. Don't be discouraged, this is normal. The way of rules is extremely mysterious. As human beings, if we want to pry into the mighty power of heaven and earth and use it for ourselves, it is inherently contrary to nature. It would be strange if we didn't encounter some obscure bottlenecks in the middle. Young man, settle down. I'm optimistic about you. Shinji cupped his hands and thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Wei, for clearing up the confusion. But he started thinking in his heart. Speaking of which, Wei Shangdong's words seemed to be very clear about the rules of heaven and earth and the nature of Tao. I always feel that this person is not just a simple gatekeeper. If you have time, ask around. At the same time, on the main road of Demon Sea Supreme Academy, Gao Ziyuan, the first-year academic director, was explaining the scenery along the way to 3 brown-skinned people with a smile. These three people all wore clothes that were different from the regular clothes of Daxia. The round-faced middle-aged man standing in front has a thick beard. And behind him, the boy and the girl have yet to completely shed their childishness. He looks about 17 or 18. The young man looked naive with his thick eyebrows and big eyes. The girl has a sheep hairstyle and looks a bit delicate. While walking, Gao Ziyuan introduced them. This area is mainly composed of some secret passages and advanced training facilities. So you can see a lot of floating buildings. Since the arrival of the mysterious energy of heaven and earth, Blue Star humans are no longer the absolute overlords who can sit back and relax, but are in danger of being overthrown by aliens at any time. Many countries that had not dealt with each other have also united. Unified the language. So now there is no obstacle to communication. That's it. Eunice, the middle-aged man who led the group, nodded solemnly. There was emotion in my heart. It is indeed the country that resists the most caves, and its foundation is so deep. These buildings look extremely expensive. It is the crystallization of technology and martial arts. Their most advanced martial arts academy in the Gala Kingdom was far inferior in terms of facilities. And the Demon Sea Supreme is only one of the 7 Supremes in Daxia. The young Hassan couldn't help but sigh. Oh my god, what a beautiful and shocking building. The scenery inside this building must be stunning. I really want to go in and take a look. Gao Ziyuan, however, smiled and said nothing and did not answer the question. All floating buildings are relatively secret and important places. It is impossible for foreigners to have permission to enter. Just taking them to see and experience them is already fulfilling the friendship of the landlord. At this time, a person came around the corner in the distance. It was Qin Yi, who had just finished comprehending the secret realm of the Tianming Abyss and came out to find the smart suspension car to return to his residence. Hello, Director Gao. This is... Qin Yi saw Gao Ziyuan from a distance and said hello. Wait until you see a few faces. Somewhat surprised, Gao Ziyuan actually walked around the school with someone who was obviously from a foreign country. To know, Mahai Academy is the holy land of martial arts in Daxia Kingdom. In order to prevent the leakage of many teaching resources and information, there are no international students or exchange students. As for these 3 people, 2 of them were obviously not very old. They looked around like curious babies, not knowing what they were there for. Visit, Qin Yi, what a coincidence. Gao Ziyuan also responded enthusiastically. Naturally, he would never forget this monster who had just comprehended a simplified Taoist charm before he became a master. Very impressive. After getting closer, Gao Ziyuan introduced him directly. Qin Yi, these 3 are friends of the Gala Kingdom. Yunus, Hassan and Arifa. 3 of you, this is the undisputed ace of our new generation of Demon Sea, Qin Yi. Oh, hear Gao Ziyuan's introduction. The 3 of them immediately became interested. The undisputed ace of this freshman class. Such an evaluation can be said to be quite high. It is completely understandable that none of the supreme students of this class of Demon Sea can compare to them. Hello, classmate Qin. Yunus quickly extended his right hand. Qin Yi also smiled and shook his hand. Hello, you 3, welcome to the Demon Sea Supreme Academy. The Gala Kingdom is not far away from the Great Sha Kingdom geographically. The relationship between the 2 parties has heated up relatively quickly in the past 200 years, and they have cooperated in many project areas. So even if you don't know what they're there for, there's nothing wrong with being friendly. And behind Yunus, Hassan and Alifa looked at Qin Yi curiously. Is this the supreme new student of Demon Sea? Doesn't that mean that we are the same age as them? Ace doesn't look that powerful. He looks sunny and handsome, and his smile is like spring breeze, giving people the feeling of a big boy next door. He doesn't look like he has much fighting power. What they didn't know was that after Qin Yi understood the way of the Underworld, he was able to contain all the power of the Underworld. There was no leakage at all. If Hu Xiaofang and Lu Qianan could hear what these 2 people were thinking at this moment, there will definitely be a loud rebuttal. Sunlight. The boy next door. What a joke. Qin Yi usually becomes serious. The aura that escapes invisibly. Make their hair stand on end. This is also the reason why Hu Xiaofang has such a bold temper, but he doesn't dare to refute or make fun of Qin Yi's words. If it's a combat situation. Not to mention that When he met those scarlet and indifferent eyes, his life and soul felt like they were about to be deprived of him. That kind of horror is simply not something that normal people can bear. Okay. Suddenly, Eunice thought of something. Hey, since he is the top strong among the freshmen, that should be Hassan and Arifa's opponents tomorrow. You guys are meeting in advance now. You can have a friendly conversation today, but don't hold back tomorrow. This is respect. Who will we fight tomorrow? Hearing this, Qinyi was a little confused. What's going on? I have never received any news about fighting foreign students in a mock battle. Shouldn't the opponent be class 31? So, Qinyi looked at Gao Ziyuan with puzzled eyes. Gao Ziyuan touched his nose. That's right, we have a cooperation project with Gala Country. We need to help their top universities build more advanced simulation cabins. Yunus and the others are here this time just to discuss this specific matter. By the way, let these two little guys experience our simulation cabin technology and have a friendly discussion with our genius. The technological level of Gala Kingdom is completely different from that of Daxia Kingdom. The level of their simulation cabin is still at the stage where a maximum of 2 people can enter and create an open space for them to fight. In this case, it would be difficult for students to practice cooperative operations with each other. So this time I took the initiative to find Daxia Kingdom. We want to build several simulation cabins in the highest universities that can accommodate hundreds of people entering at the same time. It's not as advanced as the Demon Sea Supreme Simulation Cabin, but try to be able to create some complex terrains as much as possible. As a reward, the Gala Kingdom will provide hundreds of tons of thin ink meteorite. This is a precious ore that can only be produced in a secret realm in the Gala Kingdom. It has strong compatibility when used to build space channels. It is a resource that Daxia is currently in urgent need of. As a result, the two sides basically hit it off. I came here this time to finalize the specific details and have some exchanges to see how big the gap is with the geniuses here in Daxia. As Hassan and Arifa who fight on behalf of the Gala Kingdom. He was a freshman at Barbaro Academy, the only highest holy place in their country. But, Eunice, after Gao Ziyuan said to Qinyi, the conversation changed. Although Qinyi is the top freshman in this class, he is from class 7, not class 1 that you will face off tomorrow. According to the supreme practice of Demon Sea, all those from foreign countries who come to exchange battles are the elite class 1. Only in this way can the power of Daxia be demonstrated. Not in the class you want to duel with. Eunice and the other 3 looked surprised. Hassan even spoke directly. Director Gao, since we are here, we must fight against the top masters. Hassan, I'm not afraid of how ugly I'll lose. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to see higher mountains. I have no rivals among my peers in the Gala Kingdom. This time I just want to see the scenery from a higher place. Please grant me your permission. At the end, Hassan bowed deeply. The mind of a young man does not have so many twists and turns. Whatever comes to mind, just say it. And Eunice also looked embarrassed. Brother Gao, after all, I have brought 2 of the country's top geniuses. In order for us not to lose so badly, you deliberately placed a second-class battle. I understand your kindness. But, please grant our wishes. If you want to fight, fight with the strongest. Let these guys have a goal to chase in their hearts. Our generation in Gala Kingdom is not that fragile, and our fighting spirit will not be easily defeated. This. Gao Ziyuan was confused. How did things suddenly turn into this? He didn't mean to let things slip on purpose, so he decided to arrange class 1 as his opponent. It's just a routine. Can you say that class 1 is the strongest? That is indeed just for previous years. This time, class 7 led by Qinyi ranked first in the completion of the first round of simulation battles. Qinyi looked a little weird on the side. Good guy, what happened to me? A foreign prodigy is rushing to compete with him. But, Director Gao, I wonder if there are any rewards for communicating and competing with this foreign genius. Qinyi suddenly asked. Only 2 people came to this Gala Kingdom. If you want to participate in tomorrow's simulated battle, you must join one of the parties. That's equivalent to 52 against 50, and the difficulty must have increased a lot. There are no additional rewards, which is a bit unreasonable. Gao Ziyuan hadn't figured out how to respond to Eunice. When he heard Qinyi's question, he nodded reflexively, of course there is. When fighting against the class of 2 friends from Gala Kingdom, the final star value bonus will be 30% more. After all, these 2 are both 5th grade martial arts masters, and they are still the best among them. Their combat prowess cannot be underestimated. 30%. When Qinyi heard this value, he was immediately excited. This is not a small amount. Isn't it just 2 more enemies? You have to accept it. So, Qinyi immediately spoke. Director Gao, I also want to fight against the geniuses of Gala Kingdom. See their style. Gao Ziyuan's expression froze when he heard this. Do you want to see their style? Are you sure you're not here just for the star value and to torture them? If these 2 Gala Kingdom students faced off against people from Class 1, one-on-one, they might be able to survive a few moves. But with the strength Qinyi showed in the first round, once that weird demon form is activated, these 2 will definitely be crushed. But, since both parties have asked for this at the same time, it's not like they can't work it out. Anyway, this communication battle was organized very temporarily. The notification has not been sent out yet. It's not impossible. Qinyi, please discuss it with your classmates, if they all agree. Then in tomorrow's simulated battle, Hassan and Arifa will join your opponent's class. Eunice on the side was very excited and very happy. If they hadn't happened to meet this king among the freshmen, they might not have known until after the war that Class 1 was not the strongest. In fact, Eunice and Hassan both said they wanted to see how big the gap was between the 2 sides. In fact, I was holding my breath. It is believed that although their resources and training methods are not as good as those of Daxia Kingdom, the land of Gala Kingdom can also cultivate talents. As a country of Gala, this era is far ahead of other peers, and is known as the top twin star in the past century. The foundation of the whole country cannot compete with one of the 7 highest schools. Hassan and Arifa even entertained the thought of defeating their opponents. It's just that it wasn't said out loud. Hear the result. Qinyi also said immediately, no problem, I'll talk right away. I briefly talked about what happened in the class chat group. I heard there is a 30% star value bonus. Plus Qinyi is so confident. Of course everyone agreed. Gao Ziyuan agreed. The notification of the increase in the number of battles was quickly sent to the student medals of classes 7 and 31. When people in class 31 heard that 2 foreign geniuses had suddenly been added to their camp, they were also confused. But they reacted quickly. This is a good thing. This time it is added that people in class 7 will have bonus rewards, but they will not be punished. And 2 5th grade martial arts masters joined. No matter how you say it, it is also a great blessing in terms of combat power. Gives you more hope of winning. Both parties are happy. But, some people are happy and some are sad. In fact, the effect of this decision was not to increase the smile, but to shift it. Night. In the Demon Sea Supreme Academy, there is a tea house called Kinghawa in the living area. In the private seating area deep on the 2nd floor. All students from the Demon Sea Freshman Elite Class 1 gathered here. Yu Yi looked angry. It's unreasonable, it's simply unreasonable. Students from Gala Country want to compete with our freshmen, but Director Gao actually arranged for Class 7 to fight against the enemy. This has no precedent in the history of Demon Sea Supreme. Things fermented into the evening. It's basically spread among all the freshmen. Naturally, these Class 1 students also know it. Therefore, everyone who had already made a general battle plan for tomorrow also came here to hold an emergency meeting. Everyone was very excited. That's too much. The degree of completion is not first, which only means that our performance in the first round was not as good as theirs. If we really have to fight face to face, it's not necessarily who will lose and who will win. It's just that Director Gao's behavior is a bit chilling. Qinyi from Class 7 is indeed powerful, I don't deny that, but are the others just rotten fish? Not even a martial artist who can control the power of heaven and earth. If we go together, will we lose to him alone? Not convinced, they really are not convinced. The 30% star value is not the most critical. The most important thing for everyone in Class 1 is face. The first round of simulated battle failed, creating the history of Demon Sea. Now there are foreign students visiting, breaking the routine again. After that, when they meet the seniors, how should they introduce themselves? Others are afraid that they will say, Oh, you are in that elite class that Qinyi stepped on, right? What will future students think? Although elite class 1 is strong, it is not invincible. In history, Yun Jun, Yu Yi, Chen Ruoyao and the like have lost to the ordinary class. Whenever I think about this, everyone's face was burning. Which young man would be so calm as to ignore these rumors? Everyone wants to fight for it. However, just when everyone was making a fuss. But Yun Jun sat silently without saying a word. He even picked up the teacup and kept sipping it. But the sinister look in his eyes proved that he still cared. Brother Yun, what do you think? Yes, we all listen to you. Why don't we go directly to Director Gao to protest and adjust those Class 7 to be our opponents in this round? Suddenly, everyone focused all their attention on this strongest man. You know, Yun Jun is quite famous. Qi and blood are almost close to 4,000. In most years of Demon Sea, he can become the well-deserved newcomer king. Now he is overwhelmed by Qinyi. Can he swallow this breath? Finally, Yun Jun spoke. Don't accept it. What else can I do if I don't accept it? Go make trouble or show a little temper. HMPH, let me just say one thing. In the first round of simulation battle, the completion score was lost to Class 7. Is this true? Yu Yi and others did not expect it. Yun Jun was stunned because of his attitude. Chen Ruoyao said angrily, that's right, but. No buts. Yun Jun interrupted without politeness. After scanning around, he spoke coldly. If you lose, you lose. The strongest class in Mahai's freshman year is now Class 7. Am I saying this because I am convinced? No, I am not convinced at all. Actually, I already confirmed it with Director Gao before coming here. What do you think they said? Those two young men from Gala Kingdom have designated themselves to fight against the strongest freshmen and against the strongest freshman class. Hearing this, over the phone, made me blush. What the hell can I do? Yun Jun's voice became louder and louder, and at the end, he almost roared. His face was ferocious. These words and actions shocked everyone else. Yun Jun, who has always been calm and elegant, actually used 2 swear words in a row. The whole person seems to be out of control. But think about it carefully. It's really embarrassing. Students from other countries are determined not to compete with Class 1 because they think Class 1 is a loser. What can you do? Are you going to make trouble with Gao Ziyuan, saying that he broke the rules of the Demon Sea? Forcing students from Gala Kingdom to fight with him? Even if it means being completely shameless. If this is really done, this matter will spread quickly throughout Blue Star. Li feels so uncomfortable. Oh, there's nothing we can do. The students in Class 1 sighed. They all felt quite decadent for a while. Yunjin let out a deep breath. Relaxed my mind. So, all we can do is keep improving ourselves. Anyway, the simulated duel isn't over yet. Sooner or later, we will encounter Class 7. By then, no one can let anyone off the hook, and we must take revenge. Maybe, Qinyi's appearance is not necessarily a good thing. From the past, once the class simulation battle is over, those with the highest performance will receive the monthly student medal and can go out to do tasks. In the past 2 months, except for using the school's resources to continuously strengthen themselves, Class 1 students have faced no challenges. But Qinyi's appearance gave us a goal. Yun Jun's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Early next morning, the breeze blew, and the crisp sounds of birds chirping sounded on the branches. Entrance number 3 of Simulation Venue C. Everyone in Class 7 had been gathering here early. It was different from the first round of mock battle, because we didn't know each other, so the atmosphere was a bit silent. At this moment everyone became familiar with each other. They talked about how they spent the star points to improve their strength in the past few days, or what insights they had into martial arts. But no one knows. Qinyi has now broken through to the 5th level. No, he should have reached the primary level of Hades. Even with the enlightenment when I first broke through and the realization of the Tao realm in the past few days, my current Qi and blood value has reached 2701.6. Several hundred taller than Gongsun Qing. It is no longer the time when I just entered school and my health value among the students in Class 7 was not even in the top 5. Brother Qin, do you think the 2 prodigies of Nagara are easy to deal with? Compared to the top combat power of Class 31, how do these two martial artists compare? Hu Xiaofeng asked slightly worriedly. The main thing is that the combat power of 4 5th-grade martial arts masters is too terrifying. They agreed again not to use any life magic. In this case, I guess I can only place all my hopes on Qin Yi. How does it compare to the two martial arts masters in Class 31? How do I know? Qin Yi spread his hands. To be honest, I haven't even read the personal evaluations of the two 5th-grade martial artists in Class 31. Instead of wasting time studying your opponents, it's better to become more familiar with the techniques in the art of reincarnation of the god of Hades. Qin Yi already knew it in his heart, after obtaining the inheritance of Hades. At this moment, there is no one in the same class who can compete with him. And this gap will only get wider and wider. Immediately, Qin Yi thought for a while and continued to add. But, I heard from the person who brought them here that these two guys should be the kind of extraordinary geniuses from the Gala Kingdom. He is considered to be the guy who was born in the Great Era to lead the Gala Kingdom out of trouble. So I think, like the two in Class 31, they both have the qualifications to fight at higher levels. The 5th-grade students of Demon Sea are different from the martial arts outsiders who waste most of their lives before they realize the energy particles of heaven and earth and control the power of heaven and earth. All of them have outstanding fighting ability. Although the Gala Kingdom is far inferior to powerful countries such as Daxia Kingdom, Lighthouse Kingdom, and Sakura Kingdom. But after all, these two people were made possible by the efforts of the whole country. It certainly cannot be underestimated. Hear Qin Yi's analysis. Many students felt a thump in their hearts. Speaking of which, are they at least two normal-level new martial arts masters from the Demon Sea? This is troublesome, just when all students' thoughts are complicated. Hearty laughter came. Ha 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 ha, classmates, you are here quite early. Are you ready for a big fight? When he looked up, it was Lin Ming who came. Since the first round of mock battles, the bald instructor's attitude changed from cold at the beginning to extremely enthusiastic. Not just for Qin Yi. When facing any other Class 7 students, he would tell everyone everything he knew. Ah, not bad. Look at the performance of Mr. Qin Yi. Just hope that you can make a small contribution. Yes, just don't hold back too much. The student's words made Lin Ming's face froze. Is this still the class that ranked first in completion in the previous round? Why are all of them so unsure? It must be the first time in the history of Demon Sea Supreme that a class with so many among the top ranks appears. Okay, I won't say any more. I wish you success in winning. Lin Ming had no choice but to strode to the door, took out a black card, and swiped it on the sensor slot. Drop. Rumble. Rumble. The door to the simulation venue slowly opened. Everyone saw the familiar eggshell-like simulation cabins again. Everyone immediately walked towards different simulation cabins. Lin Ming waved and said, I hope you can work hard. Because there are opponents from foreign countries this time, we can't be embarrassed. Qin Yi went straight to a simulation cabin. After aligning the cadet medal, the next second, the simulation cabin seemed to be cut in half, with the front half separated upwards and rising slowly. Kakaka. Please enter the cabin. A mechanical beep sounded. Qin Yi stepped in without hesitation. After sensing that a student had entered, the simulation cabin quickly closed tightly. All light disappeared. Please take out a main battle weapon from the storage space. Upon hearing this prompt, Qin Yi took out the Scarlet Monster Spirit Ball and let it float in the air. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The simulation officially begins. Wa la la la. From the inner surface of the eggshell, a large amount of viscous liquid seeps out. Qin Yi's whole body was wrapped up. It's like it's embedded in jelly. Participant body analysis simulation in progress. Language synchronization in progress. The simulated world environment is being generated. Simulating creatures are being generated. With the last experience, Qin Yi stopped the operation of the suppression tower in his mind in advance this time. In a daze, consciousness seems to be floating in the air, passing through layers of space. Just when everyone entered the simulation cabin and started the simulation, the gears of time also began to turn slowly. The Orc world, the vast land. A magnificent city built of bluestone bricks. Time has left many marks on these bluestone bricks. This is the capital of the Red Orcs. Red Rock City. There have been countless battles between monsters and hostile tribes here. In the soil at the base of the city wall, I don't know how many dead bones and blood were buried. At this moment, the Red Orcs in the city are either ordinary people or wealthy businessmen. All looked sad. They didn't expect that the hundreds of years of battle with those mindless monsters would end. But there was no peace. He was about to fight against the Blue Orcs. Continue to move the perspective inward. In the deepest part of the palace in the capital. In the vast brown hall that is usually a forbidden area. A huge octagonal altar stands here, and the countless black beads embedded in it are emitting a hazy light. Red-skinned orcs knelt around the altar. He kept saying silent prayers. An orc priest wearing a white robe even held a piece of parchment and chanted loudly. Ah, old evil, I am here to sincerely pray for you to come. I hope I can use your strength. Barapolo stone, ho ho ho. Sudden, above the altar, the top of the hall is filled with colorful lights. One after another figures appeared out of thin air. Their appearance quickly became clear. It was all the students from Class 7. It's a devil, a devil. The skin of these guys is smooth and delicate, there is hair on the top of their heads, and their noses are not round. What is this if not a demon? It looks so scary. This is my first time seeing these guys. Who wouldn't be? It is said that the last ritual to summon demons dates back to 500 years ago. Seeing their appearance. The fear in my heart almost overflowed. Gulu. Among the orcs, a young red orc wearing a crown swallowed. Is it wrong to summon these demons? No, I'm right. The conflict with the Blue Orc tribe has reached an irreconcilable level. Pay something to the devil. It's better than having all the clansmen slaughtered. In the midst of such complicated discussions, the students in Class 7 gradually became more conscious. Introduction to the background of the current world. This is a secret realm of heaven and earth where orcs live. At this moment, the red and blue orcs are about to declare war, and both sides are making final preparations. And the most critical method is to summon the ancient demon, which is you, the simulation participants. A background chime sounds. Whirring whirring. After everyone slowly landed on the altar, they opened their eyes one after another. This is. It seems that we have arrived in a large hall, and it is on top of the altar. Ahem, think on the bright side, at least everyone is together. That's true. Last time we were at Falling Star Base, we were all scattered when we woke up. They were still working. Why do I feel that these orcs are so frightened when they look at us? Nonsense. Our identities are ancient demons, aren't we afraid? Bah, I feel scared after seeing their rough appearance. Hey, look, why hasn't Brother Chin come down yet? Suddenly, Hu Xiaofeng pointed to the sky and exclaimed. Only then did all the students in Class 7 look up. Qin Yi in the air was also very depressed. Now an invisible force is restraining him, and he is unable to resist at all. There is no way, the entire simulated world is an illusion, and I am essentially a condensation of energy. There is nothing you can do about being manipulated. It's just. Why can't I move even though everyone has regained their freedom? While Qin Yi was still thinking, a beep sounds. Attacked by the fate spell, Chain of Heaven's punishment. Life magic attack. Wa la la la. At the same time, in the void around Qin Yi, several thick cold iron chains with countless mysterious symbols engraved on them appeared. The sound of metal friction between chains was loud. Then it went straight towards him. Although the speed is not fast. But Qin Yi can't move now. Do you want to resist this blow by yourself? This scene shocked the students in Class 7 below. My day, what is this? Is there an ambush? These orcs summoned us, do they actually want to get rid of us? You have ulterior motives. Is this the insidious setup of this school? Do it. At this critical moment, Gongsun Qing opened his arms and shouted, wait a minute. This is life magic, don't be impulsive. After being reminded by Gongsun Qing, the big guy calmed down. Yes, I almost forgot about this one. There is no way, at this critical moment, if you sometimes counterattack a little slowly, you will completely lose the opportunity. It's not good to be at a disadvantage when you first enter the simulation world. Therefore, everyone is quite nervous. Not as much as I thought. In fact, Not only the students in Class 7, but also these red orcs were in panic. Where did these chains come from? This scene is not described in the records. Why only target that demon? I don't know. It seems that the fellow demons were also surprised, but they didn't dare to act rashly. High Priest, do you know what's going on? The High Priest in white robes had wrinkled skin and looked very old. It looks solemn now, slowly said. I think, we seem to have done something extraordinary. Legend has it that if a demon that is too evil comes, it will be ostracized and punished by the origin of the world. This is clearly the case now. That is to say, this guy is the king of demons. Demon King. Heard this title. The orcs all had trembling pupils. They wanted to use the power of demons to fight the enemy, but they didn't want to summon such a terrifying guy. Even the origin of the world is rejecting it. He didn't target other demons, but this one, which shows his strength. This is a blessing or a curse. We will not make a big mistake for our own selfish desires and let the world be completely overturned by demons. No, it is said that devil's value contracts the most. You have paid enough for summoning them, so you shouldn't regret it. But those are ancient records from who knows how long ago. Are you sure they are all correct? There is no turning back when you shoot a bow, don't talk about that. At this moment, the Red Orc King said in a deep voice. This immediately caused the orcs to stop discussing. Wah la la la. In the sky, those cold iron chains roared towards me. When he touched Qin Yi's body, it actually seemed to blend in like a spirit body. In Qin Yi's perception, these chains are entangled into his own bones. All of a sudden, the internal organs seemed to be tied with heavy iron blocks, and extreme gravity was felt. It is equivalent to being in a high magnification gravity room all the time. If Gongsun Qing was allowed to bear this kind of pressure, his bones would probably be crushed to pieces within a short time. Speaking of which, this thing is somewhat similar to his own method, the chain of life and death. But because the chain of life and death also needs to consume a little power of the netherworld to activate. Therefore, it would be a bit wasteful to use it on an opponent that is not strong in single combat and can be easily defeated by conventional means. So Qin Yi hasn't been used for a long time. In short, this chain of punishment will probably reduce his speed and explosive power by about 30%. Its power cannot be underestimated. But, even so, there is still no difficulty against those guys from Class 31 and Gala Country. Still crushing. Qin Yi is full of confidence. However, this is not the end. The beep in my mind sounded again. Attacked by the fate magic, colorful poison. Again, sizzling. Around Qin Yi, colorful poisonous mist began to appear. These poisonous mist are extremely corrosive. The moment it touched the jade ceiling of the main hall, it dissolved. It turns into drops of juice flowing down. Suddenly a big hole opened in the ceiling. The sun shines in. When the poisonous mist came into contact with Qin Yi, it quickly penetrated into the flesh and blood. The students in Class 7 at the altar were speechless. There's more than one life technique. Are those people in Class 31 crazy? They won't go all out and spend all 40% of the upper limit, right? It can only be said that it is possible. After all personal evaluations are public. Brother Qin's data is too dazzling compared to the rest of us. Even though he is a pig, he knows that if he is restrained, he can win. Quote, I hope Mr. Qin Yi can resist. Each of these single-body life skills is more ruthless than the last. With such a huge price falling on one person, Yunjun didn't even dare to say that he could survive if he resisted. But the students in Class 7 could only watch helplessly. Because if you dare to interfere with the attack process of these life spells, the life spell will copy a copy of the same power and act on the interferer. The red orcs under the altar were shocked when they saw the poisonous mist. My God, the material used to build this hall is mixed with a lot of brown holy jade. Yes, the hardness of brown holy jade can be said to be rare in the world. But in front of this poisonous mist, it was still easily dissolved. So this demon king was exposed to the poisonous mist and was not turned into juice. That might be a good thing. In this way, we don't have to worry about the demon king bringing irreversible disaster to the world. Seeing that the original punishment of the world was so severe, many red orcs present were even a little happy. After all, everything is happening to Qin Yi. Too scary. However, the orc priest's eyes narrowed. No. Although this poisonous mist is extremely corrosive, I can sense that the vitality of the Demon King has not dissipated. This poisonous mist does not pose a fatal threat to him. What? Hear this. The red orcs were shocked. Even if this is not possible, the Demon King's vitality is so terrifying. After about 3 minutes, the colorful poisonous mist slowly dissipated. Qin Yi's face turned a little pale. What a ruthless fortune teller. If it weren't for the fact that after he broke through to the first level of Hades, his defense power increased greatly and the flesh and blood tissue in his body became much tighter. Facing this kind of poisonous corrosion, you really have to suffer a big loss. But even so, since there are still toxins left, his condition has also been affected to some extent. Attacked by the life magic, 10,000 sealed ghost needles. Boo hoo 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 hoo. In front of Qin Yi. In the void, countless silver needles engraved with tiny ghost faces appeared. Are you coming again? Qin Yi gritted his teeth. It seems that those guys in class 31 really used all the values. Moreover, these are all life skills targeted at single targets. What a fight. Come on then, when I release the restraints, I will kill you all. Swish, 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 swish. A second. Silver needles all over the sky pierce the sky, roaring towards Qin Yi. Attacked by the Fate spell, Thunder Curse. Attacked by Fate technique, Sword Flower Slash. ... That's all. The life spell attack phase lasted for quite a while. When Qin Yi's chest was finally slashed, a bloody mark appeared. Finally, Qin Yi felt that the constraints of the invisible power around him were lifted. The whole person slowly landed on the altar. The students from class 7 quickly gathered around and asked with concern. Are you okay, Mr. Qin Yi? How do you feel now? If I had known that class 31 was so ruthless, I should have purchased some defensive or healing magic. It's so crazy. They are all single body life skills. The purpose is to beat Brother Qin to death in one wave. ... Qin Yi took a deep breath. Then he waved his hand and said, it's okay, it's not a big problem. In my body at this moment, curses and various residual energies are still at work. The gravity exerted by that chain, the same has always existed. It can be said that the combat effectiveness is estimated to have dropped by half. But it doesn't matter, in this state, it's enough to crush those people. The top priority now is to end this simulation war as soon as possible. Don't delay yourself from going back and realizing it in the Tao realm. Does anyone know how many numerical proportions of life magic class 31 used this time? Qin Yi said in a deep voice. A tall man in the crowd immediately replied, report to Brother Qin. I just made a rough calculation of the values of these fortune-telling skills, and the total should be exactly 40%. Everyone turned to look. It was discovered that this person was Sha Junfeng, who was tricked into an abandoned building by the Liang army and killed early in the first round of mock battles. Somewhat surprised. 40%. Lao Sha, is your calculation so accurate? Isn't it reliable? Sha Junfeng scratched his head. Yes, I've been carrying it for a long time. Sha Junfeng learned from the painful experience after being killed instantly and immersed in the viscous liquid of the simulation cabin for 4 days. I vowed to make some contribution in the next battle. Without knowing what to do, I went out of my way to memorize the consumption value corresponding to the life spell. You know, even with the powerful memory of majestic chi and blood warriors like them, it will take some time to memorize so many life skills. Qin Yi nodded. 40%, that's enough. This means that the final star value reward we can get will be 40% more. Add in the additional 30% that Gala country participates in the war, that's 70%. Speaking of which, I still have to thank them. The corners of Qin Yi's mouth rose slightly. So what if these negative buffs are added to the situation? As long as the outcome is still victory, that can only be turned into one's own resources. Still so confident, the students in class 7 felt relieved when they saw Qin Yi's expression. It has been detected that all participants have successfully entered the simulation world. Contribution analysis in progress. Information matching is in progress. The map city camps are being divided. The battle mission begins. There are cities one after another in the orc world, belonging to the red and blue orcs. Participants in the simulation need to fight for their own camp and capture as many enemy cities as possible. The entire mission lasts for 3 days. When either side captures all the cities, the simulation ends. Once the 3-day period is reached, the simulation will end regardless of the siege situation. The outcome is related to the number and importance of occupied cities. Based on this, the evaluation will also take into account the casualties of camp students. How to capture the city. Occupy the city lord's palace or the palace, and after the opposition forces have been wiped out, the occupation value will begin to increase. The current city occupation value reaches 100, which means it is successfully occupied. Note: in each city, there are formations that have been continuously improved by the orcs in the past generations. Some are offensive, some are for the defenders to strengthen themselves, etc. Properly allocating combat power and using formations to weaken the enemy's combat power are the keys to victory. Due to the life magic attack phase is also over. Everyone has finally reached the official battle stage. Therefore, the task about this simulated world rang in everyone's mind at the same time. Occupying a place of power in a city will increase the occupation value. If it reaches 100, the occupation will be considered successful. This rule is concise and clear, not as confusing as in Falling Star World. It was also explained directly and clearly. This round of simulated battle is actually a tough battle between the two classes. That's when the orc priest below mustered up the courage to speak. An old voice came. Master Demons, if it's convenient, please come down and talk. To be honest, I saw that Qin Yi, the Demon King, had experienced so many terrible attacks and still survived. Even his expression didn't change much. Such fighting power and willpower. These red orcs were frightened. But there was no way, since the demon had been summoned, there was no point in regretting it. Now I can only hope that these demons are the same as in the legend. There is a spirit of contract. Hear the greeting from the orc side. Everyone looked at each other. Because when entering the simulation world, the language has been synchronized. So they could completely understand what the orc priest was saying. Just deal with these aliens normally. Psychologically I'm still a little uncomfortable. Finally, Qin Yi said, let's go and talk to them. It's not too late to at least know more about the opponent before taking action. Immediately, Qin Yi took the lead and strode down the steps. Seeing this, everyone in Class 7 followed Qin Yi without hesitation. See this scene. The red orcs secretly thought that this was indeed the case. These demons all obey the orders of the Demon King. After such a move, their fear of Qin Yi has become even more profound. Everyone, there is no need to say anything unnecessary. After completing the contract and helping you occupy the cities of those opponents, it's time for us to return to our own world. Qin Yi said with a cold expression as he walked. After all, these red orcs are currently in the same camp as ours. Disarm them. It is also more tacit and enjoyable to work together. Sure enough, after hearing the Demon King's words, the faces of the orcs present were obviously happy. Is the devil's purpose so pure? The Orc King even laughed loudly. This king is so refreshing. Let's go, I have prepared fine wine and food for you. Please go to the reception hall to discuss in detail. Time goes back to when Qin Yi just arrived. The same simulated world that Class 7 is in. The capital of the Blue Orcs. Blue Valley City. It is also in a main hall of the Royal Palace. On the huge circular altar, colorful brilliance flashes. A series of figures condensed together. It was the 50 students from Class 31 and the 2 geniuses from the Gala Kingdom. The blue orcs below were also terrified. Devils, these are purebred demons. Hey, why do 2 of them look different from the other demons? They are darker. I don't know, could it be a special branch? The aura emanating from him is very unpleasant. I hope our decision this time is correct. There is no way. According to reliable information, the other side is already busy preparing for the ritual of summoning the devil. If we hesitate any longer, it will be too late by the time the army reaches the city. 2. The current situation in the orc world is equivalent to a dark forest. You don't know whether the other party will use the method of summoning ancient demons. But preparation for the ceremony takes time. Once you are useless and the other party uses it, you will regret it when it is destroyed. And on the altar, 52 simulation participants regained consciousness. Urifa, a girl from the kingdom of Gala, blinked her bright eyes and shouted in surprise, It's amazing, it's amazing. Is this Daxia's simulation cabin technology? My god, compared to this place, our simulation cabin in Gala Kingdom is just a pile of scrap metal. I have long heard that Daxia is leading in simulation cabin technology. But it's still hard for foreigners to imagine it without seeing it with their own eyes. Even before starting, Arifa and Hassan believed that the most they could do was evolve complex terrain and engage in large-scale battles. This is already the limit of their imagination. After all, it is the only highest institution of learning in the Holy Land of martial arts in the Gala Kingdom. Their simulation cabin could only create an open space for the two sides to fight. Hassan also swallowed. This vast hall is made of a warm and translucent material. Around the main hall, there are also lifelike totem sculptures of the Blue Orc tribe. As well as the Blue Orcs below, if you look carefully, the wrinkles on the skin are lifelike, and the expressions are also different, as if they have the ability to think independently. What is the difference between this and the real world? Is this Daxia Kingdom's martial arts research technology? Is this the level of the simulation cabin at the forefront of Blue Star? Shocking. Beyond common sense. The mouths of Hassan and Arifa at this moment were so wide that they could almost fit two eggs. The students in Class 31 saw the expressions of the two people from Gala Kingdom. A sense of pride welled up in my heart. This is the result of our Daxia country's scientific researchers working day and night. Let alone these two people. Even in their first round of simulated battle, when they entered Luo Xing base, they were shocked beyond measure. Of course, researchers can achieve such amazing results. It is also closely related to the martial arts experts' constant struggle for resources and the creation of a safe environment. And they, as the top martial arts holy place in Daxia Kingdom, are the supreme members of the Demon Sea. All that needs to be done now is to try to do the best in each round of the showdown. Defeat Team 7, led by Qinyi, who is currently at the height of their power. Blue Valley City Palace. A Blue Orc room was temporarily allocated to these demons, that is, the hall used by the students of Class 31 and the two geniuses of Gala Kingdom. Chen Shu looked at everyone else and took a deep breath. Did everyone understand the information and battle rules just now? If there is anything you don't understand, you can bring it up and discuss it. After Advent, everyone collected some information about this world from the Blue Orcs. I discovered that the indigenous forces of this world, namely these orcs, are too awesome. The combat power is not as good as Falling Star and Fierce Sun Army. But in contrast, their various formations are very complete. So, obvious, in this duel between two Demon Sea classes. The students' performance and how to use these formations are particularly important. Brother Chen, of course you heard everything clearly. This task is much easier than the first round. It's just about capturing the city. That's what I say, but because the opponents have changed from those mindless monsters to humans, the difficulty has actually increased. You must not take it lightly. It's natural. Our opponent is Class 7, which had the highest degree of completion in the previous round. You can't be too cautious. By the way, tell me, is it possible that Qinyi has been seriously injured and has little fighting power due to the many life arts we used? A student asked. In one breath, 40% of the life skills were used on single target attacks. Even Qinyi may not be able to hold it firmly, right? Hearing this, Chen Shu smiled. Don't have such unrealistic illusions. Who is that? That's Qinyi. It would be pretty good if he can get his condition down. ... Hearing this conversation, Hassan had a thought in his mind. Qinyi, isn't that what Gao Ziyuan, the handsome boy I met on the street yesterday, said was the undisputed ace of this freshman class? Were these people using some means to trick them? Compared to the caution of Class 31 students, Hassan is gearing up now. Hey, don't be afraid. After using whatever means to target the opponent's strongest combat power, why are you still being cowardly? Although, the opponent this time is the strongest class of your Demon Sea Supreme Freshman. But with Arifa and me on board, it's different. I think we can just use the two of us as sharp knives to break through and capture the next city in a surprise attack. Then you take the opportunity to collect their dispatch information and prepare to intercept them halfway. This battle should be easy to win. In fact, Hassan's real idea is that as long as he and Arifa cooperate and use the city's formation, when the time comes, we will kill as many students from Class 7 as they come. He was even a little unhappy with Chen Shu and others' villain behavior of using life magic. Defeat your opponent with dignity and dignity. In this way, they can show the national prestige of their Gala kingdom. But after all, we are still in the territory of Daxia kingdom, so we speak a little more restrained. Who would have guessed? Hearing this, the students in class 31 looked at them as if they were crazy. This made Hassan and both of them feel very uncomfortable. Chen Shu shook his head directly. No, you don't know how scary Qin Yi is. His personal performance and evaluation in the last round were terrifying to the extreme. I can show you. Well, that's not what I care about. Let's talk about your current plans. Hassan interrupted Chen Shu without hesitation. Highly rated last round. It also depends on who the opponent is. Pulling out a third-level warrior at random and beating opponents who are not warriors can produce very gorgeous statistics. Yes, the combat power of one of the top geniuses in one of the 7 highest schools in Daxia cannot be underestimated. But what if you are injured by a wave of their so-called life magic attacks? Then the two of them can touch the glory and pride of the Gala kingdom to a certain extent, right? Hearing Hassan's nonchalant and arrogant words, the students in class 31 couldn't bear it any longer and spoke out in anger. What are you pretending to be? Do you really think you are invincible? You are a peerless genius from the Gala kingdom. I see you facing off against Brother Chen. I'm afraid you may not be able to survive even 10 moves. You really think of yourself as someone. It's ridiculous. ... To be honest, if I hadn't gone through the first round of simulated battle tolerance training, then they have already started directly. When Hassan heard these merciless taunts, his face turned blue and white. Chi and blood surge up. Arifa tugged at the corner of his clothes. He whispered, "Don't be impulsive, we represent the face of Gala country. Teacher Eunice must be watching now, we can't embarrass him anymore." This stopped Hassan from being impulsive. Chen Shu's attitude has now become indifferent. He understands that people who have different opinions cannot work together, and forcing the other party to identify with him will only make the situation more tense. So he expressed his thoughts concisely and clearly. However, this was not said to Hassan and Arifa, but with the students of class 31. I think everyone should be stationed in Blue Valley City. Although every city has its own defensive formations, the Imperial City is undoubtedly the most powerful. Here, we can get the highest combat power blessing. Judging from Qin Yi's first round evaluation, he is a perfectionist and will never let us successfully garrison the Imperial City. He will definitely attack. When the time comes, use the strength of the whole class to combine the formations to fight against him. That's my plan. This plan is extremely risky. If we say that Squad 7 will not attack after occupying all the cities except the Royal City, then they will be absolutely passive. Ending with defending the next Imperial City, this round of duel will definitely fail. Even in the failing class, the evaluation will be very low. But in Chen Shu's opinion, Qin Yi could challenge the unknown demonic Grand Canyon in the first round of simulation battle. It shows that this person's desire for fighting is extremely exaggerated. Even if this is a conspiracy, Qin Yi can't leave the last Imperial City alone and not attack it. They won't be stuck at the last moment to ensure failure so that they won't have time to counterattack after victory. It's a big gamble, but Chen Shu was confident that Qin Yi would fall into the trap. Otherwise, how could he live up to his reputation as the new ace of the Demon Sea? Are you kidding? Hassan was dumbfounded. Just give up all other cities. Is this guy crazy? Is this the command of the camp he joined? Simply more cowardly than a turtle. If the opponent captures the remaining city, isn't that a guaranteed loss? Don't you even understand the rules? You're a bunch of idiots. Even if we take a step back, Chen Shu is right. The students of Class 7 really don't have the strength to attack the Imperial City. But so what if we win? It's not like winning without force. It doesn't reflect the power of Gala Kingdom at all. Hassan laughed angrily. Okay, I'm finally convinced. The so-called Demon Sea prodigy is nothing more than that. Since you are so afraid of Qin Yi and dare not take the initiative, then let Alifa and I take action. HMPH, you guys just wait for the good news. Arifa, let's go. Say it. Hassan turned around and left the hall, already planning to take action on his own. Alifa bowed apologetically and turned around to leave. watched the two people leave. The students in class 31 couldn't help but curse. Brother Chen, why not just go up and have a fight with them first? He who has his eyes higher than his head. Do you understand the value of the supreme freshman ace of Demon Sea? If Qinyi hadn't been born, even Lord Yun wouldn't be able to bear this title. Chen Shu sneered. Do not mind. Qinyi will teach them how to behave. Moreover, these two people have more or less the combat power of 5th grade martial arts masters. No matter how bad they are, they can still consume some of the vitality of class 7. The last round of mock battles taught the new students of Mahai a lot. Many people even wrote summaries of their gains and losses on the Mahai student forum. One of the things mentioned by many people is this: history will only remember the victors. Entering the falling star base and changing from a shining genius to serving others, is it a shame? A little bit, but because of this, he impulsively started a war with Luo Xing and Lai Yang, resulting in a total loss. Not to mention the lowest level of completion. The star value is only a little bit. That would be even more embarrassing, and it would also result in a loss of tangible benefits. A small leak will sink a great ship. Since he already knew Qinyi's powerful combat power in advance, he rushed forward so recklessly and was killed instantly. That's so stupid. On the contrary, even if this tactic is stupid. But can we defeat class 7 in the end? Who cares about the process? To put it bluntly, this world is a results-oriented world. As long as you succeed, whatever you say is right. As long as humans can destroy demons, they can use any means. That's right, Brother Chen, we listen to you. This is the best way right now. So be it. What do the blue orcs say? I don't think it's better than this. Hassan and Hassan's separate actions are just a small episode for class 31. Anyway, it was in the plan before yesterday. They didn't include these two people originally. As for the addition of these two people, it will allow the students in class 7 to obtain 30% more star points in the end, and it has nothing to do with them. There is no deduction for class 31. This is an added bonus. Demon Sea Supreme Academy, Monitoring Hall. Countless sophisticated scientific research equipment are in operation here. All staff are working intensively to continuously debug and troubleshoot abnormalities. And in front of the work area, inside the transparent glass cover, Gao Ziyuan and other instructors, including Eunice, were all watching the students' performance at this moment. It's just that the number of people is smaller than in the first round of simulated battles. After all, after the freshman orientation season, many tutors often have additional tasks and are not even in the school. When Eunice was in an environment like the monitoring hall, he lamented the gap between the Gala Kingdom and the Bactria Kingdom more and more. This feeling is like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Somewhat reserved. After touching his beard, he couldn't help but ask. By the way, I saw that many students in the class received some treasures and other things from the sky when they first arrived. And the little friend Qinyi whom I met yesterday was even besieged by some weird and mysterious techniques. What's happening here? Gao Ziyuan smiled. This is actually a setting arranged to improve the intelligence analysis and decision-making capabilities of our Demon Sea students. It's called naming. Simply put, ... After an explanation, Eunice finally understood the function of the fortune-telling panel. His face was full of envy. It's amazing, it's really amazing. The level of scientific research in Daxia has reached this level. As much as I don't want to admit it, our country of Gala is really beyond our reach at the moment. Don't say anything else. Let's just talk about simulation cabin technology. Daxia is not to mention leading small countries like Gala. Even the Lighthouse country and the Cherry Blossom country have to be stretched far apart. It would be nice to have the same simulation cabin. Of course, this idea only flashed through Eunice's mind. Even though the relationship between Gala Kingdom and Daxia Kingdom is good, it is absolutely impossible to build a state-of-the-art simulation cabin without reservation. It would be nice to be able to help a little bit with the reform and upgrading. To take a step back, even if we help build the most advanced simulation cabin, there are no such high-end scientific researchers to operate and maintain it. There is also some energy supply. Even if you want to open the Gala Kingdom, you can't. When Lin Ming heard this, he also comforted him casually. Well, you have to eat one bite at a time, and you have to walk one step at a time. We, as a country in Great Sha, are what we are today. Didn't we just grope our way forward from those dark ages? As long as we cultivate talents well, there is hope. Yes, that's right. Eunice nodded vigorously. Hassan and Arifa are gifts from God to the kingdom of Gala. Their future prospects are limitless. In the eyes of Eunice. In this exchange battle, Hassan and Alifa will definitely shock Daxia. And enhance the potential of Gala Kingdom in their hearts. Because these two people are really the twin stars that are rare to appear in the Gala Kingdom for tens or even hundreds of years. Huh, are you arguing? Gao Ziyuan looked at the simulation screen of Class 31 placed in the middle of the screen and frowned. In this round of simulation battle, due to the presence of Qinyi and foreign students, this simulation world attracted the most attention. Now at the beginning, Hassan and the two had a dispute with the students in Class 31. Turn up the volume. The clear, word-for-word conversation between the two parties fell on the ears of everyone in the monitoring hall. After some quarrel, Hassan and Arifa stood up directly and parted ways with the students of Class 31. Gao Ziyuan was not surprised, and just commented lightly, "It seems that the two geniuses of the Gala Kingdom really want to prove themselves. In fact, this is normal. You can hear it in Eunice's words. Hassan and his peers are basically invincible among their peers in China. It is equivalent to Qin Yi's current position among the supreme freshmen of Demon Sea. Do you want such a student to adopt Chen Shu's strategy and huddle in the imperial city? Really unlikely. But, in Gao Ziyuan's heart, these two people have been sentenced to a miserable ending. You are invincible among your peers in the Gala Kingdom. Why don't you be more humble when you come to the Great Sha Kingdom? It is estimated that even if Hassan and Chen Shu fight one-on-one with all their strength, they will most likely lose. He even ran out to mind his own business and wanted to confront Qin Yi. Isn't that just looking for death?" Other instructors also spoke up one after another to help smooth things over. It's normal, these two people don't know Qin Yi's terror. If it were the first round of simulated battles, it is estimated that the students in Class 31 would be like this, rushing out to fight in a daze. It would be strange if a young man doesn't have any motivation. However, even these words have some comforting meaning. But Eunice still looked unhappy and said in a deep voice, "That's wrong." Thanks for watching, please like and subscribe.